Welcome into our first ever Fantasy Baseball Today mock draft mega stream. I am Frank Stanfield, joined by Scott White and Chris Towers. Here is the plan for the day. 5 drafts, 1 live stream. We are covering different formats across all different sites. We are trying to help everybody, regardless of how you play, where you play. This will be the Fantasy Baseball mock draft prep show for you. Chris, this was kind of your brainchild. It is happening.
I'm sorry.
What are your expectations?
I apologize in advance to Frank and Scott for making them do 9 hours of streaming this afternoon. 2 days after we did a 4.5 hour auction stream. Frank and I have Tout Wars in 2 days. Let's do it. I'm 2 Diet Cokes in. Let's go.
Scott, I would ask if you are ready, but you don't really have a choice. You have to be ready.
Yeah, I guess. The draft's going to start whether I'm ready or not.
Yes, there are.
Someone in the chat said I'm usually sleeping at this time. That's actually Scott is usually sleeping at this time.
Not 2:30. Maybe 1.
Scott works nights. I work days. It's fine.
Yeah. Here is the schedule for today, by the way. We are about to hop into a CBS head-to-head points mock draft. That'll be first up. That'll take us up to about 4 o'clock. We'll have a head-to-head categories mock draft on Yahoo. That's with daily lineups at 4:15 p.m. Eastern time. We will do a head-to-head points daily lineup league on ESPN. That is their standard format. That's coming at 5:30. We will do a Rotowire online championship. That is a 12-team Roto draft over on the NFBC that also has an overall prize component. We'll do that at 7 p.m. Eastern time, and we will end the night with an MLB Underdog best ball draft. We'll have some guests popping in as well. We will intro those people once they are here, but it is about time. I will pull up the draft, and Scott, without further ado,
all right,
let's get this thing started.
I'm hitting play.
All right, first draft is up and running. Head-to-head points mock over on CBS. I will read off some of the rules and regulations just so you know everything that's going on here. Chris, you are drafting 3rd. Scott, you're drafting 5th. I am drafting 6th. I randomized the draft order, so we're not spread out. We're all right next to each other. There's going to be lots of sniping and crazy things going on, so we will see exactly how that works out. This is a 21-round draft, shallower lineups, 9 starting hitters, 1 of each infield position, 3 outfielders, 1 utility. Then we have 5 starting pitchers, 2 relievers, and 5 bench spots. The scoring format on CBS for hitters, 1 point for each of a single, walk, run, RBI, hit by pitch, 2 points for a double or stolen base, 3 for a triple, 4 for a homer, -0.5 a point for a hitter strikeout, and for pitchers, 3 points per inning, 3 points for a quality start, 7 for a win or save, 0.5 a point for a pitcher strikeout, -1 for each of a walk, earned run, hit allowed, or hit by pitch, and -5 for losses. The first 4 picks of this draft were Aaron Judge, Bobby Witt, Shohei Ohtani, and Jose Ramirez. Scott, you are up.
Yeah, those picks are pretty much by the book. It's a little interesting that we didn't see Bobby Witt drop below 2. I actually rank him 3rd in this format. Nothing new came out about his forearm today that I saw.
Nope.
The Royals said they were going to reevaluate him in the morning after x-rays were negative. I presume no news is good news as far as that goes. And so I would say continue to draft him as planned. I'm going with Juan Soto here at pick 5.
I knew I wasn't going to get him, and I was a little surprised that he lasted all the way to 5. I mean, probably should be the 4th pick. Jose Ramirez is awesome as well. I will go ahead and take Kyle Tucker, who upped the walk rate last year. OBP was great. He's in a contract year, traded over to the Cubs this offseason. So we're just hoping he picks up where he left off and he could be that awesome player once again.
The plate discipline increase for Kyle Tucker, I think, last year, it was a near even strikeout to walk ratio, right? And that makes him look even more attractive in this format than years past. I think it makes sense that he goes this high if he can sustain that. And of course, that's the reason Juan Soto is a 5th round pick, or I mean, the 5th overall pick in this format, or maybe he should even be 4th overall. When you might see him go toward the end of round 1 in a 5x5 Roto league. Juan Soto, more walks than strikeouts basically every year. It helps to set him apart in a points league.
I will say, I did the best and worst values in every round for yesterday's newsletter, and do you guys think Juan Soto is maybe overvalued in Roto this year? I think he's up to like 6th over the last couple of weeks, and I get that the floor is super high.
He's a 4-category stud, right?
Yeah, but I get
what you're saying. Is there
injuries aside
between him and Yordan Alvarez?
Yeah, like isn't Yordan Alvarez a better bet for batting average and power if they play the same number of games?
You can't put the injury aside for a guy with chronic knee issues in his 20s.
Yeah, and Soto is incredibly durable. So from that perspective, I mean, it's almost night and day. You expect Soto's going to play 150-plus games with his eyes closed this season. So, I mean, is that worth, I'm looking right now over the past week, Juan Soto 6.8 and Yordan Alvarez 16.7. So is it worth 10 picks of value? Maybe. That's security. It might be. I'm not sure.
I would more go to say Yordan Alvarez is undervalued in drafts than Soto personally. But it depends how much you in Roto. We're getting into Roto analysis here in a points draft, but it depends how much how urgent you feel the steals need is, I suppose.
Yeah. After I selected Kyle Tucker at 6, there was Mookie Betts at 7, followed by Yordan Alvarez, Corbin Carroll, Gunnar Henderson, Paul Skeens, Vlad Jr., and into round 2 now, Francisco Lindor and Tarek Skubal. So Gunnar Henderson's been a big talking point, dealing with the intercostal strain. Believe we all lowered him down to around 9th or 10th. He goes 10th in this draft, which probably makes sense given what we know right now, right?
Yeah. That's where we have him. I'm a little surprised at Vladimir Guerrero going 12th. This feels like not his best format. And, obviously his best attribute is batting average, and that's wasted in a points league. There's no direct rewards for that. I suppose he manages the strikeout rate well, but just to give you an idea, as good as Vladimir Guerrero was, second best year of his career, 3.57 points per game. Francisco Lindor, who the same guy paired him with at the round 1-2 turn, 3.72. So kind of a typical year for Lindor, and he was 0.2 of a point better than Vladimir Guerrero in what was one of the best years of his career.
Yeah. Now we do have the 2021 season for Vlad that we can point to and say he has best player in fantasy upside, but that's 4 years ago. And last year he did play at that level for about 4 months. Frank, if you have the date that he got his hair cut,
it was sometime in June. I don't have it available right now.
But we've also seen more years than not where he's just kind of a guy. Even in a head-to-head points league, he doesn't walk, like he doesn't strike out very much. He also doesn't walk very much. He's a pretty aggressive hitter, so he's more like an average walk rate guy.
I rank him first at first base for this format, Vladimir Guerrero, but I would say both Bryce Harper and Freddie Freeman probably have more upside in this format than Guerrero does. They're both coming off kind of down years for them.
Yeah.
Well, Guerrero's coming off one of his best. Anyway, he wasn't going to go that much later than 12, but just wanted to put that out there. He's another player who loses value in points leagues.
After Tarek Skubal, there was Bryce Harper, Zach Wheeler, Freddie Freeman. Ellie De La Cruz falls down a little bit in a points league. I think that makes sense. Maybe this was a little bit further than we usually see him fall in a head-to-head points draft. Ellie De La Cruz goes 18th overall. I was kind of hoping he would make it to me, but
me too.
He did not. And I have a little dilemma here because I have Kyle Tucker with my first pick. He's an outfielder. Top of my board is Fernando Tatis. Do I want to clog 2 outfield spots right away, or do I take Trey Turner to lock in the shortstop? Maybe I'm overthinking this one, but I found myself missing out on elite shortstops in this format, and I don't want to do that again. So I'm going to go take Trey Turner ahead of Fernando Tatis. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Tatis just isn't his best format. I think it's totally defensible for him to go in the middle of the second round, but I opted to take Trey Turner just because I want to lock in a better shortstop. Don't want to clog those outfield spots. Scott, you are up. Will you take Fernando Tatis?
Yeah, I faced the same dilemma after taking Juan Soto with my first pick. I think I'm going to do something a little unconventional, though. I think I'm going to make things spicy here at 2:45 from my perspective in the morning. And So it's not just that I've already have one outfielder and the top players remaining are outfielders. It's that they're Roto coded outfielders. I want impact from every spot in a points league. I'm going to reach a little, and I'm going to take William Contreras.
Ooh, not where I thought you were going to go, but if you want to get him, there was no guarantee he would be there in the middle of the third round. So
no, it's definitely earlier than I've ever taken him before, and I guess we're going to see if it's a little bit of an experiment. I've never faced these particular options in round 2 in a points league, and just kind of been. I don't know. I feel like the person who makes it back to me in round 3 is going to be somebody I might have considered here in round 2. And meanwhile, I might have missed out on William Contreras if I waited. So we'll see.
Scott, can you look something up for me?
Sure.
How did Fernando Tatis in points per game compare to Vlad Jr. last year?
I believe he was higher, but I believe they're both unimpressive. So yeah, quite a bit higher than J-Rod. Tatis was 3.1.
Vlad Guerrero is who I was asking to compare Fernando to.
Oh, Vlad Guerrero. I'm sorry. Tatis was 3.13. Guerrero was 3.57.
Okay. That's
big
a big grab. Yeah.
But Tatis wasn't at his best, and Guerrero was close to his best.
Yeah. Chris, you must have been smiling from ear to ear when you saw both Scott and I pass on Fernando Tatis. He is a player I know you typically do like.
Yeah. I mean, even in a down year, getting 3.13 points or whatever per game is really solid, because that'll get you to right around that 500 point mark that we're looking for from a second round pick. And obviously we know, you have to go back to 2021, which is as far as you have to go back for Vlad's best season, but he has 550 plus point potential. So I'm happy to see it. I didn't have an outfielder yet.
Tatis is sort of where Vlad was last year, where it's like, oh, the data keeps saying he should be better. Yeah. We finally saw it come through for Vlad. So the hope is it does for Tatis. That's why his value remains high. Okay. I'm up again.
You are up, Scott, and I will catch people up on some picks here. After you took Contreras, there was Ketel Marte, Tatis to Chris, Jackson Chourio, and then Jarren Duran. Into round 3, Corey Seager, Ronald Acuna, Corbin Burns also to Chris, and then Julio Rodriguez, who does take a bit of a hit in this format, falling to the middle of the third round. That might be a little bit too far for him to fall.
I came within one pick of what I thought would happen after taking William Contreras last round.
And just for some context, in 2023, Julio Rodriguez scored 556.5 points in this format, which is basically a late first rounder. So if you think he can get back to that level, it's a phenomenal pick. Yeah.
The problem was last year, Julio Rodriguez averaged 2.69 points per game,
which is on the verge of
not being startable. Yeah. Well, it was 3.50 from July on. Mm-hmm. He got injured for his hopeful resurgence. So it may have just been a bad timing there, but that does show it's a little bit of a precarious format for Julio Rodriguez. I do follow it up, the Rodriguez pick, with a roto-coded outfielder, but one with some versatility in Jazz Chisholm, who already has third base eligibility and could pick up second base. Well, presumably will pick up second base. So, I think I like how that turned out. Chisholm as my third pick, William Contreras as my second. It would be interesting to know if somebody would have taken William Contreras in that pick 21 to 28 range, so that I couldn't have had him. But as things stand now, I'm happy with the way that turned out.
I also want to point out, with regards to Julio Rodriguez, he's already gotten 31 plate appearances this spring. He has talked about wanting to get as many opportunities as he can this spring, either in, Grapefruit League games, or he's playing on the backfields more often. He just wants to avoid the slow starts that have plagued him throughout his career. That's the plan for the Mariners and Julio Rodriguez. And he does have 3 doubles and 3 homers in 11 games. So far, so good.
After Chris selected Corbin Burns, there was Julio Rodriguez, as we mentioned. Scott took Jazz Chisholm. Very interesting. I selected Matt Olson. The next pick was Logan Gilbert. So I was debating between those two in particular, Olson versus Logan Gilbert. Mm-hmm. See if I regret passing on the starting pitcher, but I'm just thinking of all the points league mock drafts we've done where I either wind up with a bad shortstop or a bad first baseman, and I just didn't want to do that again. And
it's easy.
We just spoke yesterday on our position preview updates about passing on the third round third baseman because there are other really good third basemen in this format, like the Bregmans and other names that go later on. So that's why I didn't wind up taking Austin Riley or Manny Machado either.
And it's kind of the opposite at shortstop, where the best players in shortstop are going to be good at both, right? There's a bunch of first rounders at that position, or first 3 rounders, but you look at like CJ Abrams, he's way better in Roto. O'Neal Cruz, probably much better in Roto. And even the like safer fallback options like Ezekiel Tovar, Jeremy Pena, those guys,
useless,
pretty bad in a points league.
Yeah.
So I think shortstop's actually a position you do have to be pretty conscious of as you're drafting in a head-to-head points league.
Just getting back to that third base point where everybody behind Jose Ramirez, Austin Riley, Jazz Chisholm, they're all better geared for Roto player because of plate discipline. Let's throw 2025 out because it was a weird year for both Riley and Bregman. 2024, those two averaged exactly the same amount, 3.33 points per game. And you're going to be able to get Bregman a lot later. Bregman's not the only one. Isaac Paredes averaged 3.06 points per game 2 years ago. So the mid round third base options tend to be better for points leagues, while the early round third base options tend to be better for Roto.
After I selected Matt Olson, there was Logan Gilbert, Austin Riley, Jackson Merrill, Jose Altuve, Emmanuel Clase, and Rafael Devers with the last pick of round 3, 36th overall. He has been falling in drafts recently, has yet to appear in a spring game. Are you guys okay with this fall? Does this make sense here? Rafael Devers at the 3-4 turn.
I think it's fine. Yeah. I still have him ahead of Machado, and Machado's the second best player available on my board. So I think this is exactly right for Devers.
Yeah, he hit a home run off of Walker Buehler in a intra-squad scrimmage today.
Yeah, but that's not hard to do. It's Walker Buehler.
I mean, fair. My Red Sox, we've talked a lot about the Yankees' problems this spring. Red Sox have 3 of their projected opening day starters on the IL to open the or will be on the IL with Lucas Giolito's hamstring injury. So that's another team where, like, is Walker Buehler the number 2 starter for the playoff contending Boston Red Sox? That's not great. That's not ideal. It's not what you want. But yeah, look, we've talked about it. The Devers situation is really hard to parse because how much of it is actually just his shoulder's not right? How much of it is him not being happy about likely plan to move him off third base? How much of it is like everyone's just like, hey, you're not healthy, so that when we put you at DH, we can say it's because you're not healthy and not because we think you're a terrible defensive player? If it's the latter and Rafael Devers is fine, it could be one of the steals of the draft.
A lot of interesting picks here.
Yes, after Rafael Devers, we're into the 4th round. Chris Sale, Alex Bregman, and Kyle Schwarber. So my idea of passing on third base because I can get Alex Bregman later, it wasn't really that much later. This is a little bit earlier, Scott, than we're used to seeing Bregman go, even in this format.
Well, that's what happens when we're talking about him during a draft and saying how he might be available later. Somebody goes and makes sure that doesn't happen. Interestingly, I'm kind of pivoting away from Bregman here. So if you wanted to say something, Chris.
No.
The same guy who took Bregman with his round 3 pick just before the Rafael Devers, somebody else took Rafael Devers. He took Emmanuel Clase with the 35th overall pick in a points league draft. And sometimes we see him go that high, round 3, in those really deep Roto leagues where saves are very scarce. No way I'd do that in a points league. Like, you know me, in a points league, only 2 relief pitcher spots to fill between 12 teams, and a lot of those are going to be filled by relief pitcher eligible starting pitchers. So there are going to be save sources left over. I might wait till the very end of my draft to take a couple of them. I think there's a time where it makes sense to reach up for an elite guy like Class A, but probably not till like round 7 or 8. And he goes in round 3. So just, wouldn't be my approach.
Yeah.
The last couple picks, Manny Machado, followed by Cole Reagans, and then Garrett Crochet, who I was thinking about taking if he made it to me, just because I never see him go this late, even in a points league draft. I think as long as he's healthy, he will be treated like an ace starting pitcher and be allowed to go 6-ish innings on a per start basis for the Red Sox this season. Through up to this point, I have an outfielder, a shortstop, and a first baseman, Tucker, Trey Turner, and Matt Olson. I'm going to go ahead and grab a starting pitcher. Framber Valdez, someone I think excels in this format. He gives you lots of innings per start, and entering a contract here with the Astros. Still on a good team, should get some wins. He regularly gives a lot of quality starts as well. So happy to take him here as my SP1. So a bit of a pitching run as we approach you, Scott. What's the pick?
Yeah, I'm thinking about a pitcher too. Thinking about it. Round 4 is usually earlier than I want to go, but I'm not thrilled with the hitter selection overall. I think, though, I'm going to go with a hitter to avoid the first base problems you referred to, Frank. It is a position where in shallower lineup leagues like this, you could get boxed out and end up with an unappealing starter, someone who you're kind of forced to start rather than really eager to start. I'm going to take Pete Alonso here. He's coming off a down year.
Snipe, pew, pew.
But
you're still pretty good in this format.
Typically, Pete Alonso is like 3.3, 3.4 points per game. Last year, it was like 2.9. But yeah, I think for being such a big power hitter, he strikes out less than you think.
And if you buy any of the talk that he has studied his swing from the postseason to make better swing decisions this season, I'm not sure I completely buy that, but something to prove once again. It's back-to-back career years, contract years, for Pete Alonso. So hoping to have a big one and get back on the market next offseason. The next pick was Adley Rutschman. Chris, did you just react to that?
No, it was the Pete Alonso pick that I reacted to. I was planning on taking him because this is the problem when you draft Shohei Ohtani is the top players on my board are probably Marcell Ozuna and Brent Rooker. And I considered doubling up on Brent Rooker, just going totally galaxy brain and just maybe he gets outfield eligibility early on. I did go and check. Mike Kurland does a really good spreadsheet every spring tracking every team's lineup. And Brent Rooker did play in the outfield yesterday on Wednesday for the first time this spring. It was his first appearance in a game. I would felt better about it if he had made like 2 or maybe 3 or even 4 appearances in the outfield. Because if it's once every 15 or so games, it's going to take a while for him to get outfield eligibility. So yeah, that's, I just couldn't quite do it, but I do think he's clearly the best hitter left.
Okay.
I consider one of the util only bats too. I usually like Schwarber in the 4th round of this format because his OBP and walks are just so awesome.
Yeah.
But I did want to get that starting pitcher. I think it's a fine time to take either one. And we just saw Marcell Ozuna go 47th. Chris, you selected Ozzy Albies, and then Dylan Cease, the last pick of round 4. We're into round 5. Scott, I feel like I might have cut you off. I'm sorry. What do you have?
No, it's fine. I was just going to catch up people on the picks.
All right. Well, go ahead.
Chris took Ozzy Albies, then Marcell Ozuna went right after. Dylan Cease was the pitcher I was considering. He goes at the end of round 4, paired with Marcus Semien, who's better in points leagues, I would say. 49 still feels a little early. And there goes Wyatt Langford at 50. I was getting excited. I had a chance to take Wyatt Langford for once. Unless you were going to take him here, Chris.
We're finally doing a draft without Doc Eisenhower, so we can see where Wyatt Langford normally goes, and it's pick 50, the second pick of round 5.
He is points league coded too, I would say. And actually, for as bad as he was for 5 months last year, he finished with a higher point per game average than both Jackson Churio and Jackson Merrill for the season. His was higher. Wyatt Langford, Now, if you just isolate the best portions of the season for Chourio and Merrill, which we often do when we're talking about them, they were better for those stretches. But, we're not isolating Wyatt Langford's best portion September. And he was pretty great during that.
And
you know what? Jackson Merrill was slightly better than Langford. They were almost equal in points per game, but Langford was better than Chourio.
I feel like once we see Wyatt Langford go, we're almost certainly about to see James Wood go, and that's exactly what you did, Chris.
And, he's going to strike out a lot. That's the primary knock against James Wood in a points league. And I think he will be better for Roto. He wasn't terrible for points last season. It wasn't quite 3 points per game. It was probably like 2.9, just eyeballing it.
2.82, I believe.
Yeah, for a guy that we expect to take a step forward, that's not bad. He walked a lot. He was on like an 80 walk pace last season. We've talked about his kind of middling game power because he doesn't lift the ball. Well, there were a lot of doubles in there, and there are going to be some triples because he's super fast too. So I think James Wood could be a sneaky option, and I just didn't want to go pitcher here. That's the primary issue. And if I thought Brent Rooker was going to have outfield eligibility early on in the season, I would have done what Frank just did.
And after you selected James Wood, there was Blake Snell, Michael King to Scott, and I took Brent Rooker. I was so nervous that one of you guys, well, I guess, Chris, you weren't going to do it after you talked about it, but I was really nervous, Scott, you were going to take Brent Rooker. You didn't. Mm-hmm. You wound up going with Michael King. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
That was the debate, King or Rooker. Rooker was great last year, obviously. Mm-hmm. He averaged 3.42 points per game. But I do think he's going to give some of that back, especially in batting average. And he strikes out close to 30% of the time. I feel like it wouldn't take much of a slide statistically for Rooker to go from being a really good starter like he was last year to just kind of a decent starter. And meanwhile, we might see in a smaller lineup league like this, we might see some pretty attractive hitters slide because they're already blocked in that lineup spot across the 12 different teams. And so I kind of wanted to leave utility open. That was more of a secondary aspect, but it's like, if I don't know, someone who I really like in this format, like Brandon Nimmo, let's say, or Jurickson Profar, if I've already filled my outfield and they're very late, it would be nice to be able to stick them in a utility spot. So I took my first pitcher, Michael King, instead, and we'll see what pitchers make it back to me. Maybe I'll take another.
Well, the next pick right after Brent Rooker was one Junior Caminero.
Caminero! Ha! Ha, Caminero!
55th overall. The rise continues on Junior Caminero, popular breakout candidate this season, followed by Pablo Lopez. Chris, the helium on some of these breakout guys, we see it every spring. We spoke about Caminero yesterday. The ADP over the past week, I believe, was 69.5. Goes even higher here, 55th overall.
And not necessarily. If Caminero is as good as we think he is, he's going to be good in any format. But he's not one of these guys that has like precocious plate discipline. He didn't strike out very much. He also didn't walk very much in the minor league level. So it not necessarily the reach I would make, but I can totally see it working out.
I don't really understand why. Maybe I do understand why Junior Caminero is rising so much because somebody wrote such a catchy song about him, but wrote and performed it. But like what has happened? He had a 2-homer game this spring. One of those home runs was kind of a cheapie that wouldn't have made it out in many venues. Other than that, there hasn't been a lot of like external factors contributing to his rise up the rankings. So I'm a little surprised it continues, especially in this format, given the number of third basemen that excel in this format. 55. Look, he's priced out of my range at 75. As much as I thought I was going to like him back in October when I made that song. But here, he just keeps moving up draft boards and I'm not, I love the upside. I think it's Austin Riley-like, but just because a guy has premium exit velocities and a not so terrible strikeout rate, so did Jordan Walker. Like, it could go wrong.
Yeah.
After Pablo Lopez, we got Vinny P.
Baby.
Vinny Pasquantino, Shota Imanaga, O'Neal Cruz, and Lawrence Butler. Another popular breakout this season. This was the round for the breakouts. Round 5, we got Butler, Caminero, James Wood, Wyatt Langford. First pick of round 6 is Teoscar Hernandez. The only, I guess, counter I would bring up to taking like a Caminero or a breakout candidate in this range is the player pool feels kind of flat at this point. Maybe you guys feel differently, but if there's someone that you feel really passionate about, or you really feel convicted that they're going to have a big season, I think you can make the case just because the player pool feels a little bit more flat at this point in the draft.
No, I get what you're saying. I think that's a good argument in principle. I would say my response to that in head-to-head points drafts is this is where I load up on pitcher. Once all the like MVP caliber bats are gone and the hitter pool especially flattens like you're talking about. Okay, here's where I pile on pitchers. Brent Rooker may have been the last one of those MVP caliber bats that you took, Frank, and I took King one spot. Michael King, my first pitcher, one spot ahead of that. But in theory, probably going to go pitcher the next few picks. We'll see how quickly they get scooped up, though.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
I do want to point out with Junior Caminero, part of it is he went bonkers in the Caribbean Series postseason. He played 21 games for Escogido. He had a 12.23 OPS, 12 walks, 7 strikeouts, 4 home runs in 22 games. So he does have 7 homers in his last 31 games, including spring training and the Caribbean Series, which is what you're hoping for. I'm not saying it's a great idea. Sure. And I think a lot of it is just kind of the helium, as we like to say, that huge bomb he hit in the walk-off home run he hit in the Caribbean Series is certainly part of it. That might have accounted for like 15 picks worth of rise by itself. But yeah, he was going like outside of the top 100 before January. And now he's going to be probably a top 60 pick before we're done. This happens every year, though.
Yes, it certainly does. After Luis Castillo, there was Aaron Nola, Max Fried, CJ Abrams, and Jacob deGrom. I am up. Let's check out what I have. Matt Olson, Trey Turner, Kyle Tucker, and then Brent Rooker and Framber Valdez. So few different needs here. I'm going to go ahead and take someone who I feel like has lasted longer than he usually does. And I understand that there's injury risk. I don't usually draft Yoshinobu Yamamoto, but I will take him here as my SP2. I have that kind of insurance built in with Framber Valdez as my SP1. And I do think when Yamamoto pitches, he will be treated like an ace. He'll be allowed to go 6 innings frequently. Will he go much more than that? Probably not, but I do feel okay with him as my SP2 in round 6.
Yeah, I'm surprised you went with Yamamoto versus another pitcher who I'm going to take here right afterward. And I know you like him even more than I do. I think Logan Webb is even better suited for this format because of the volume he regularly provides. Over 200 innings last year, even though he wasn't at his best. I was also catching up on some box scores the other day. Took a little break from writing to catch up on box scores. And that cutter he's introduced this spring, his last start Monday, he had 10 whiffs on 64 pitches, 4 of them on that cutter. He introduced it very late last season, so late that for his season count, it was only like 3% of his arsenal, but he threw 20% cutters in that start. And that might be something that allows Logan Webb to take another leap, maybe become more of a strikeout pitcher. I'm pretty excited about it.
All right, last couple picks after I took Yamamoto, Logan Webb, Christian Yelich, Josh Naylor. I totally thought about taking Logan Webb. Scott, I hear everything that you just said, and maybe in this format that does make a little bit more sense. I agree. I like the cutter. I like what we've seen from that. And maybe I need to just move Logan Webb up a little bit in this format so that does make sense, especially as an SP2. But I guess I was shooting for a little bit more per game upside there with someone like Yamamoto. Chris, you selected Josh Naylor and then Cody Bellinger. So back-to-back first baseman here. How do you feel about Josh Naylor? Because I'm a little bit more down on him. I feel like Scott's all right with it. How do you feel about Naylor this season?
I think he's going to get a lot of RBI in that lineup. And the nice thing about Josh Naylor for this format is he's another guy who does not strike out very much. And over his career, we've seen some inconsistency, right? 256, 308, 243 batting average the past 3 years. 20 homers, 17 homers, 31 last year. I don't think he's a 31 homer guy. I think he might just be like 110 RBI guy in that lineup because he's going to make a lot of contact. He's going to get a lot of singles and doubles. I don't know how, Scott brought up a very good point about the park factor in Arizona and how it might not be as bad as we think for him. So I'm okay with him there.
For what it's worth, last year, to show you this is kind of Josh Naylor's format with the low strikeout rate, he averaged more points per game last year than either Pete Alonso or Matt Olson. Down years for Pete Alonso and Matt Olson, but still, I think this is a fine time to take Naylor. If he had made it back to my pick here in round 7, I might have taken him as my utility spot.
After Bellinger at the turn, we got Bryce Miller and Salvador Perez. Tyler Glasnow, round 7. That feels like a good gamble.
I was going to take Glasnow if he was there.
And then, Chris, you did select Zach Gallen. Mike Trout was the next pick. Scott, you're up. But Chris, talk to me about Gallen. This usually is his better format in a points league.
Yeah, Gallen, the only downside to taking Gallen there is he might have made it back the next round. And honestly, might have made it back the next round because everybody's so down on him. His ADP in NFBC drafts over the past 2 weeks is like 130. People are just acting like Zach Allen is dead. And I don't quite get it. I know his velocity has been down this spring. I know last year was bad, but in this format, he was an SP1 in each of 2022 and 2023. He has one weird year where he gets hurt with a hamstring injury. And all of a sudden, everybody's just decided Zach Allen's terrible. I don't get it.
All right. After Zach Allen mentioned Mike Trout, Anthony Santander to Scott, and I selected Jordan Westburg. This is not Jordan Westburg's better format. He doesn't walk all that much, but if he breaks out the way that I think we all think he will, then I think he will be someone who averages over 3 fantasy points per game. I don't have second or third base, so it does give me a little bit of flexibility within the draft as well. After
Westburg was 2.89 last year, so it wouldn't take much to get him over 3.
And he was more like an 8 to 9% walk guy in the minors than I think it was 5% last year. So any growth there would help.
And his rookie season, it was around 7%.
Yeah.
So I think he could walk a little bit more. Maybe the OBP comes up for Westburg this season. After him, Roki Sasaki and Wilson Contreras. So some catchers starting to go. Scott, catch us up on your pick. Anthony Santander, round 7. I believe he's your second outfielder.
Yeah, he is. It's the pick I've made so far that I'm least excited about, I would say. It was between him or Bailey Ober as my third starting pitcher, but I just feel like there are going to be, in the rounds to come, a lot more pitchers that I'll like than hitters. Santander is not a guy who walks much. He hit for so much power that last year, 3.22 points per game. I don't think he's going to do that again. If he did, he probably should have gone a round or two earlier. But I think he'll be a little over 3 and just somebody I can plug in and not worry about. But I'll probably hit pitcher pretty hard hereafter.
All right, catching people up on picks, we got Spencer Strider, Michael Harris, Willie Adames, Seiya Suzuki, and then the first pick of round 8 was Justin Steele. I did just see an update come through on Spencer Strider, and the latest that we have here is tracking towards late April debut, which is pretty consistent with everything we've heard. The news has been pretty good on Strider. He's hoping to get into game action soon, so far, so good. Everything we're hearing sounds like late April for Strider. And then I'm seeing an update here on Ronald Acuna as well. Hopes to debut early to mid-May. So some Braves updates, Scott, as you don the jersey here on Mega Stream Day.
That sounds like the timetable's getting a little later for Acuna, doesn't it?
I always assumed it was early May, but
yeah,
mid-May would push it back a little bit more, I think.
That's a quarter of the season he's missing at that point.
Yep.
Join me I wrote him up in Bus 2.0, Scott.
I might need to move him down the rankings a little bit.
Yeah, I totally get that. A couple other picks: Tristan Casas, Bailey Ober, Bo Bichette, and Joe Ryan. So again, in any drafts that you guys participate in, Bo Bichette is not going anywhere close to his current ADP, which is around 110th over the past week or so. He goes 88th in this draft.
I'm gonna make a super timely and relevant reference that everybody here is gonna get. We've all seen the 1970s war epic Patton starring George C. Scott, right? Of course you have. You don't even need to answer. Of course Frank has seen that movie. There's a famous scene where he's in a battle and he beats the other guy in the battle and he's like, I read your book. That's what drafting with people who listen to the podcast is like everybody knows who we like, that you can't get anybody that you actually like when we're drafting with people who listen to us.
Hey, I got Jordan Westberg, Chris. I managed to pull it off somehow, some way. I did it.
For just what it's worth, I don't really like Bo Bichette in this format.
Not a great reference. Not a great pick in this format at that price. I mean, it's fine, but yeah, he's not a great player in this format.
Dang it, Frank.
After Joe Ryan, there was Sandy Alcantara. Wait, I got something on Sandy somewhere.
Sandy? Tell me about it.
And then the very next pick was Spencer Schwellenbach, the best Spencer, who's a starting pitcher for the Atlanta Braves.
We're doing great with the 70s movie references today before all of our time. Spencer Schwellenbach, yeah, I was excited because for once I was going to get a chance to draft him.
No,
I think you always take him earlier than I'm even thinking about it. And this time it was just one pick earlier. Is now appropriate for George Kirby?
I think it's fine.
He is my highest ranked pitcher. And it could be a great value. Yeah, I'm going to do it. George Kirby. You can gamble a little more on injured guys in a shallow format like this because the threshold, the standard for a replacement player on the waiver wire is so much higher. And there's going to be so much roster turnover just because of players we missed in the draft emerging. I don't sweat drafting the injured players as much, particularly when they're that high upside.
All right, after Scott selected George Kirby, there was Hunter Green, Robbie Ray, and Seth Lugo. Robbie Ray went to Chris, and if you're watching the stream, I did the
that's a move up the rankings.
The GIF face of the lady who's like, do I like that? Oh, I do like that. Do I like that? Yeah, I do.
So like just shout. I'm monitoring the chat, and I will be all day. And someone mentioned that Robbie Ray had an immaculate inning to open his spring start against Marcus Semien, Wyatt Langford, and Jake Berger. Let's just do it. Let's move Robbie Ray up the board based on literally one inning in the spring. Let's screw.
That's quite a big move, though, Chris.
Yeah.
He has been rising, and he's got that new changeup grip that he learned from Tarek Skubal. This is around, what would you say, around SP 30 at this point? SP 25,
something like that. That sounds right.
Yeah.
So I probably have him.
It's higher than we're used to, for sure.
Yeah. But I do feel like if there's any format to get your guys, this is it, for the same reason I said you can gamble on injured players a little more. The penalty for missing on a pick is much, much lower.
All right, after Seth Lugo, there was Christian Walker. We're now into round 9. Brian Reynolds, Luis Robert, and Devin Williams. Chris, you selected Luis Robert. This is not his typical format, but he fell quite a bit, down to 99th overall. Yeah,
it's not. Look, if he's as bad as he was last year, nothing matters, right? It's complete. Wow. Like he's not usable. He's not rosterable if he's as bad as he was last year. He was at 2.3 points per game. But in 2023, he was a must-start player in this format. I still think he has that upside. I'm hoping for better days this year, and he fell, it was the 99th pick. I'm not going to complain about that.
All right, after Luis Robert, there was Devin Williams. Scott, you selected Ian Happ, and I am up. I could use an outfielder.
Ian Happ's good for this format, too, by the way. Walks a lot. Batting average liability doesn't hurt you. 2.95 points per game last year.
I know this is not his format and he doesn't walk at all, but I'm going to take Yainer Diaz. I feel like this is a pretty big fall for him, and I did not have a catcher yet, so I'll snag Gainer Diaz here and hope that the batting average and the home runs and the counting stats carries his point game total this upcoming season. But I did think about taking an outfielder as well. We'll see who makes it back.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm rethinking the Ian Happ pick now. I should have been paying more attention to my tiers instead of just my rankings here in the draft room.
It's too early to be crying, Scott. Come on.
I'm not crying.
I just meant
cool as a cucumber, Frank.
It was a little play on words.
Look at that. The team cool as a cucumber. Clearly a drafter after my own heart. Takes Brandon Nimmo at pick 104. So that makes me feel better about Ian Happ at 101 because I don't have that injury slide to take advantage of super late with Nimmo.
Now that is a draft pick that will cause some tears. Brandon Nimmo at 104th overall. Right after Riley Green, that was the outfielder I was considering, who not really a name I ever target, but I feel like he's probably better in a points league because for categories, he doesn't run much. He usually gets on base quite a bit. And I would expect him to, mostly be a 4-category player with a solid on-base percentage. So
he and Happ were about the same in points per game last year. I just feel like Green has a lower floor because he doesn't have that superlative plate discipline. And for what it's worth, Nimmo was 2.95. He was exactly the same as Happ last year. So this is his format as well. I saw he's DHing today, right? So he's back in games.
Yep.
I've been the optimist with him all along, but normally we're seeing him drop much lower than this in drafts because people worried about the foot and the knee.
Yeah, I think I might have messed up there because we're getting an outfield run and a lot of names that I thought I might be able to get those players next round. And
I chose correctly.
Riley Green, Brandon Nimmo, Steven Kwan. He was someone I was looking at. Then Isak Paredes. Okay, third base starting to go. Shane O'Mac, Shane McClanahan.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
And then Josh Hader to finish out round 9. The first 2 picks of round 10, Jason Dominguez and Will Smith. So I tell myself every draft with one catcher, just wait and take catcher later on. And what do? I did the opposite in this draft. So we'll see how it turns out ultimately. And I do apologize. If anyone's listening or watching, you hear some rattling in the background. I have some kind of construction going on in my building, and I've got to yell at someone. I've got to let them know. Don't you know it's Mock Draft Mega Stream? Come on now.
Jerks and Profar at 111. I'm loving the Ian Happ pick now. All my fallbacks go before I get a chance to pick again.
After Jerks and Profar, there was JT Realmuto and Mason Miller. So the elite closer is starting to go off the board here as well. And it's a good reminder that they typically go later in this format. In a categories or Roto league, you might see the elite closers go anywhere from rounds like 4 through 7. And they're going here in rounds 9 and 10, which I think is an okay call. This is probably the right time to be targeting them.
I won't be the one taking one. Like if Emmanuel Class A was here, I'd take him. But otherwise, I'm not going to be taking an elite closer. But I'm okay with them going here. I think this is about where I rank them. Around pick 100 to 125, that range of the rankings.
I am up, and I mentioned there was a huge run on outfielders. The top one is someone who specializes in Roto. I don't think I want to go that route, even though he is my top-ranked outfielder. You know what? I'm going to go a little bit lower in the rankings and take someone who I think could break out the season. That is Dylan Cruz.
Oh, that's good.
Typically does, maybe we think of him more as like a category league Roto player because we're expecting him to run a lot, but the plate discipline was good last year. I think he'll get on base a decent amount. I think overall he'll just improve in his second year. He's likely to bat second in the Nationals lineup, so he'll get a lot of plate appearances. And feels like an appropriate time, round 10. And Dylan Cruz is my second outfielder. Scott, you are up.
No, and I think it's a good time to bring up because you say, stolen bases, that's more of a Roto thing. This is a distinction between the CBS head-to-head points format and the ESPN head-to-head points format that you're going to see later today. Stolen base guys are still pretty darn valuable for us with them getting 2 points apiece. Sometimes they actually get overlooked, in fact. But I got to make a pick here. Tanner Bybee's the pick. But on ESPN, they're worth 1 point apiece. So it takes a lot of them off the draft board, frankly. It really limits the usable player pool. And that's why I think Ellie De La Cruz in the middle of round 1 was a great pick. That's why I think Dylan Cruz, he might excel at plate discipline too. Here at 115, Frank, great pick. Others like Nico Horner, who we're going to see go later, still a great pick in CBS points leagues, but it'll be less the case in ESPN.
All right, after I selected Dylan Cruz, Scott took Tanner Bybee, then Hunter Brown, Matt McClain to Chris, and then Royce Lewis. Chris, I feel like you're usually down on Matt McClain, but this is further than we see him last. Why Matt McClain here?
Yeah, this is right around where I have him picked. Not sure that any of the other. I think we might be pretty much at the shortstop tier that we talk about. There are a couple of guys left, but yeah, I just think this was the right time. What I don't like is when Matt McClain goes 70th or 80th. That doesn't work out for me. I was hoping, and what I was trying to figure out there was I wanted the combo of Matt McClain and Royce Lewis, and I wasn't sure which one was more likely to make it. Royce Lewis goes the pick after Matt McClain, so might have made the wrong pick there.
Man, I was debating McClain also, McClain or Bybee, but I thought we're coming up on a drop-off at starting pitcher. So I went ahead and took Bybee. McClain, because of how much he strikes out, worked out well for him 2 years ago, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I believe that he can do that again and be a standout in this format. But one of the shortstops I was counting on making it back, really being available for several rounds still, was Xavier Edwards, who, again, because stolen bases are worth 2 points in this format, is more valuable than you think for CBS. In fact, he averaged about as many points per game as Ellie De La Cruz last year. Not going to do that again, but that goes to show you that Xavier Edwards could be a sneaky play in the CBS points format. He goes right before me at pick 124, so I'm going to take another pitcher, Jack Flaherty. You might need to catch us up on the picks, Frank.
Yeah, that's a good pick because I was looking at Jack Flaherty as well. After Chris selected Matt McClain, there was Royce Lewis, Freddie Peralta. That finishes out round 10. Then Raisel Iglesias, Sonny Gray, Cal Raleigh, Xavier Edwards, and Jack Flaherty. I was looking at Flaherty. I'm a little bit upset I didn't get that pick, so good one, Scott. But I still need a second or third baseman. I can move Jordan Westberg around. I'm going to go ahead and select Matt Chapman, who was pretty solid in this format last year. He typically does walk quite a bit, and he had the big season in San Francisco, so hoping he can carry that over once again here in 2025. Their lineup should be improved. They got Willy Adames, and we'll see. Will he run as much? That I'm not entirely sure of, but as long as he gets on base and hits 25-ish home runs, I think he should still be pretty good in this format.
Yeah. For what it's worth, Matt Chapman last year, 2.99 points per game. So most of the hitters available now are going to are averaging less than that. I do think the reduction in strikeout rate to pre-hip surgery levels that we hadn't seen since his Oakland days. I think that was the biggest transformation for Chapman last year versus the stolen base increase. But look, 87th percentile sprint speed. It's not far-fetched. He could keep running. I think it's a good pick at this point. He was my top-ranked player.
After I selected Matt Chapman, there was Nico Horner, who looks like he will be ready for the domestic opening day on March 27th. And then Brenton Doyle, 128th. And that was the outfielder I referred to earlier, who's much better in Roto, strikes out quite a bit, more likely to contribute steals, a lot of them. So, that should help him obviously contribute points in this format. But Brenton Doyle slides all the way down to 128th. Does that sound right, guys, or do you think he slid too far in this format?
I think it's right. He's a tough one for points leagues, not just because of the strikeouts. For reference, 2.84 points per game last year, so not amazing, but certainly startable. What do you do when he's on the road?
Probably just bench him.
Head-to-head league.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, not for maybe not for half a week on the road for the Rockies, but he's when they have a full week on the road, you'd probably rather sit Doyle. And I don't know about you, head-to-head points leagues, I'd like to load up my bench with pitchers. I don't want to have to carry an extra outfielder to platoon Doyle.
By the way, Rafael Devers was quoted today as saying he's fine if he has to play DH.
It's finally coming out.
Yeah, it seemed like things were trending that way.
Yep. After Brenton Doyle, there was Xander Bogaerts, Christopher Sanchez. I took Matt Chapman hoping I think I could get Christopher Sanchez next turn. The answer was I could not. There is a lot of hype pitchers moving up here. Byron Buxton, Jared Jones, and then we're into round 12. Kodai Senga, Luis Arraez, Gavin Williams moving way up the board. Then Carlos Correa,
goodness.
and Spencer Arrighetti. There are a lot of pitchers going off the board right now, and I think I only have 3 starters at this point, so I don't love that.
I
Is
hate
the
what just
cucumber
happened
heating
here.
up?
The cucumber is heating up. Not so cool.
It might be heating up a little bit more too.
I want to get Gavin Williams somewhere. I said on last night's pod he could be this year's Chris Sale. What I meant to say was he could be this year's Garrett Crochet. That ended up
Okay, I thought it was a little
conversation.
Right. Okay.
The point is he's going to be really good, I think, with the way he's transformed his fastball. 135. It's always just a little early. Like somebody in the draft room is just outpacing me slightly on him. Now I got to make a pick.
And you got to do it quick.
I got to make a pick, and I got to do
no more
quick.
milk in the clock. We got to move.
Because we have another draft coming up in 45 minutes.
You know what? Since I'm not thrilled by everything that's here, I'm going to take another big spring riser. I'm not going to let people in his better format beat me to the punch on Clay Holmes.
That's the third time Scott has sniped me.
Boom!
Yeah, he's looked great. That new changeup. I think Chris's worries about him against left-handed batters are now out the window. Great ground ball pitcher. I think it's going to work out well for Clay Holmes in a starting role. And he's relief pitcher eligible, which counts for a lot in this format.
Yeah, it typically goes like past week, I think past 200, but in the points league format, it makes sense for him to go much higher than that. So
I kind of hate this range of the draft now.
I wanted to say also Gavin Williams wasn't the only pick that infuriated me. Right after him was Carlos Correa.
Yes.
I still haven't filled my shortstop spot. I passed up Matt McClain a couple rounds ago to get Tanner Bybee. I was counting on one of Xavier Edwards or Carlos Correa falling really far, and neither of them did. Carlos Correa averaged about as many points per game in this format last year than Trey Turner. Durability issues, I get it, but prior to last year, the previous 3 years averaged 140 games. I think I'd be willing to bet on him in a points league, especially given how far Carlos Correa tends to fall.
I have to imagine everybody's got the shortstop position filled by this point, right?
Yeah, you'd think so. Let me check.
You are the only one without a shortstop.
So maybe hearing us broadcast that, they'll be jerks and start taking shortstops for their bench. But in theory, I can kick back and just take the best of whatever's left at this point.
Let's catch people up on the picks. After, where'd I leave off? Spencer Arrighetti, I think, in the middle of round 12. There was Ryan Helsley. I selected Carlos Rodon, who has not looked good this spring, but last year he was a workhorse, and he's kind of like the last of a tier that I saw at least.
I don't think you worry about Carlos Rodon's spring numbers. That just seems like...
Yeah.
Like I don't feel like we've said enough this year. You shouldn't pay that much attention to spring statistics.
Spring statistics, yes. We can.
By and large, you shouldn't.
I think process you can pay attention to, and you should.
Yeah.
Statistics, I don't really care that much about performance in the spring. Yeah.
After Rodon, Scott selected Clay Holmes, then Kevin Gausman. Chris, you took Alec Boehm. Then Brandon Lau, who goes to the team for the love of the pod. So you have to name your team now for the Lau of the pod. Followed by Bowden Francis, so the next spark off the board. And then into round 13, Andres Munoz, Nick Pavetta, Yusei Kikuchi to Chris, Jake Berger, and Scott, you are back up.
You know, we got some smart head-to-head drafters here. I still have more hitter spots to fill than I'd like, but they've zeroed in on the head-to-head points league specialists and scooped them all up. So I feel like I get no advantage here by taking a hitter because it's really flat now what's available.
There is one guy who's fallen way past where we have him ranked.
Is it Mark Vientos?
Yeah, but he was worse than Alec Boehm last year in this.
Right. I almost took Boehm. You ended up taking him after I took Clay Holmes. But I didn't, obviously. And that would have been one kind of points coded player who was left. Not amazing in points leagues, Boehm, but better than the average hitter who's available. And Vientos, I don't even think is going to live up to last year's numbers. So I'm taking Jackson Jobe. I'm doing what Chris Towers tends to do in these head-to-head points drafts and trying to gobble up as many of the Sparps as I can. I really thought about going Ryan Walker there, taking a conventional closer, because I do think he has a ton of upside in that role. But I think Sparps in general in this format have more upside. And like I've been saying all along, every time we do a points league draft, I don't know that investing in a closer, no matter how good he is, gives you that much of an advantage, because there are going to be ones emerging during the season that'll come close enough to replicating that production.
I would guess Walker actually scored a decent amount of points last year, even with 10 wins. I mean, it was only 10 saves to go along
he
with
wasn't
it.
A full-time closer.
Yeah. No, I will say Jobe, another spring start today that just wasn't very good, even though the stuff continues to look really good. He's really befuddling me. I am fuddled.
Are you
Jackson
cool
Jobe
as a cucumber over Jackson Jobe?
No, not at all, because I really, really want Jackson Jobe to be a thing, and it just, I don't know. It's a little frustrating. Yeah, today it was 2 earned runs in 3 2/3 innings, 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. He gave up 2 home runs. It was one of them to Paul Goldschmidt, 1 to Jason Dominguez. It just, I think it was only like 4 or 5 whiffs again on 60 something pitches. So it's just, 3 whiffs on 68 pitches. He should be missing bats.
Yeah.
And he is
talked
not.
about adding the sinker and curveball, and he just hasn't featured them that much.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's weird because, like, in terms of like the movement profile, the cutter should be a good swing and miss pitch. The sweeper, the changeup, like everything should work. And I just don't know what it is. Maybe he's also talked about like just kind of not trying to nibble, not trying to avoid walks, just throwing it in the strike zone. And maybe that's just the approach in the spring, and he'll, see better results when the games matter. But it's frustrating for someone that I am very excited about overall.
After Scott selected Jackson Jobe, I took Reynaldo Lopez, then Spencer Steer, Mark Vientos, Jose Barrios, Adolis Garcia, Felix Bautista, Grant Holmes, another big riser here, and a Sparp in CBS head-to-head points leagues, then Sean Manaea and Jung-Hoo Lee. So lots going on. Scott, I think you paused the draft, but I resumed it because we just have to keep things moving if we want to keep pace with everything else that we've got going on later today. I think 2 of the bigger names here, Grant Holmes at the end of round 13, and then Scott, your guy, Sean Manaea, who we got some good news on Thursday. Apparently he has started up a throwing program, and maybe he's back by like mid-April.
Well, that was always the timetable. The concern was that oblique injuries can be difficult to get past completely. And if once he starts throwing again, maybe it flares up again, sets him back further. So we'll get a good test here by the time most people are drafting. And if his throwing program is coming along without any setback, I think you can draft Sean Manaea with a good deal of confidence.
Yeah, it could be more like mid-April. Yeah.
All right. After catching people up on the picks here, after Sean Manaea, I am up. I got to make a pick. Jung-Hoo Lee, Jesus Luzardo, Nick Lodolo, Bryce Terang, Kerry Carpenter. I need an outfielder. I could use a reliever as well. Let's check in on the outfield, see what's going on. All right. There's I think a pretty clear top name here, and I'll go ahead and select Randy Arozarena. Yeah. Typically better in a points league, but he also walks a lot. So
I think he's underrated in points. You said better in a points league. You meant better in a roto. I think he's a little underrated in a points league from 2021 through 2023. I think he was right at 3 points per game, basically. So he's been a must start fantasy outfielder in head-to-head points leagues, and his plate discipline metrics didn't get significantly worse after getting traded to Seattle, which would be the big concern. I've seen a lot of like Randy Arozarena, Victor Robles, like concern about how they'll hit in Seattle, but we already saw there, and they were not great, but Robles was great, but it wasn't like a disaster for any of them.
Yeah, no, I don't think Seattle's going to be the problem for Arozarena, and I know he did bounce back over the final 4 months. I've just never really trusted the profile. and last year kind of underscored why, and he's getting older, and
Mhm.
I think it's fine here. Don't get me wrong. I don't know that I want to spend draft capital on him at a point when I feel like he's part of the flattening in the hitter ranks right now. Maybe a little more upside than what's left, but his downside is he's just unusable in this format.
I will say, I think it's not just the hitter ranks. I think everything's flat at this point in the draft. And so once you're at like round 12 in a points league, it kind of just becomes get your guy, because I think we are at the point across the board. And that's why I took Mike Soroka just now as an RP.
Look at you taking Grayson Rodriguez.
And then Grayson
Chris.
Rodriguez, again, there are
I thought I was going to get him on the way back. I thought I was going to get
very few difference makers left. Might as well take the guy that if this elbow injury becomes a non-issue, he's a difference maker, or at least potentially can be.
You can afford to miss here, like I've been saying. And there's a chance Grayson Rodriguez, I think there's a pretty good chance. In fact, I'd say there's a better than a coin flip chance. Grayson Rodriguez ends up making it back before the end of April. It's been long enough. I'm going to take Ryan Walker.
I mean, anytime you can say a guy's name and then they don't go 2 rounds later, you got to take him.
Yeah.
Let's catch people up here. After I took Randy Arozarena, there was Mackenzie Gore, Merrill Kelly, Mike Soroka to Chris, Shea Langoliers, Ronel Blanco, Zach Eflin, Nathan Evaldi. Chris selected Grayson Rodriguez, then Yu Darvish, and Ryan Walker to Scott. I am up here. I'm going to take a reliever as well. Someone I have is a breakout relief pitcher closer this season, Jeff Hoffman. And I believe we are 6 subscribers away from 30K. So
I put the comment up and I feel bad because it hides Scott. Like I did it earlier when he was talking, and that felt very bad because then you just see Scott like trying to.
Nobody wants to look at this. It's okay.
Everybody loves seeing your living room.
Oh, yeah. You know who's seen this living room? Cal Ripken. It's true. He's seen my living room.
I know. Ryan Howard has seen my office. That's a true thing.
Anytime Cal Ripken comes up in conversation, which is surprisingly often, that's what I say. He's seen my living room. Man, I don't like the things that are happening right now.
There are things happening. After I selected Jeff Hoffman, Max Muncy, who is much better in this format, Chris Bassett, Yohan Duran, Chris Bubich. So another Sparp off the board. There goes Jackson Holiday, Christian Campbell.
I really don't like what's happening. I shouldn't have taken Ryan Walker. I knew I shouldn't have done.
Yeah, all the RP, all the RP, or all the Sparps now. Chris Bubich, Nick Martinez just went. Yeah.
Never take a closer.
We are into
before the end of a head-to-head points draft.
Round 16, Dustin May, Brandon Pfaadt, and Nick Martinez. So more Sparps off the board. Tanner Houck goes, and Dustin May, followed by Trevor McGill. I am on deck. I am going to think about who I am going to take here. Dustin May rising up draft boards quite a bit. We talked about him the other day, Chris, with our buddy Nick Pollock.
Yeah, I struggle with Dustin May, especially. He feels like a guy I wish was RP eligible because I don't know how high the upside is, especially in a points league. He's going to probably be limited to like 5 innings early on in the season, especially. There are going to be times when they skip his workload. He basically hasn't pitched the last 2 seasons. It was wasn't Tommy John surgery, was it? It was like flexor tendon surgery. Yeah. And then
I think Dustin May is going to be kind of useless in this format, to be
honest.
That's my concern. Outings are going to be so short, and there are going to be so many interruptions. I think he's going to be great inning for inning, but
we hit 30K.
Not going to deliver. There we go. 30K.
31K by opening day.
Ooh, let's go 40K. Yeah, I don't have much interest in Dustin May in this format. I will say I was tilting not just about the Sparps going off the board, Nick Martinez and Chris Bubich, but also the fact that Max Muncy was taken during that run. I was targeting him for my utility spot. I mentioned the other day, I feel like we're undervaluing him in drafts this year, and he's especially good in this format because of how good the walk rate is. Trying to find the point per game number for Max Muncy, 3.09 last year. And then also Jackson Holiday.
Yeah,
I
you
could
still
use a
got
second
three,
baseman.
You got 3 hitting spots left because you've
I
already
know.
drafted your full pitcher
I know.
group and 2 bench pitchers.
I wanted Jackson Holiday also, not because I'm the biggest believer in Holiday, but in a format this shallow, it seemed like a last chance to get like potentially a real high impact guy. If he does have a breakthrough, it seemed worth the gamble in a shallow format like this. I am going to take one of the hitter spots I need, Dansby Swanson, just in case any wise guy out there thinks he needs a shortstop for his bench, and I end up starting somebody like Jeremy Pena in a points league. We don't want that to happen. Dansby Swanson, I think, is undervalued too. Prior in the years, like the 4 or 5 years leading up to this year, he's been considered a must start regardless of format.
Yep. I am. I took, so after you took Dansby Swanson, Tommy Edman went off the board. There's a chance he ends up with second base eligibility. If Andy Pajes is the starting center fielder. I took Shane Baz. Ryan Pepio went off the board. So there's we have our concerns about how those Rays pitchers are going to work in the new ballpark. Nobody has really come up with like a good explanation for why Tropicana Field was such a good pitcher's park. It wasn't just like, it's actually a fairly small ballpark in terms of the outfield dimensions, but
I know Willie Adames had issues with the batter's eye there.
So hitters seem to see the ball poorly. The ball moves differently there. It is the only just dome, like totally indoor stadium left in baseball, right? So
totally indoor?
Yeah,
that may be right. I'm not sure.
So from what I've seen, it might also be that because there's no wind at all, the ball just doesn't move the way people expect. So it has played better for pitcher than you would expect otherwise. And so it's possible that the entire Rays pitching staff is worse this season than we think it will be, but I'll take the flyer on Shane Baz.
I don't even care that they're not in Tropicana Field. It's where they're going. George M. Steinbrenner Field with the short porch like Yankee Stadium, but in Florida humidity.
Yep.
And Taj Bradley and Ryan Pepio especially, I think are going to get crushed by that since they're fly ball pitchers. Baz may too. Baz, I'm worried. Like, he never got his slider back.
Yeah.
After Tommy John surgery, and he's gotten knocked around sometimes this spring. He had the low 3 ERA last year, but low strikeout rate too. I'm not sure Shane Baz is really back to being an impact pitcher in fantasy, or if he doesn't get that slider back, I'm not sure he ever will be. So I have big concerns about him. And then you add the venue on top of it. All right. I had a devious idea here while you were talking, Chris. I missed out on my potential breakout impact bat in Jackson Holiday.
Mm-hmm.
But I can go Matt Shaw still, who's looked pretty good, I have to say, now that he's playing regularly for the Cubs. He's past that health issue he had early. Third base is blocked currently by Jazz Chisholm, but I'm going to move Jazz Chisholm to second eventually and have Matt Shaw be my third baseman.
I mean, Matt Shaw's going to have second base eligibility before. I guess he's probably not, right? Who's going to start at second base for them in Tokyo? It might be Shaw and Justin Turner starts at third, but we're assuming that by the third game of the season, Nico Horner will be ready and Shaw will move to third.
Probably John Birdie. John Birdie looks like, or maybe Vidal Brujan. Rather than like reorganize their whole infield, that's probably what they'll do.
Matt Shaw has not been officially announced as being on the Cubs opening day roster, but he did travel to Japan. And the way that works is they have like a travel roster of 6 players who aren't on the official roster, but can be promoted if there's an injury. I assume he will be on the active roster.
Let's catch people up on picks here. Where did we leave off, Chris?
I believe the last one we mentioned was Shane Baz. So we'll go Eugenio Suarez at pick 191. Reese Olson, his velocity was up about a mile per hour in his most recent start. Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt. I took Ryan Weathers, a little bit of a reach at 195, but again, at this point in the draft, just get the guys you're excited about because the waiver wire will be full of viable starters in this format.
Not a reach. I would have taken him, Chris, if you didn't.
Then Tanner Scott, Matt Shaw, Walker Buehler, Zachary Neto, who I'm thinking, I think we talked about it on yesterday's podcast. I think it's going to be more like late April, early May at this point, because I haven't seen him like swinging a bat or throwing at full speed yet. Then Joshua Lowe, Jose Soriano, who I've mentioned I like a little bit as a sleeper. Scott, I know you offered me a trade in the Dynasty League involving him that I will consider, although I'm leaning no. Gabriel Moreno, who
You need a closer too, by the way.
Gabriel Moreno hitting the ball
Dynasty
much
League.
harder this spring, so that's interesting. Luis Severino, Mitch Keller, Pete Crow Armstrong, and JJ Bleday. So the reason I say get your guys at this point in the draft is you look at that whole list, and it's a lot of guys who are pretty replaceable. And that includes, I'm not talking bad about anybody, that includes Ryan Weathers. There's a very good chance that 2 starts into the season, it just doesn't go well for Ryan Weathers, and I'm dropping him.
You know, this is truly the get your guys format because it's shallow, A. So if you miss on a pick, okay, as long as you're active on the waiver wire, you can probably make up for it. And B, you don't have to juggle categories. You're not like, oh, I need steals right now, so I better take this guy, even though I want this guy more. You can, and that might be, you may have just touched on a reason why I like head-to-head points so much, is because it's truly a matching up wits as opposed to matching up needs. And you can really like tailor a team to your own tastes more in this format than others. I've never really thought about that before, but it's true.
All right. I am back. I had to go feed the cats. Let's go with that one.
I moved all my cat stuff out of the room for the 7 hours we're going to be in here.
After JJ Bleday, Max Meyer, another riser here in spring, David Bednar, Brandon Woodruff, and Tyler O'Neill. I am up. Last time I took
Were you gone? Were you gone for 30K, Frank? Did you miss the 30K celebration?
No, I was definitely here for that.
Oh, okay.
You missed it.
I didn't hear you celebrating, but
31K by opening day. 31K.
40K. Well, you're aiming
31K by the end of the day.
Yeah, let's go. I am going to take Nestor Cortez, nasty Nestor. Keep loading up those starting pitchers on the bench here. And Scott, you're up.
Yep, I just added him to my queue.
I think a theme of today is I'm going to not be able to keep up crossing off names on my tier sheet. So it's going to be bad when we get into some of those platforms where my own rankings aren't built into the room.
Oh, that's going to be madness.
It is. Hey, there's a Sparp still. I think I'm going to take him. It's kind of a semi-Sparp, but I do think he's going to start more than he relieves, and it's Drew Rasmussen.
Yep.
All right. Yes, we have. Do we have any confirmation of what his role is going to be at all for Tampa Bay, at least to open the season?
I think he's going to be 6th starter, like maybe swingman type. But as soon as there's an injury, which there will be an injury, if not, Taj Bradley melts down and gets sent to the minors.
Oh.
Rasmussen will be in at that point.
After Rasmussen, there was Ranger Suarez, and Chris, we are over to you.
Yeah, I'll just go with a boring pitcher who I think is kind of interesting, Tomoyuki Sagano. The problem, and look, having Shohei Ohtani on your team is not a problem. He's awesome. He's the best. The problem is when I'm looking at like bench hitters, like there's a couple of hitters that I really like left. One of them's a second baseman, but then I look at my team and I've got Ozzy Albies and I've got Shohei Ohtani at utility. So it's like things would have to go really poorly for me to ever start that guy unless he gains outfield eligibility, which he might. And I'll just say the name because it's Jonathan India and I'm the only one who likes him. But I think Jonathan India could be a must-start player in this format with his pretty good plate discipline. He walked 80 times last year, could score 95 runs in this Royals lineup. I like Jonathan India a lot.
Chris,
You spoke it into existence.
I'm sorry.
Until Jazz Chisholm is eligible at second base, I needed a second baseman, and I was counting on Jonathan India. But
Whoa, you jerk!
That's
He is a
unfortunate for you.
this is as bad as that time you denied me Kyle Schwarber.
No,
That was Frank. I have,
and that was worse. Also,
I have
No.
Brent Rooker or Marcelo Zuna on my team.
guys, we're way past that. Never happened. We're on to a new draft. It's a new day. After Chris selected Sagano, there was David Festa, Yandy Diaz, and we're into round 19, where we get Jonathan India, Justin Martinez, Jeffrey Springs to Chris, and good old Uncle Chuck, Charlie Morton. Scott, you are up.
I don't really like anybody who's left. These guys have been so good at drafting for this format that
I want to give a shout out to, because we are drafting us three and listeners, and you have been awesome. They have been great so far. Everyone's on the ball. You know the format. Everyone's here. Everyone's drafting in a timely fashion. So thank you. All the drafts today will be done with other listeners. So let's hope they're as great as this group, because draft one has gone very well.
All right, let's get weird. Let's go for a spring training favorite who not even make the team, but whatever. I can drop him if he doesn't. Zebby Matthews.
Ooh, yeah, spicy. I like it. Not even 4 o'clock. Scott's getting crazy.
Yeah.
Should I get crazy then?
Do it. This is the get your guys
I might get crazy.
Then it's time for Jack Leiter.
That's a good one.
Down. Yeah. I don't know that he will play especially good in this format, because I think he's going to be pretty inefficient and probably walk quite a few batters. But there are multiple injuries to the Rangers rotation. It sounds like Cody Bradford is going to start the season on the IL. I think Jack Leiter is going to be in the Rangers rotation. So
yeah, I'm a little warmer to him after doing my big box score catch up yesterday. That spike changeup he has going, I think.
Justin Verlander was the other one I was considering. He just went as well.
You saw the 5 walks in the most recent start, and you were like, "I'm in."
No, I'm concerned about the control, and he's been home run prone too. So 2 of the 3 legs of the FIP triangle, Leiter has major issues, but that third leg could be a huge strikeout pitcher. So it's not like my favorite sleeper pick, but I'm going to put Jack Leiter in my deep sleepers article. Sure.
Another trendy spring riser is Casey Mize, who's just had, I think he's got like 13, 14 strikeouts in 9 innings so far. His velocity's up again. Splitter looks really good. He's throwing 3 different versions of a slider. He might have tinkered his way into being relevant, at least.
After I selected Jack Leiter, there was Taj Bradley. Edward Cabrera, who's dealing with an injury, might not be ready for opening day. Justin Verlander, I think that's a pretty good pick at this point. Kumar Rocker might have a chance. Never say never. Casey Mize, Luis Rengifo, and then into round 20, Mitch Spence, Cedric Mullins, Robert Suarez, Andrew Painter, Luis Heel, so a stash candidate there, will miss the first 3 months, and Logan O'Hoppe. I am back up, and I need another reliever.
Oh.
So I will go ahead and...
Wow. I did not think that Sparp was going to get drafted. There's a Sparp that we haven't mentioned who looks locked into a rotation role. He was not among the 10 we've talked about all spring. Mitch Spence.
I was wondering why he got taken.
Yeah, it looks like he's pretty much locked into a rotation spot for the A's right now.
There's a potential.
Probably not going to be good, but
there's another potential Sparp. Oh, Hayden Wesneski goes. That's not who I was referring to. But if Shane Smith ends up being a starter for the White Sox, he would be a Sparp.
Thank you for the reminder. He's another I keep forgetting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be for the White Sox and probably short outings, so I don't know that he's really worth pursuing in this format, but it worth mentioning.
I was the one who selected Hayden Wesneski. I don't know if he's very good, but I think he's going to be in the Astros rotation, and he is another potential spark this season.
I think he's mildly interesting, yeah.
I'll take an injury stash here. I think the best injury stash, who hasn't been obviously just injured recently, and that's Shane Bieber.
Yep, a lot of upside there. Did you see the video of him talking about the injury the other day?
No.
That he hurt himself in warmups in his final start and just gutted through it. I think still had 11 strikeouts or something.
Wow. Yeah, he was awesome to start last season.
Yeah, he was really good.
And people were hyping him up. He went to Driveline in the offseason last year and looked like it was going to be a big season.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt a little dumb for calling him a bust before the year, but then he got hurt, unfortunately.
Chris takes Shane Smith a couple picks later. So
yeah, there were a couple of Sparps left that I had in my queue. One of them is pitching right now. But I just watched him. I just watched Luis Ortiz give up a home run to Jacob Stallings, so I'm not going to draft him.
So this is kind of a funny dynamic in these CBS head-to-head points leagues. We're drafting some pretty obscure pitchers, even though it's very shallow format, only 252 players drafted, and we're getting into some deep spring training sleepers. I think this being a smart head-to-head points group, they're just we all recognize we mostly want to fill out our bench with pitchers, and those hitters that you'd almost always see draft. I mean, there's some pretty high-end hitters left for Roto: Luis Garcia, Victor Robles, Nick Castellanos. They're just replaceable in this format. Who?
Luzardo's still out there? No, he's been taken.
Yeah.
Luzardo's gone.
They're just replaceable. The standard, the threshold, the bar to meet for hitters at this point is very low. And did I say that right? Did I phrase that right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you for the real time.
I got you. Anytime.
Syntax check there. Yeah. So yeah, it's why stash one on your bench? You can just pick him up off the waiver wire if you need him.
After Shane Smith to Chris, there was Jordan Romano, Will Warren, and we are into the final round of the draft. Tyler Holton, Clark Schmidt. Chris, you are back up.
So there are many hitters who I like more than the guy I'm going to take, but let's do it. And if he doesn't make the team, he doesn't make the team, and I'll add one of those hitters. But let's take Cam Smith.
Ooh.
The only hitter on my bench, Houston Astros top hitting prospect. I really think he's going to make it sounds like they are giving him every chance.
The outfield stinks. So.
Yes. He's going to play right. He played right field earlier this week in a minor league game. It sounds like they're planning on getting him some work there in a Grapefruit League game. So Cam Smith, I mean, he's only played 32 professional games. He may be overmatched, but he's looked really good so far this spring, and they really, really like him. And the way they talk about like the intangible stuff, they really think he's ready for the jump. That's the biggest thing.
All right, let's catch people up on the final round of action and latest picks. Michael Waka, Luis Garcia to Scott, and I selected Kenley Jansen. So Luis Garcia, who usually is a top 120, 130 pick in Roto, 245th in head-to-head points.
Yeah. It makes sense. His skills are best suited for Roto. Doesn't walk much, steals a decent number of bags. And also he's a part-time player, which is bad for head-to-head. It's just a short-term option for me, filling in at second base till Jazz Chisholm, till I can slide him over there, and then I can put Matt Shaw at third. And then I'll have to pick up a player for my utility spot. Maybe I should have drafted Brent Rooker after all.
No, you should have left him for me. That was good.
If I don't have to be intentional about the position, I could just pick up the best hitter off waiver wire. I imagine there will be several that are more worth starting than Luis Garcia in this format.
All right, I selected Kenley Jansen. So I've got two traditional closers with Hayden Wesneski on the bench. If he turns into an okay starting pitcher, then I could use him as a spark. After that, there was Nick Castellanos, Jameson Tyone, Evan Carter, Yuri Perez, another stash candidate, Caleb Durbin, not to Doc Eisenhower, and Tyler Stevenson. Last pick of the draft. I would assume that person's starting catcher. With the very last pick, you get a top 12 catcher. So that is maybe a reminder and a reason why you might want to wait to draft your catcher in a one catcher league. We did it. Draft one is in the books, and we actually made perfect time. Yahoo's coming up at 4:15. Boom.
Look at that. We are professionals.
And yes, I do want to thank all the listeners that were in that mock draft with us because
they killed it. Everybody did a great job.
They kept it moving. They drafted very well. They knew which head-to-head points league players to take. And you know what? In the meantime, we've got a couple of minutes here. If you got some questions, throw them in the chat. We'll answer some of your YouTube questions. I will just pull up our teams just to see how they came together here. And Chris, take a look at yours. You've got Cal Raleigh, Josh Naylor, Ozzy Albies, Alec Boehm, Matt McClain, Fernando Tatis, Luis Robert, James Wood, and Shohei Ohtani.
I think it's solid. I feel like almost everyone I drafted might be better in Roto. So, that's not great, but I think it'll be fine. Pitching staff has got some upside, but I don't know. I don't think it's the best team I've ever drafted, certainly.
Your pitching staff, you got Corbin Burns, Robbie Ray, Shane Baz, Zach Gallen, Yusei Kikuchi, and then relievers Mike Soroka, Shane Smith. On the bench, Jeffrey Springs, Ryan Weathers, Grayson Rodriguez, Cam Smith, and Tomoyuki Sugano. So you got Burns, you got Zach Gallen, the D-backs, double D-backs. How about that?
Yeah.
And then you got Robbie Ray, who's been a big riser. So I feel like maybe normally you would have another kind of top tier pitcher here, Chris.
Yeah.
And then you kind of wait on those upside arms, like the Robbie Rays and the Yusei Kikuchis and guys like that.
Yeah, I probably took Robbie Ray too early. And if you slot in a different pitcher at the 95 or whatever it was, and him around later, it might have worked out a little better. So you know what? It's hard to draft.
The chat is saying, can we see Jack's team? Chad is saying his team is the best.
Is there a Jack?
I don't see.
Not seeing a Jack.
Let us know who else you were talking about. But
Yeah.
I do also have to get over to the Yahoo side of things. So I don't know that we can look at any other teams here in the meantime. But if you want, Chris and Scott, before you hop out of here, Chris, I know you're going to leave for this and come back in later. If you want to answer some of the questions in the chat while I pull up the Yahoo draft, we can do that. And then we'll get things started at 4:15.
Yeah. Okay. Let's throw this one out there. It's kind of an open-ended question, Scott, but how do keepers impact projected auction values? Obviously they increase them, but how dramatically? I tend to be much more aggressive about pricing players in a keeper league. So like in my keeper league that's drafting next week, I've got Shohei Ohtani. I think he's a $46 keeper. And in a keeper league, if my thought behind keeping him was he probably goes for 60 plus in a keeper league. We all have him in like the $45 to $48 range, but in a keeper league, in a Roto league, I think Shohei Ohtani is going to go for $60. That's the kind of, I think you're looking at 20% inflation on the higher end guys. And I think you need to be more aggressive at the higher end when you're talking about keepers. Do you agree with that?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it depends so much on how many keepers, and for what dollar amounts, how discounted those keepers are. It's a difficult question to answer. I kind of just don't even bother to project auction values in keeper leagues. It's just you kind of get a feel for it surprisingly quickly in the draft room. You get a feel for what the market's going to look like, and then you adjust your expectations based on that.
Are you taking Zach Veen or Chase Dollander as deep sleepers in any drafts?
You know, I've been hot and cold on Veen.
Mm-hmm.
My box score catch up showed me he's heated up again.
Okay.
And I am back on board with Zach Veen. I think he should be the Rockies' starting right fielder. I'm not sure he will be, but they got to take advantage while he's healthy and hitting well. He's hitting the ball hard. He's stealing bases. It wouldn't have been a head-to-head points draft like this, but maybe a deep Roto 5 outfielder league draft. He's someone to consider. Dollander, he hasn't looked great this spring, and Rockies pitchers, there have been so few good ones in their history. Mm-hmm. I don't think it makes sense to invest a roster spot in him outside of dynasty leagues, of course.
Where did Evan Carter go? He was one of the last picks in this draft, so he's pretty consistently a late round flyer, and I love taking him.
I think they just meant like where he went physically on Earth, because he disappeared last year.
Texas. He's still on Texas. He had a back injury last year. He was bad for 59 games. It sounds like he's healthy.
They probably meant the draft. I was just making a dumb joke. Sorry.
How long can the Royals keep Jack Cag down? Jack Cagliano.
Well, it's a long time, probably, barring an injury to Salvador Perez or Vinny Pasquantino, because he's a difficult fit for their lineup with those two there. So they are probably going to slow play him. He does have some chase issues to work on. Hits the ball extremely hard. You see the upside this spring, but swings at too many bad pitches, and that probably hasn't revealed itself as much in spring training when pitchers are just getting ready for the season, and a lot of them are minor league guys that he's facing. But that is the area of focus for him developmentally.
Scott, in your box score catch-up, did you see Ben Joyce yesterday? I know you've been a Ben Joyce guy.
I haven't been a Ben Joyce guy.
You were a Ben Joyce guy.
I'm not a Ben Joyce guy.
What happened to him? You were a Ben Joyce guy.
I'm not a Ben Joyce guy. I don't know where this came from.
You were a Ben Joyce guy at one point.
I never was a Ben Joyce guy. This is fake news.
I'm being gaslit right now. You were a Ben Joyce guy. He's throwing like 100 miles an hour. He's with the Rays. He was dominant in a spring start yesterday.
Oh, no, you're talking about somebody else. You're talking about Joe Boyle.
Ben, Joe Boyle. That's who it was.
Yeah. I was a Boyle guy.
What an embarrassment. You know what?
I think you've got to go after that one. There's no other way to leave the mock draft mega stream than by getting a name wrong and then just completely hopping out. So Chris is gone. He will be out for draft number 2. He will hop back in for the third draft of the day. And it is about time to get things started for draft number 2, which will be a standard head-to-head categories draft on Yahoo using daily lineups. And we are joined now by a special guest, someone who drafts with us all the time. It's B-Don from Razzball. B-Don, thanks for joining us, man.
Hey, happy to join you. Thanks for having me. How's it going, Frank, Scott?
Doing well, man. It's mock draft mega stream day. We are doing 5 drafts in a row because we are crazy people, but we are trying to help everybody out, regardless of what format you play in, where you play, CBS, Yahoo, ESPN, points, categories, Roto. We're going to try and tackle every single thing today. Make sure to follow B-Don on X at RazBdon. That's RAZZ B-Don. And let us know anything you've got going on right now, anything you'd like to promote before we get started.
Mostly just the podcast, Razzball Fantasy Baseball Podcast. It's me and Gray. Once a week, we're doing the positional. We're finishing up positional as drafts are fully in season. That's why we're here right now. So just keep checking out that. I did write an article about our Memorial Magazine League auction that we just finished up. So that's over on the side if anybody wants to check that out and understand what goes on in my crazy mind as I'm plotting through those.
So that was the CBS Memorial Magazine League Roto auction. Results are on CBS also too, if you want to read my recap. But you had an interesting approach because you got Bobby Witt and Aaron Judge both, $49. Very studs and duds or stars and scrubs kind of approach. And Andy Behrens is talking to me, so I'm going to mute him. Apparently that's something that happens when your draft approaches in a Yahoo league. So yeah, that was a very interesting approach and worth. I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts, frankly. So maybe I'll check out that article on Razzball.
All right, so here we are. We are in the Yahoo draft room, and again, this will be a standard head-to-head categories draft with daily lineups, and it's an 18-round draft. So shallower lineups here. We've got 10 starting hitters, 1 of each infield position, 3 outfielders, 2 utility spots, and then 2 starting pitchers, 2 relief pitchers, and 4 pitcher spots. Usually there are 5 bench spots, and that does work into some of the strategy of playing in this format. But I eliminated the bench spots for today just so we can keep things moving. We have lots of drafts to do today, and I don't want to get bogged down on drafting bench spots. But if there's anything else that you guys want to point out on what you would have done if we had bench spots, I know that does work into the strategy quite a bit in this format. Whether I would
probably take more pitchers.
Yeah,
I'll just say that at the front. If there was a bench, I'd probably take out some pitchers before my hitting spots were filled completely.
Yeah, so taking starters that you might want to stream, some late round upside guys, or even just loading up on relievers or platoon bats that you want to just kind of play in and out of the lineup based on when they're playing and what the matchup is. I think that makes a lot of sense in this format. It's the standard 5x5 categories, again, with daily lineups with a 20 innings pitched minimum. So that does kind of factor in some different strategies if you want to go relief pitcher heavy. And we heard for years about the Marmol approach, Marmol strategy. I'm not sure it's called that anymore. There are different variations of it, but I do think maybe you can get 1 or 2 starts in your lineup and then just load up on relievers if you wanted to do that. B-Don, what is your typical strategy when playing in head-to-head categories and the daily lineup format?
Yeah, so for categories, I really like to kind of attack the hitting. Obviously, there's so few spots. You have to grab those impact bats. I think with categories comes the possibility of, ignoring one category. I don't really like to ignore more than one category. That just puts you in such a drastic hole to start the week. Even taking like 1 or 2 speedsters can kind of make up for ignoring it for the whole draft. So I think you can kind of find those guys to at least be competitive. And then, I do like going 1 or 2 starting pitchers and then just a lot of closers and high-end relievers to keep the ratios pretty strong and stream matches.
I don't remember the last time I've done a draft on Yahoo, so this is gonna be interesting. Just navigating the room here.
It will be very interesting. The draft has started, by the way. Again, this is head-to-head categories on Yahoo with daily lineups, and I have the first pick. Scott has the fourth pick. Beaton, I don't know which team name is yours. What pick do you have here?
I'm the third pick. I am the Dynasty. So I'm up right now. I'm right. We're all loaded here in the front. I think the third pick's probably the easiest pick in any draft right now. You just take whoever falls out of the top three. So I will do that and take Aaron Judge.
I'm not throwing shade here now. I'm just, where do you see the pick history?
It is on the bottom right, I guess, in the chat. You
guys just look at it in the chat?
Or you can click draft results on the big middle screen.
Oh, yeah. You can do that.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah. Okay, that'll help.
I'm right there with you, Scott. I haven't done a draft on Yahoo in a long time, so
yeah,
we are kind of relearning on the fly here while we're also trying to teach everyone how to draft.
All right, so this head-to-head categories format is the format where I'm most beyond Roto. Roto, obviously, it's a full season competition. Head-to-head categories week to week. So I like getting category dominators that I can count on actually making a huge impact within that small time frame. And there's no clearer one than Elly De La Cruz. I don't know that I'd take him fourth overall in a Roto league. I might go Jose Ramirez instead, but I'll take him here in head-to-head categories.
And I do think that makes sense. For those wondering, the top pick in the draft was mine. I took Shohei Ohtani, the batter. In this league on Yahoo, there are two different Ohtanis. There's the batter one, and then there's the pitcher Ohtani. So you'll see him, I think, probably get drafted at some point today. I do have in Roto leagues Bobby Witt as my top player. You know, he got hit with the pitch last night on his forearm. Sounds like he's going to be okay. But I think in head-to-head categories, I still would take Ohtani for the reasons you mentioned, Scott. He could just be a dominator. The fact that he has the upside to hit 50 home runs, the upside to steal 50 bases, I don't think he's going to do that again. I think it'll be more like 20 to 30. But in a Roto league, I want that more balanced. I want to take it a little bit safer. It's deeper lineups. And to me, I would take Bobby Witt in Roto, but I'll take Ohtani in head-to-head categories.
So I don't think we talked about this on the podcast, though. Dave Roberts did say the other day that he anticipates Shohei Ohtani sitting more this year, which he had gotten away from. And remember when the Angels first signed him, it was like he doesn't bat the day before he starts and the day after he starts. I'm not sure Roberts is taking it that far, but with the return to pitching eventually, I guess we don't even really know when that's going to happen. He anticipates Ohtani sitting more this year. So something else to think about when you're weighing him as the top overall pick. And of course, if he was a two-way player, if he was a combined pitcher and hitter in this format, daily lineups, you'd for sure make him the number one pick.
You will see that later on. We've got an ESPN head-to-head points draft coming up where he's one player that gets all of the benefits. He gets his pitching points, he gets his hitting points, and it's daily lineups. So I think he absolutely will be the first player in that format. After Elly, there was Jose Ramirez, Juan Soto, Kyle Tucker, Mookie Betts, Gunnar Henderson, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Corbin Carroll. Beaton, we know that Gunnar Henderson is currently dealing with the intercostal strain. Before that, he was pretty consistently a top 5 or 6 player. He's dropped a few spots. What do you think about Gunnar? Do you think he should be dropping? He goes 9th overall in this draft.
Yeah, I've dropped him to the back end of what would be the first round of this draft. So I've dropped him to 12. It's not that bad. I think he's going to be back pretty early. He's still going to be a great player when he's back. I have no concern about that. But I think that's kind of where the line is at 12 for me, where there's kind of the end of a tier that he's going to slot into with the injury.
All right. After Vladimir Guerrero, there was Corbin Carroll. And at the turn, we get Fernando Tatis and Francisco Lindor. The second pick of round 2 goes to Paul Skeens here. And he is the SP1 off the board, followed by Yordan Alvarez. Beaton, who do you have as your SP1 this year? Paul Skeens or Tarek Skubal?
I have Tarek Skubal. We've seen him do it. I just feel like that has to give him a little bit of an advantage over somebody that we haven't seen do the innings yet. Although, based on recent history, maybe you should take the one who hasn't done it yet, because the one who's done it is probably going to get injured.
I agree with you on Skubal being number 1. I just feel like we're in the minority at this point.
After Yordan Alvarez, Julio Rodriguez, Jackson Chourio, there goes Tarek Skubal, and then Trey Turner.
Oh boy, we're getting close to my pick here.
We are. Freddie Freeman. Okay, so still going in the middle of the second round. I know in some drafts he's been slipping a little bit. There's talks that he is still going to get work done on his ankle throughout the course of the season. Not expected to play day games after night games. So I'm not sure we'll get the typical volume out of Freddie Freeman, but probably still in the 140 to 150-ish games range this upcoming season. And Scott, you were up.
Oh boy, what do I do here? Harper, Jaron Duran, or I guess Zach Wheeler.
Lean into all the speed if you.
That's what I'm kind of thinking that actually. I'm going to get so many steals. I won't have to draft another base stealer the rest of the draft, basically. I'm going to try it. What the heck? Jaron Duran is my second pick to go with Ellie De La Cruz. I don't mind overkilling it in a category in this format either. Like, you don't want to finish a distant first in something in Roto because that's just wasted point opportunities. But again, it's a week-to-week competition. I want to be sure I win steals every single week. And this combo assures me that. We'll see if I can dodge base stealers enough the rest of the draft. That's going to be the challenge for me.
Beat-On, you are up. Your first pick was Aaron Judge. Who are you going with here?
I think I'm going to go with just kind of a home run play. It's a shallow league. There's not a lot of positions we have to fill, so I'm just going to take Ronald Acuna Jr. here, and him and Aaron Judge give me two potential number one players in a shallow format. I can find an outfielder for whatever time I have to miss with Ronald.
Yeah, we were just talking in the last draft about the report. It sounds like early mid-May now, which feels like it's being pushed back some. Mid-May, I mean, is a quarter of the season. I get what you're saying about shallow league, and I agree with it, that if you're going to take a chance on the upside guy, the injury risk guy, shallow league is where you do it. I'm after hearing that report mid-May, that sounds a lot worse than late April, early May to me, just in terms of how much time Acuna is going to miss.
I am up. The last couple picks were Ronald Acuna and then Jackson Merrill. I will go ahead and take Bryce Harper here, who he's not really a standout in any particular category. He just kind of chips in across the board, but you get yourself an elite first baseman that should hit 30 plus home runs, good counting stats, and a great Phillies lineup. And I think I'm going to do the Phillies double dip and go ahead and get Zach Wheeler as well. Because I do, in the head-to-head categories format, like to have at least one elite pitcher that I just leave in my lineup. Don't have to worry about it. Throw them out there. There's so many different ways you could play it. Again, you can punt starting pitchers and go with mostly relievers in this format, but I still do like to have at least two starters that I can rely on, keep them in my lineup, then kind of build around that some relievers and streamers that I could plug in for the right matchups. So double Phillies for me. And the next pick is Cole Reagans. And Beat-On, you are back up. Your first two were Aaron Judge and Ronald Acuna.
Yep. And so I'm in a little bit of the trap that I get into this draft season, where I really love outfield and I just keep ending up with more and more outfielders. So I'm going to try and avoid falling into more outfielders and go with just a kind of crazy set of tools. I'm just going to go ignoring average basically and just go for the mix of home runs, stolen bases, and I'm going to go with O'Neal Cruz here. Give me a little versatility, shortstop, outfield. I can move him around if I want later, or even post-draft, to make a replacement for Acuna. And shortstop and outfield are both fairly deep, so I can find one or the other will give me a value, I think, at some point.
This is typically earlier than we see him go. 27th overall. I believe the ADP is, usually in the 40s, so like a fourth round pick in a 12-team league. And I've been avoiding him at that cost just because we haven't seen the step yet. He still can take it. There's massive upside, but struggles against lefties, too many ground balls. Beat-On, if you're taking him here, you're expecting the breakout to happen. You're expecting a big season from O'Neal Cruz. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the tools are so loud. He hits the ball, as hard as you can ask somebody to hit a ball. He's still, young in his baseball career. So
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of improvement to come. Even if he does what he does last year, which is 2020, that's perfectly fine. He showed improvements in the second half, with average, with the strikeout rate. So if he can continue to kind of work on that, if you can be a 27% strikeout guy with an 11% or a 10.5% walk rate, like that's going to continue to play up and allow him to see better pitches if he just doesn't chase so many bad ones. And so, yeah, I think he started to make that change last year. I think he's being underdrafted this year. And I'm happy to have him, especially in, again, this kind of format where his average isn't going to really hurt me, even if he doesn't take that step forward. I think he does in that specifically.
All right, after O'Neill Cruz, there was Matt Olson, Jazz Chisholm, Ketel Marte, and Austin Riley. Scott, you selected Matt Olson.
Yep.
Last round when you took Jarren Duran and I said you could go all in on speed, I actually thought you were going to take Jazz, which you took Duran for him. But you also passed on Jazz in round 3, which surprised me.
No, I'm going to avoid base stealers from now on as much as I can help it. I'll probably get some by accident, but yeah, I think I've got plenty of steals to expect to win the category most weeks, just between De La Cruz and Duran. Otherwise, I probably would have taken Jazz Chisholm. I like the versatility. I like the speed element, the bulk of steals in this format. But after taking Duran, I felt like I needed bulk home runs. So I took Olson. I was kind of tempted to take Austin Riley instead because he's more likely to help in batting average also, which I'm kind of trailing in with Ellie De La Cruz as my first pick. But first base feels like a more important position to fill early. So I went Olson instead.
Oh, you know what? I just realized there's a draft board function here, and that's kind of cool. So
and
you can do that.
We didn't bring it up last round when Freddie Freeman went 20th just before I took Jarren Duran. He feels like kind of an odd choice for this format since he's not going to excel in either home runs or stolen bases. He is going to give you great batting average in theory, and maybe that was the thinking there, just build a nice batting average base. I feel like that's a less predictable category from week to week than the counting stats. So I don't want to like bury myself in batting average, but I'm not obsessing over it either. I just thought that was like to the point I probably would just take Olson outright over Freeman in this format.
All right. After Scott selected Matt Olson, there was Jazz Chisholm, Ketel Marte, Austin Riley, William Contreras, Logan Gilbert, Garrett Crochet, Michael Harris, Manny Machado, and now we are into the 4th round. The first pick of round 4 is Wyatt Langford. So last draft, he lasted until the 5th round in a head-to-head points league. Here in head-to-head categories, Wyatt Langford goes 37th overall. And there is a lot of helium, lots of excitement. Despite the oblique injury early on in camp, Langford is back and he's blasting home runs. Beaton, how do you feel about Wyatt Langford this season? Popular breakout candidate once again, but he comes at a cost going at the 3-4 turn in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I love Wyatt Langford. I have him, in the 3rd round, so I'm absolutely perfectly fine with him going where he went, especially in this format. Again, he has so much potential for power speed. I really don't mind it at all. That's a pretty nice team on the turn there. Tatis, Lindor, Manny, Wyatt. Although you probably say that about everybody's lineup through the first 3 rounds. Hard to look too bad going through that kind of thing. And I want to say, Scott, I completely agree on Freeman. Now I'm a noted Freddie Freeman hater in fantasy. He's in the 80s for me in my rankings. Okay. So
wow, that is extreme.
I would have taken Olsen anyways.
Are you worried about the ankle, the potential day games after night games sitting? They've thrown that idea out there. Is that why you have Freeman that low?
Yeah, so he's an accumulator who was going to miss games, and on top of that, we've seen the power continue to drop. The trends aren't great. Like he's just not hitting the ball as hard as he used to. I think he can get back to maybe mid-20s home runs, but I don't want to pay up for, average, which is kind of fickle season to season, and then middling power with, I don't know where the steals ever came from other than he's kind of a smart baseball player, but like, I don't really expect him to run at any kind of clip like we saw him do for 2 years randomly.
All right, after Langford, there was Pete Alonso, Chris Sale, Corbin Burns, Brent Rooker. Reminder, there's 2 utility spots in this draft. Corey Seager, Rafael Devers, and Blake Snell. Scott, you are back up. Your first 3 picks. Ellie De La Cruz, Jaron Duran, and Matt Olson.
Yeah, I don't love the pitcher situation. I'm probably going to go with another bat here, another power bat. It's between Schwarber and Ozuna. And
One
there are
thing
two
you should mention is that Schwarber has outfield eligibility in this format, which is crazy.
Well, apparently so does Ozuna. that is something that we are going to be
Which
totally
is even
lost
crazier.
in. Yeah, he hasn't played outfield in years. Schwarber at least did 2023.
He should have first base, I would think, over outfield. But
I should mention Brent Rooker also has outfield eligibility. I see someone in the chat mentioning that. My brain automatically thinks, all those three are util only. But on Yahoo, it's the Wild West. So
what happened?
Anybody has position eligibility.
What happened just then with me being startled to see Ozuna go in the outfield spot in my lineup is going to happen a lot in this draft. Yahoo has very, very, very loose eligibility requirements. I don't even know what they are. They seem to be very subjective. I think it's just if the guy's ever played the position or been floated as a possibility at the position, he's eligible there. Schwarber goes right afterward. Yeah.
I thought about doing it.
I sided with Ozuna because of the batting average concern with me taking Ellie De La Cruz as my first pick. I'm just trying to safeguard that. I do feel like he is. I feel like he's a safer bet for home runs, runs, and RBI than Ozuna is, Schwarber. Mm-hmm. But Ozuna is likely to have the better batting average.
All right, I am up. The next pick was James Wood, who, again, it's once we see Wyatt Langford go, it's not long before James Wood comes off the board as well. In a typical categories draft, I think I would maybe target some of these second basemen who just do a little bit of everything. But again, I kind of want dominators in this format when you're just playing a different opponent every single week. And one of my picks is going to be CJ Abrams. I have Ohtani and Bryce Harper so far, so I feel like I could continue to add to the stolen bases. I think Abrams could give, close to 40 steals this upcoming season. And something I almost never do, but let's try it out in this format. I know that they are much more valuable. I'm going to take the first reliever off the board. I'm a little surprised that he was still here. Emmanuel Clase at the 4-5 turn. So I've got my ace. I've got the top reliever in baseball. I got Ohtani. I've got Bryce Harper. I got Abrams. So I feel like so far I've covered all the bases. We'll see if that works out.
I get it. I think if there was any format where I was going to pay for an elite closer, this would be it. And you like having plenty of relievers to slot in on the days your starting pitchers are off. Not going to come into play without a bench here, but that would be like we should probably still draft thinking in terms of this is a full rosters and everything.
Yeah.
And it would make sense to load up on elite relievers a little more. It's not something I'm going to do ever probably in round. What round are we in? 4?
Yeah, it's round
but
5.
I think it's more justifiable in this format.
Right after Class A is Devin Williams, and Beaton, you are up. I do just want to point out, if there was a category for exit velocity, you win it automatically.
Yeah, just give me that one. We'll just put that on like the 6th category. It'll be a tiebreaker each week. It'll be a nice one to have for me. Yeah, I was going to take Devin Williams if he didn't go. Now that he's gone, there's one pitcher left that I kind of have above the rest that are remaining, and that's Dylan Cease. So I'm going to go ahead and take him. Like you said, it's nice having at least one starter just to kind of lock him in there, and week to week you have him. I'll probably try and find another one, but there's that. I know that, just listening to the podcast, you guys have talked about the globula of pitchers. I'll grab one or two more from there, but then from there on, I'm not going to worry about starters specifically too much. And I think if there's one format where I'm going to go a closer before I would have drafted a starter, it would have been this one because I would have done it here.
All right, Scott, you are back up, and your team through 4 picks: Ellie De La Cruz, Jaron Duran, Matt Olson, and Marcell Ozuna in the outfield.
I'm gonna draft another outfielder. Supposedly,
you're filling up the outfield.
Who's more known for playing second base, and that's what'll play for me. It's Jose Altuve.
Did you guys see the clip of Altuve today playing in the outfield?
Well, that was what I was basing my comment on. Yeah,
not great. He's learning on the job. But granted, it seemed like it was a tough play on the warning track, and he didn't know if he had to climb the wall or not. And he lost track of the ball, and it just landed, and he He just stood there. He didn't know what to do, and he had to be.
Did he think it was gone? I think that's.
No, I think he saw the backup, the center fielder going to get the ball, so
okay.
he just gave up on the play. But
Yeah,
he's learning on the process.
I think he's
learning on the
capable
job
of playing it, but it's those angles are hard out there, and it's gonna be a work in progress. But yeah, I think Altuve, he doesn't dominate home runs or stolen bases, but I have so many guys who do, and I just wanted him to bolster my batting average a bit. Plus, the late round options I like at second base are mostly speedsters. So I wasn't sure that I wanted to hold out for that kind of fit in this particular lineup with De La Cruz and Duran at the start.
All right. Want to reset a little bit here. We are into hour 2 of our mock draft mega stream. First year that we're ever doing this, and we've got 5 drafts coming up in a row. We started off with CBS head-to-head points. This is a head-to-head categories on Yahoo with daily lineups. We'll have ESPN head-to-head points with daily lineups as well. That's coming up next at 5:30. And then NFBC Rotowire online championship. That is a 12-team Roto draft at 7. We'll wrap up the night with an underdog draft. So thanks to everyone for being here. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We have crossed 30,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much. 31K by opening day. Let's do it. Let's get to 31K if we can make it happen. Scott, I feel like I cut you off. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say 3 picks after my Altuve pick at 55 overall was Jacob deGrom.
Mm-hmm.
And this is also the format where I might actually take Jacob deGrom because it is shallower than Roto, and he's going to be a category dominator for however long he lasts. If Altuve wasn't there, I would have taken deGrom as my top pitcher. And I was just a couple weeks ago, I wasn't sure I'd say that in any draft, mock or otherwise.
Yep. And after Jacob deGrom, there was Willy Adames, Ozzy Albies, and Edwin Diaz. So another closer coming off the board there. Beaton, what are your thoughts here on Jacob deGrom? Sounds like he wants to throw with less velocity on purpose this season. He's looking to stay healthier. Will it actually happen? That remains to be seen. But what do you think about Jacob deGrom in the 5th round?
I'm not touching him. He's whoever wants him can have him. I have him ranked in the 140s. So I'm safely not getting Jacob deGrom in any of my drafts.
Got it. I understand wanting to play it safe for sure. With deGrom, there's already some talk too that the Rangers plan to build in some off days, and maybe there's a Phantom IL stint in there just to rest him. And they very clearly have an innings limit for Jacob deGrom. The hope is that if he could somehow throw 140, 150 innings this season, and he's 80% of the pitcher that he used to be, then, you've got like a top 10, top 12 starting pitcher on your hands. But you're asking for a lot to happen there with Jacob deGrom. After Edwin Diaz, Michael King, Josh Hader, and we are into round 6 where we see Mason Miller and Ryan Helsley. So bit of a closer run happening here. The drafter at the turn started their team with 4 hitters and then 2 closers, Josh Hader and Mason Miller. And it'll be interesting to go back to that team later and see if they are choosing to punt starting pitchers and really just roll with a lot of those elite relievers in their lineup. So
I think there's a weekly minimum of 20 innings on a Yahoo league. So you probably
have to get 1 or 2 starts throughout the week at least.
Yeah. Well, and you have 2 SP spots specifically to fill.
Right.
So there's that also. But yeah, it's 20 seems like a pretty low minimum. So it's a viable approach. It does kind of hem you in. Lawrence Butler just when I was looking forward to taking him.
It's something I would do on the turn. I like kind of causing the chaos and playing a little bit different team strategy, especially in a category style league. So, you have the opportunity right there. Grab 2 of them. You got saves. You can continue to get more saves as they tend to be a little bit devalued this year versus, previous years a little bit, at least once we get into kind of the middle and back end. So you can grab some of those guys pretty cheap and just kind of keep the ratios and saves each week. And I don't mind that at all. I mean, I think 2-3 starts a week and you can probably stream one of those. That's not too bad.
Catching up on picks in round 6. After Helsley, there was Framber Valdez, Lawrence Butler, Anthony Santander, Raisel Iglesias, Tyler Glasnow, Logan Webb. Scott, you are up. I do just want to point out again on Lawrence Butler. He goes 64th overall in this draft. That's right around his ADP in the month of March over at the NFBC. I feel like we typically see him go even earlier than that. So Butler actually lasts to the 6th round of this draft. And Scott, you are on the clock.
Oh, I know who I want to take. It's somebody who's way too low, I think, in the Yahoo draft room here. Adley Rushman.
Yeah.
One catcher league, smaller lineup league. I like to that's the format where I want as much impact as I can get from every spot, including catcher. So it's pretty much just William Contreras and Adley Rushman that I'd be willing to pay up for, but I don't even really feel like this is a pay up. Round 8? Is that where I just took him? Love that.
Round 6.
Okay.
Still
fine. Still fine.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. Well, let's see. B-Don, you are back up here. We'll check in on your team. You've got Aaron Judge, Ronald Acuna, O'Neal Cruz, Kyle Schwarber, Dylan Cease, and up in the 6th round.
Yep, I'm up. I'm going to use some of Yahoo's eligibility here. Grab a player I really, really like this season, and that is Matt McClain. I'd probably go with Brenton Doyle if I didn't already have 4 outfield eligible players. But yeah, I'm very happy to have Matt McClain here.
Well, talk to us about Matt McClain because he missed all of last season with various injuries. But if he's healthy, he looks like a player that can go 2020. What are you expecting from Matt McClain?
Yeah, I mean, I think 2020, if he stays healthy, is kind of a baseline, and he has some room to grow from there. I mean, he's always produced when healthy. I mean, I do a lot of like looking at monthly splits, half splits, and just kind of seeing, who are the inconsistent performers, who are the consistent performers. And like he doesn't have bad months when he's on the field. It's just whether he plays or not. So I just think he's a great baseball player, basically, and love drafting him on my teams. And dual position eligibility allows me to shift Cruz for Acuna. McClain can move over shortstop, or he can play second. Doesn't really matter.
All right, I am up here, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I'm also trying to familiarize myself with like the ranking system here on Yahoo. I have a few ideas of things I want. I think one of them is going to be Marcus Semien is still here, but I don't have second or third base, and I know he's not making it back. So I'm taking Jordan Westburg again, and I can kind of shuffle him around depending on where I want to use him. I think the other pick I'm going to make, I'm thinking about it. I was thinking about Brenton Doyle, but in a head-to-head format, playing in Colorado, like you probably don't want him for his road games too. Check in on starting pitcher and see who's left. I've got Zach Wheeler. There's Pablo Lopez, Shota Imanaga. Yeah, they're starting to go a little bit.
You prefer Westberg to Semien now?
No. Maybe I should just take both of them, right? I guess I could do that, right, Scott? Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
We'll grab a little bit of everything. There's no one else that I'm really like sold on with this pick right now either. So I was thinking about Brenton Doyle to grab more speed for my team, but in the head-to-head format, it's just you don't want to have to think about whether you're playing him in away from Coors Field. And I've already got Zach Wheeler, I got Clase, so didn't think I needed to go back in on starting pitching yet. And 2 names with Semien and Westberg that they're kind of jack of all trades, master of none types, which they're still fine in this format, but they're not players of extremes. They don't offer you like huge value anywhere, but I already have some of those players. So I'll just continue to build out that across the board production with a player I really like in Jordan Westberg and someone who might be a little bit undervalued this season in Marcus Semien. The next pick was Cody Bellinger, and B-Don, you are back up.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yep. I'm going to go. The oblique worries me a little bit, but he's back hitting at least in the cage. So he's swinging again. I'm going to go with Christian Walker, who I think is really going to benefit from the park there in Houston.
All right. Yes. I just took him in an NFBC draft myself. So hoping that he is healthy. That's Christian Walker. The swing should be suited for playing in Minute Maid Park. It's just, will he be healthy? He's dealing with the oblique. He dealt with it last season as well. He has a history of obliques, but as B-Don mentioned, he's back swinging, and the hope is could be ready for opening day. And Scott, you are back up. Your team so far, you've got Ellie De La Cruz, Jaron Duran, Matt Olson, Marcelo Zuna, Jose Altuve, and Adley Rutschman. No pitchers.
No pitchers yet, and I'm tempted to take another hitter, but I won't. I'll take a pitcher. Shota Imanaga slid. His last spring start, his velocity was down 2.5 miles per hour, but there aren't any that's just people observing data. It's not like there have been alarming reports coming out from the Cubs. So I'm not alarmed yet. It's typical spring training stuff, I feel like. And so he has the potential to be a whip standout for sure, and pretty solid across the board. I feel like I'm getting him a nice discount here as a budget ace.
Beat on, I see the Cubs light in the background. What are your thoughts on Shota Imanaga this season? Can he follow up a stellar rookie season?
I believe he can. I think the numbers are for real. I think if anything, the strikeouts could potentially go up. We've seen he looks really good on that front in spring training. I think the one thing that is going to be really hard to replicate, which is out of most pitchers' hands, is the wins. 15-3 is going to be a really hard record to duplicate, even if he's excellent again. It's just so hard to go with that kind of record season after season. And the Cubs, the wins kind of plays different day to day. So if he catches some bad wind breaks,
it's the ERA that concerns me because he's so fly ball oriented.
Exactly. And last year it happened to be like drastically in for most of the season, which is not normal in Chicago. So I expect a little bit of equalization on the ERA and on the wins, but I still love Shota. I mean, he's great.
All right. Trying to check back in on the draft picks. I see Bryce Miller was one that recently went. There was Brenton Doyle just before that, Josh Naylor, Felix Bautista. Bautista has been throwing in spring. Velocity was way down earlier on. First appearance, it was like 4 miles per hour down from where his sinker normally is. But the second outing, it was back up. I think it was like 96.5 or 97 miles per hour. So hopefully that velocity continues to climb, and we will get a healthy Felix Bautista by the time opening day comes around. The next pick was Bailey Ober. And we're starting to see that second tier of starting pitchers go off the board here.
Mm-hmm. I was hoping to pair Ober with Shota Imanaga. Bidon, I don't know how you feel about this, but I've been saying it's not in terms of the pitches they throw, but just in terms of the strikeouts, the walks, the fly balls. It's a very similar profile actually for Imanaga and Ober, and if their ERAs flipped this year, it wouldn't be the most shocking thing.
No, I completely agree. I think if anything, Ober got a little unlucky on the ERA.
He had the better xERA between the two of them. Yeah.
And I mean, the whip is always solid. So even if the ERA just kind of normalizes and gets to, 3.5, 3.6, and he doesn't improve, which I still think he has room for, like the whip is still outstanding.
After Bailey Ober and Bryce Miller, we got Alex Bregman, Wilson Contreras, Andres Munoz, and Pablo Lopez at the turn. And then one of my favorites, Spencer Schwellenbach, the first draft in a while that I will not have Spencer Schwellenbach on my team. I do just want to come back to this team on the turn at pick 12 because they started their team with 4 hitters and then 3 relievers in a row, Josh Hader, Mason Miller, Andres Munoz, and Pablo Lopez. So looking to dominate that saves category, keep those ratios down with all those relievers, but also took Pablo Lopez. So an interesting strategy there on the turn. After Schwellenbach, Mike Trout, and Ryan Walker. Did I hear sighing from someone? Was that Scott?
Yeah, that was me. This was maybe the earliest I was going to take a closer so far this year. I was ready for Ryan Walker. I was going to do it.
After Ryan Walker, Jake Berger and Junior Caminero.
Caminero.
Is that who you were looking to take, Scott?
I actually had an opportunity for once. He made it to pick 90. We were just saying in the head-to-head points ones, he went 55.
Yeah.
And we were bemoaning how far he's moving up draft boards, but 90, I can do 90.
Oh, yes. His ADP over the past week or so is inside the top 70 at the NFBC. So Caminero making it down here into round 8. And it's an interesting point and a reminder that drafting in different draft rooms and different formats.
Oh my gosh.
Scott is not as cool as a cucumber right now.
Q was emptied out. Like I had 5 players.
Extremely uncool cucumber alert.
Oh, an appearance from CPT.
Oh man. Boba was the one who made me flip out there. I don't know what to do. I better figure it out quickly.
You've got 30 seconds.
Yeah, I know who I want to take.
Nah, do you?
I think so.
Okay, do it.
If I can figure out how the draft room works. I'm going to take Max Fried as my second starting pitcher.
Okay.
So I got a nice whip base there with Imanaga. But the concerns I have about his ERA, I think Max Fried's going to counteract that. He's very safe for whip for ERA, because he's such a good ground ball pitcher. And I think he'll get a ton of wins for the Yankees, as he typically did for the Braves.
Scott, I want to give you a stipulation of only drafting left-handed starting pitchers for the rest of the draft.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll see if I can follow through on that.
Beat on, you are back up your team through 7 picks. You have Aaron Judge, Ronald Acuna, O'Neal Cruz, Kyle Schwarber, Dylan Cease, Matt McClain, and Christian Walker.
Yep. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just jump in on the relievers while they're still sitting around. Duran's the top one on the board. It's hard to argue with that, given that I'd love to go Tanner Scott, but I feel like there's just going to be so many splitting opportunities there. I'll just go with Duran, although he's going to split opportunities too. So maybe I should just talk myself out of this pick, but here we go anyways.
I do think at the end of the day, while they both will split to some extent, my expectation is Duran will still have a higher share of the twin saves than Tanner Scott of the Dodgers. I could be wrong about that.
A little fight about that the other day.
I think Tanner Scott's going to have better numbers, though, so I just don't know if the handful of saves is worth getting better numbers.
So you're a Johan Duran skeptic too, huh, B-Don?
I am. I mean, I was
outnumbered on the podcast the other day.
Like the numbers are just plummeting each season, so I don't know why we wouldn't be a little skeptical on what's happening.
There you go. It was one of those arguments where I don't think the other side even really understood. Each side really could even understand the other's perspective, so there was no way to bridge.
I gotta shut that off. I just got a big old my turn to draft. Cal Raleigh is next up. Let's see how catcher is doing. I think it's there's a really good name there up at the top. I could go that route. I don't have a catcher. I don't have any outfielders yet. You guys got like 8 outfielders each. I don't have any. Frank? I have Bryce Harper
Ozuna in the outfield. Sorry, go ahead.
I have Bryce Harper, Marcus Semien, Jordan Westberg, CJ Abrams, Shohei Ohtani at util, and then my pitchers are Zach Wheeler and Emmanuel Clase.
Yeah, that's pretty good for having no outfielders.
Yeah.
The consensus number 2 catcher is still there. Am I seeing this right?
I am going to take Seiya Suzuki with one of my picks. I love Seiya Suzuki. I try to draft him every year. He's another one of these, like, doesn't excel in one spot, but I just think he's going to give you across the board production. I think the Cubs, I'm not just saying this because you're here, B-Don, and you have the light in the background. I think the Cubs are going to be really good. I think their lineup is going to be awesome this season. Kyle Tucker joining that team, hopefully a full year out of Seiya Suzuki, a healthy Dansby Swanson. I think their lineup is going to bounce back and be really good this season. So have no problems taking him. The other pick, though, I think I need another starting pitcher. I've got to jump back in here. I've got Zach Wheeler. I've got Clase. I don't think I need a second reliever yet. And
you don't want to take that catcher.
I kind of do, but I'm worried about what my SP2 will be if I wait.
It's amazing that he's still there, right? Yair Diaz? He's ranked 155th.
No, I wasn't even thinking about him. I was thinking, there's 2. I was thinking about Salvador Perez. All right, I'm not going to take catcher then. I'm going to take Joe Ryan. Is going to be my SP2 there to go along with Zach Wheeler.
I was looking at him. Good whip specialist there. But that's a good, like, I think it's important, this Yair Diaz thing, because what's his ADP right now on NFBC? It's like 70th?
It's like 55 or 60.
55? So his
in top 60, yeah.
In Yahoo, he's ranked 155th, and his ADP 104th. So the ADP is actually quite a bit higher than the ranking. But that's one guy that appears to be buried in the Yahoo room. I don't actually think he's the number 2 catcher. I think the guy I took, Adley Rushman, is. But Yainer Diaz, according to drafting in categories leagues, is the number 2 catcher, not in Yahoo rooms.
54.99 is the ADP in the month of March for Yainer Diaz. And like, I get moving him down in the head-to-head points league. He is one of the most walk-averse players in baseball, but this is not a head-to-head points league, so he should still be very good in this format.
That's Chris Towers, by the way. He's back. He's back from hanging out. Back from, I don't know, doing something.
I like that he takes a draft off, but just can't stay away from us.
Oh, you took
a shower.
Mid mega stream shower right there.
I
probably want to eat something too at some point, Chris.
I had a snack, but yeah, it's going to be a problem.
B-Don, we're back to you in round 7.
Yeah, I'm going to break one of my rules here. Either way, I was either going to draft a catcher or I'm going to draft another reliever, and I'm just going to go with a reliever. Talked about him last round, so going to take Tanner Scott. I'm pretty happy having 2 closers. That's pretty settled now.
Yeah, for sure. You've got 2 maybe questionable saves outputs, but I still think you get 20 to 25 and maybe that's selling it short. Like if Tanner Scott is just the guy all year, he can have 40 plus saves. Like that is within his range of outcomes. But if we're just talking, I guess, median projection, but 2 that should have really, really great ratios and lots of strikeouts as well. Scott, over to you. Your last 2 picks, Imanaga and Max Fried. Will it be another left-handed starting pitcher?
Well, I like category dominators. This is a category dominator.
Ooh. But he's not a lefty.
He's not a lefty. Sorry, I broke the rule you set for me. Spencer Strider.
Spencer Strider is the pick as Scott dons the Braves jersey. We got an update earlier today that it looks like Strider is tracking towards a late April debut. Everything has sounded all right. He's coming back from the internal brace surgery. So we will see.
And Yainer Diaz goes right after him 101, which is the ADP in Yahoo leagues, though not the ranking.
Worth mentioning again, this is a 1-catcher format. NFBC, lots of 2-catcher leagues. I think almost all of them are 2-catcher leagues. So I think it makes sense why Yainer Diaz would go higher. I mean, 50 picks higher, maybe that shouldn't be the case, but yeah, he probably should go higher in a 2-catcher league.
The best, apart from maybe 1 and 2, William Contreras and Adley Rushman, Yainer Diaz, the best batting average bet at catcher by a pretty substantial margin.
Yeah. After Salvador Perez, Tristan Casas, who is projected to bat cleanup for the Red Sox. The first 3 of that lineup, Duran, Devers, and Alex Bregman, followed by Casas. The guy could have 110 RBI this season. It would not surprise me. Can he stay healthy? Can he put it all together? Those are different.
Can he cut down on the strikeouts from last year?
Yeah, but it is a prime lineup spot there for Tristan Casas. Next up, we get Hunter Green, Luis Robert, Riley Green, and look at that. It would have been cool if we got Green and Green back to back. That would have been fun. Hunter Green and Riley Green. But Luis Robert this is 2 drafts in a row. Head-to-head categories lasting almost till the end of round 9. B-Don, I understand there are questions here about health, team context, but 2 years ago we saw Luis Robert's upside. It was 38 home runs, 20 steals. Do you think this is the appropriate time to take a shot in round 9 on Luis Robert?
Yes, as a noted Lou Bob hater, even I have him inside the top 100. So had I not had 75 outfielders on my team already, I probably would have taken him here. Just had other needs as far as building the roster out, really.
Does anybody know how to move your players around within your lineup on Yahoo? Because it's bothering me that I can't put Marcus Semien at second base and Westbrook at third. And I'm
like to guess it just does it automatically.
So if I draft another player that goes into my util spot, that they'll just move players around.
Yeah, if it can't, if there's not a natural place for him to go in your lineup, it'll bump someone over if that's possible.
There's nowhere else to go. You can't draft bench players in this mock draft, so I guess
that's true.
They'll figure it out, hopefully. After Riley Green, Xavier Edwards could be another category dominator.
Could be a two-category dominator.
Yep.
Well, I guess could be a 3-category dominator if we think the Marlins score enough runs.
No. They're not.
No. Well, he gets on base a lot in theory. If he's hitting for average, he'll get on base a ton.
He'll score 85 runs.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's not going to score 85 runs.
Well, if he bats over 300, he will probably and stays healthy. He will exceed 85 runs from that leadoff spot. I feel comfortable saying, but it's a big if.
How many times has Luis Ariz done that? And he has the best batting average in baseball. I feel like
so Luis Ariz though he doesn't walk. He's a bad base runner.
Yeah, he's not fast.
Like Luis Ariz just gets on first base. That is the extent of the Luis Ariz experience.
That is fair. After Xavier
Edwards walks a lot more. Yeah.
At the turn, we got Vinny P.
Baby.
Vinny Pasquantino and Luis Castillo. This felt like I'm a little bit down on Castillo, but this is a pretty appropriate fall, I think, getting into round 10. And then Shane O'Mac.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Shane McClanahan, who I believe has only made one spring start. Has it been one or two? I think
he's only made one official start, but he started against minor leaguers today. Looked very good from what I saw.
In that one start he made in a real game, he looked great too. So might just prove us wrong this season. Next pick is Will Smith, the catcher, of course. Beaton, what do you think about Shane O'Mac? Shane McClanahan coming back from his second Tommy John surgery. He's looked pretty good early on. Sounds like he'll be on an innings limit of around 150 this season.
I've gone through different swings with Shane. I was really, really excited as I was starting to put my rankings together. And then it kind of fell off as draft season has gone on. The performance has been very nice, but he's only gotten, I think, two starts so far. So it kind of feels very Shane McClanahan in that I'm going to get 20 to 25 starts, and they're probably going to be pretty good. But I don't think I'm getting 30.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, this one guy, Mike's Way, little free endorsement there, I guess.
Is he crushing you, Scott?
He has gotten me 4 times. Justin Steele being the latest time. He's a drafter after my own heart.
Yeah. So it's been the last 4 picks: Bailey Ober, Ryan Walker, Luis Robert, and Justin Steele. After Steele went, there was Matt Chapman, Tanner Bybee, Zach Gallen, Roki Sasaki. Pitching run. And Scott, you are back up. Your last 3 picks have been starters. Will you make it 4 in a row?
Do Yahoo leagues have IL spots?
I think they typically have a few to start. There's none in this mock draft, but yeah, I think there are.
Well, obviously, but we're trying to draft for the typical Yahoo league.
Yeah.
You know, B-Don? Does anybody know?
I believe so. I think it's 2 usually.
It's 2? All right, let's fill them right away. I got Strider, and I'm going to take George Kirby also.
Is it a little bit too risky though, Scott, taking on 2 stash candidates with your first 10 picks? So it's, pretty early.
I'd rather taken Justin Steele, even though I have Kirby ranked ahead of him. It's not the ideal, but it's a shallow league with IL spots, so I can work with it. I think the upside is obviously huge between Strider and Kirby, and they complement each other very well.
Beat on back over to you. Your last 2 picks were relievers with Yohan Duran and Tanner Scott.
Yeah, this is definitely a heart versus head scenario for me. I'm looking at my lineup. I have a clear, empty spot that I need to fill, and there's a player that probably should go here for me, but I can't just ignore the fact that Dylan Cruz is still sitting here. So
I was getting ready to take him.
I think I just need to move him up my rankings because I keep.
I felt like I needed a little bit more steals on this team. I could have used an outfielder. You should have went with your head, not your heart. Come on. Draft with your head, man. Well, now I've got to figure out what to do, and I'm on the clock. So we'll figure it out together in real time. Royce Lewis was the next pick. I could use a catcher, outfielder, maybe another pitcher. So let's check in on all of those. Catcher feels a little flat right now. Let's look at the outfield. There's no real standout players, but it's starting to get a little thin here. So I wonder if I should do that. Starting pitcher. There's Freddie Peralta, Hunter Brown, Sonny Gray. So also starting to thin out a little bit on this side of things. I'm going to go ahead and take Sonny Gray. He's someone I've been just drafting a lot as my SP3. I'm fine with it. The skills were great last season. maybe he gets traded to a better team at some point this year as well. And as my SP3 to go along with Zach Wheeler and Joe Ryan, I feel totally fine about that. I think it's got to be outfield. I've only got Seiya Suzuki. Do I double up on the Cubs? Do I go Ian Happ and Suzuki together? There's Randy Arozarena, could provide a little bit of everything.
I love hearing you talk through your picks.
Well, I don't have a lot of time to think about it beforehand, Scott, so I've got to figure it out on the fly here.
There's always a very fun name in the outfield still sitting there.
Who's that?
Has 2 S's in his name.
Is it this guy?
2 S's in his name.
I don't know who I have ranked higher.
Oh, that one.
His name normally doesn't have 2 S's,
No,
No.
he's.
I think I know you're referring to, and that's who I'm going to take.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Jason Dominguez. I would have to consult my rankings, but again, that's the fun of drafting on a different website is that I don't have them right in front of me. Randy Arozarena was the other player I was thinking about, which he could give you 20-20, hope that he gets the batting average back up to 250. Dominguez could do the same thing, but it's just the mystery box of, can he steal 30 bases? Can he hit 25 home runs? Can he catch a fly ball? That I don't know, but power and speed should hopefully be there for Jason.
I don't know about the pick that came after. Jonathan India, 122.
That feels early in a head-to-head categories league.
I would
early,
guessed
even not in the categories league.
Right. Yeah, even in a points league, 122 would be early, and that's his better format. Yeah, I didn't expect to see him drafted in this one, to be honest.
Yeah, should provide a lot of runs scored leading off for the Royals. The hope is he steals a little bit more playing in Kansas City, but maybe a little bit early here for Jonathan India. And then beat on your next pick was Freddie Peralta. Was that the head versus heart pick there? Did you get both of them?
That was. I got both of them, so pretty happy with that. Needed another starter. I looked at the board. I was like, there's a few that I like anyways. I had Peralta, at the top of that list. So if I get both, I'm pretty happy with that.
Scott, you are back up, and your last 4 picks have been starting pitchers.
Yeah.
I'll
switch to hitter.
Yeah.
I'll switch to hitter here, but my 3rd straight injury risk after Strider and Kirby. Christian Yelich, though, I'm starting to feel more optimistic about Christian Yelich. He's homered a couple times already in the brief time he's returned from back surgery. I'm not going to mind having more steals, even though I don't think I really need him. And there's a good chance he helps in all 5 categories, batting average included. So I'm happy to get him here.
After Christian Yelich, Mark Vientos, that was a good pick, Scott. He was buried. If I knew Christian Yelich was there, I probably would have taken him as my second outfielder instead of Jason Dominguez. So, yes.
What was his rank in ADP? Did you happen to catch that, or is there a way to look at it now?
I think I can go back and maybe show drafted. And
expert rank 127.
So he was he was there. I guess I just didn't see him, or I wasn't paying attention.
I'm trying to remember where I have him ranked to see if that's one you can take advantage of in the Yahoo draft room. They just undervalue. I have him 92nd.
I probably would have taken Yelich there as well. So that's a good pick. After that one, Mark Vientos, Jeff Hoffman, Randy Arozarena, Robert Suarez. So lots of relievers, lots of outfielders.
Shoot.
I do want to highlight Mark Vientos going off the board 125th here. He's another one where, based on other ADP sources, there's more hype. He's typically a top 100 pick. He lasts all the way to 125 here. And I think that's a little bit more appropriate. There's still big power upside here. B-Don, what do you think about Mark Vientos this season with that at least loaded top half of the Mets lineup?
I actually really like Mark Vientos. I know that Scott's not the biggest fan, but I think the power is legit. I don't know that he's going to continue to hit for a neutral average, but if he can just stay above 240 and hit 30 home runs, I'm pretty happy with that. And in this format, I really don't mind it because, again, you could just be punting average, or average week to week is so fickle. You can just hope that he has a good week, and that can kind of win out sometimes.
The power is legit. There's no questioning that. It's just, does he make enough contact to justify staying in the lineup, or does he revert to being like a Patrick Wisdom type?
After Mark Vientos, there was Hoffman, Randy Rosarena, Robert Suarez, Hunter Brown, Ezekiel Tovar. We are in round 11. We're going 18 rounds into this one, head-to-head categories on Yahoo with daily lineups. We've got to get through 18 rounds. So 6 more in 20 minutes. That doesn't feel like a very good pace. So we've got to pick this up. We are supposed to start an ESPN draft at 5:30. I might have to put the start time on that one to 5:45. We absolutely have to be done with that by 7 o'clock because we have a live NFBC draft going.
We can do it. We can get through 6 rounds in 20 minutes. I believe in us.
I believe that we can draft after.
Can you drop the pick time?
I'll stop using the full clock to explain my picks.
You know what? I'm going to look at that now on the ESPN draft because I think I'm going to lower that to 45 seconds so we can keep that one moving a little bit faster there. So, Chris, you will have fun in your draft of 45 seconds because it can, well, yeah. It looks like I can't even do that. I can't change it anymore. So.
Chris will be talking about someone and 2 rounds will go by.
Yeah. Chris, feel free to come defend yourself if you'd like. After Ezekiel Tovar, there was Alexis Diaz, Sandy Alcantara. Sandy?
Tell me about it, stud.
Luis Garcia Jr., and then we are into round 12. Nico Horner, Ryan Presley, Ian Happ, Brian Wu, Jordan Romano, Jared Jones, Adolis Garcia. We are picking up the pace, and Scott, you are up.
Oh, I didn't even know I was up. Sorry. 20 seconds left. I better take Isaac Paredes before he's gone. He's the last third baseman I like as a starter, and I really, really like him as a starter.
Mm-hmm. All right. That makes sense. After Isaac Paredes, Beaton, you are back up.
Yep, I was. That's who I was going to take. So now I'm scrambling a little bit. So now I'm going to have to take a little bit of time that I wasn't planning on taking. I'm just going to continue on the reliever thing that I started. I'm going to take Pete Fairbanks here.
Pete Fairbanks. Okay, we're going to come back to that. Actually, I'll let you talk about that pick because typically I think he's a fade for all of us on the CBS podcast. He has been good the past couple of years, but also velocity has been down. He's been an injury risk. So why Pete Fairbanks here over some of the other names that are available?
It's kind of in line with some other things, like when he's healthy, like kind of like the McLean, like when he's healthy, he's really good. I know the velocity's down a little bit, but I'm not overly concerned. He's always kind of bounced back from any kind of velocity dip before. 31 is not a great age to see that happening, but also, without trying to give away too much, this is fake league, so who cares? But I also try and pair him with Uceda a lot because you can get him for nothing. And that way, even if Uceda's not going to be the closer, he's going to give you elite numbers. And if he is the closer, then you've gotten, a top level closer for pennies on the dollar.
All right. I know I just told everyone to make their picks, but I'm trying to figure out who I want to draft. I took Robbie Ray because Chris wasn't here to do it first.
I got my tight pants on.
Robbie Ray, known as the wearer of tight pants, of course. And took him as my SP4 and could dominate the strikeout category. Happy to do that. Big riser this spring. And I've got to figure out who else I am going to draft. There's no hitters that are really standing out to me. I do need a catcher. I think this team could use a little bit more power. So the pick is going to be Shea Langoliers, who in his career has much better numbers on the road. And he's moving to Sacramento this season. They're playing in Sutter Health Park. Should be a little bit better of a hitting environment. And overall, he's just continued to improve the past couple of years. So Cal Raleigh light, 80% Cal Raleigh. I'll take that here as my starting catcher with Shea Langoliers. And the next pick was Kodai Senga. Beaton, you are back up.
Another draft where JT Realmuto is falling, going behind Langoliers again.
I thought about taking JTR. Scott, he's my, I don't know if he's my highest ranked catcher, but it felt like
you needed the power. I get it.
Needed power, yeah. So that's why I did that. Yep.
I'm just going to continue and just take another closer here. I'm just going to go with Trevor Miguel, who I really like here.
You know what? This is where not having a bench is going to hurt me because Relievers are going to get pushed up because of it.
Yeah,
And,
I mean, you don't need starters if every reliever is going to go off the board, and then bench relievers too.
Yeah, so I'm going to take Bednar just because he's the top closer left.
I know I don't have a second closer yet, and I might be screwed. So I took Emmanuel Clase. I probably waited too long to go ahead and grab my second reliever there. After Bednar goes Stephen Kwan, who felt like he was the top player for a while there, at least based on the Yahoo.
It's a tough format for him with only 3 outfield spots. You're not getting any power. Well, you might get double-digit home runs, I guess. But like a combined 30 homers and steals, that's tough. For as much as he helps in batting average, it's tough when you have so few lineup spots to make up for what he's costing you in those counting stats.
And another closer goes Kenley Jansen and then Jack Flaherty. So, man, I don't know what closers are left. It is not looking great. So, got to try to figure that out, I think, on the next turn. And the next pick was Chris Martin. Will he be the closer of the Rangers? Beat on. What do you think, Chris Martin in Texas?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't foresee them having any idea either. So I don't really know how I can really comment on it. I mean, Chris Martin's been fine. He has the strikeout ability to be closer, but I don't think Texas knows what they want from it right now. So it's kind of an avoid for me. If they all if Martin and Garcia and Church and Jackson all fall, then maybe you just grab one. If Martin seems to fall quite a bit. He's also like 45 years old, so who knows how long he'll stay healthy. Again, you just kind of grab whoever you like the most. Maybe the biggest thing against Garcia is just that he's a lefty, so you're probably not going to get full-time closer out of him. I feel like their closer's not on their team yet.
Yeah, that might be true. It could be a trade. It could be a signing of David Robertson or Craig Kimbrell, or it could be on one of their minor league teams. Emiliano Teodo, I still think that they should give him a chance, but I get it. They want to try to build him up as a starter. So sounds like they're going to try that. If it doesn't work, maybe he's the closer. After Chris Martin, there was Brendan Nimmo, Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher here in round 13, who is not going to start the year in the rotation. We don't really know when he's going to be back. Hopefully late May, we think. I mean, it could be longer than that. Potentially June for Ohtani, the pitcher. Michael Garcia, Christopher Sanchez, velocity way up this spring. He has been a big riser. JT Realmuto to kick off round 14, followed by Lucas Erceg, Paul Goldschmidt, Alec Boehm, and Ryan Pepio. Yeah, let's keep this thing moving. We've got 4 more rounds to complete in the next 12 minutes. So should be an interesting one. Bryce Terang, who could dominate steals for the team that drafted him. Josh Lowe, Kevin Gausman. Scott, you are up.
Dominate steals for Terang, but pull down everything else. So I think that's going to go. Not that it's a bad pick at this point. That's just, I don't think it's going to go as well as last year. And it certainly didn't go well in the second half. Okay, Kyle Finnegan, get another glob of steals here. Saves, excuse me. Another glob of saves.
It's not like you knew I needed saves or anything like that. It's
well, I think we should probably just draft them until they're all gone at this point, since there's no bench spots to fill. Bednar and Finnegan are my 2 relievers, save sources, and neither of them are great for ratios or probably job security. I think the rest of my pitching staff can at least absorb the ratios.
Yeah,
much fewer innings from the relievers.
I entirely waited too long. I don't see anyone really that can provide.
They got pushed up. They got pushed up because nobody is. Everybody has to fill out all their relief pitcher spots before sometimes bench players would get pulled up before that.
All right. Well, the next couple picks were Colton Cowser, Matt Shaw. Scott took Kyle Finnegan. Beat on. You took Matt Shaw. Be honest. Was that a homer pick?
Probably, but I at least homer picked him so much that I've also show that in my rankings. So I'm all in on Matt Shaw. I think he has just a really great skill set for our game. Plus, third base gets really ugly. There's probably another third baseman out there I should have taken over him, but the triple eligibility he has on Yahoo was pretty tempting as well.
I was noticing that. So he's on CBS. Matt Shaw is just third base. He has second base and shortstop both, in addition to third base here on Yahoo.
I do not think I'm going to take a reliever. It's just I don't see anybody worth taking. So I guess I've got Class A and no one else. I am going to select, I think, let me just make sure, although we don't really have the time to be doing that, Eugenio Suarez. So I think my starting lineup is filled out there. Yeah, I've got Langoliers, Harper, Westberg, Eugenio Suarez, CJ Abrams, Seiya Suzuki, Dominguez, Tommy Edman, Otani, the hitter, and Marcus Semien. I do have to fill in the rest of my pitcher spots here, but that is the latest. There was Dansby Swanson, the next pick, and B-Don, you are back up.
Yep. I guess it's finally time to address starting pitching a little bit. And just in case I'll go up against a team that has more relievers than me, I'm going to grab a Sparp and grab Clay Holmes here.
Yeah, okay. Clay Holmes, big riser this spring. You can use him as SP, RP, regular pitcher spot in this format. Yeah, he's looked good. He's looked really good in the transition to being a starter and throwing that changeup, throwing a couple other pitches, and looks good. Scott, you are up here.
A little strategic there from B-Don, like that. I'm going to finally get Gavin Williams for once. It's happening. Biggest spring riser. I think he's poised for a monster breakout.
He is your what number pitcher, Scott? SP5, I think?
SP5, correct.
All right. After Gavin Williams, Brandon Pfaadt, Mason Wynn, Mackenzie Gore, Brandon Lau. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. It's Mock Draft Mega Stream. We are deep into a head-to-head categories draft on Yahoo here with daily lineups. Next,
we're gonna make the 5:30 cutoff, Frank. We're gonna do it.
All right, don't jinx us, Scott. We're trying our best. The next draft after this, by the way, will be a head-to-head points draft on ESPN with daily lineups, and that will be broadcasted by Chris Towers. Will be hosting that one with Sky Dombrowski, who is the defending Tout Wars head-to-head champion. So we'll bring him in for that draft as well, and we'll finish out this one. Last couple of picks were Mackenzie Gore, Brandon Lau, Michael Tolia, Zach Eflin, Lane Thomas. And we are on the turn here at 15-16. Last pick of round 15 is Seth Lugo. Kind of a boring pitcher. I feel like, man, those boring pitchers just get pushed down in a format like this. But
has Zach Gallen gone?
Zach Gallen, he's had to, I would imagine.
Yeah, he went in round 10. I just forgot to cross him out.
Yeah, okay. We have reached that part of the day, Scott. Missing players to cross off the list part of the day. I'm
only doing one, and I've already got that. I reached that point like 5 rounds ago, so I don't know how you're still crossing names off.
Especially with, picks are flying in furiously right now. We are in round 16 at Nick Castellanos, Grant Holmes, and Taylor Ward. Grant Holmes, big riser as well. Lots of excitement there. He looked great last year as mostly a reliever, but expect to be the SP4 for the Braves to start the season. Next pick, Jackson Jobe, also a riser. Yu Darvish, Yandy Diaz, for someone who might need batting average. Nick Pivetta, nice pick there. Xander Bogaerts. And Scott, you are back up.
Well, I was kind of thinking I needed home runs most. I probably don't actually need home runs most, but that was the category I was aching for most. But I don't think I'm going to overthink it. I think I'm just going to take Jurickson Profar, the best all-around hitter left, presuming he's healthy. The Braves say he will be. And that fills my... Wait, where is he? Did I take him? Show up?
Yeah,
you took him. Yep, you're good.
Why is he not in my lineup? Oh, there he is. There's 2 utility spots. Oh, maybe we won't make the 5:30 cutoff. I didn't realize there were 3 rounds left.
Yeah, come on, Scott. You jinxed us.
I did.
B-Don, you are up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with somebody who can be a difference maker potentially in a category and take Bryson Stott. Dual eligibility, not that it really matters since I have a lot of that on my team, but just to grab some cheap speed here.
All right, that means I am up, and I waited for reliever long enough, and I am going to do something I think interesting. I'm going to go ahead and double up on both D-backs relievers here. So regardless of who the closer is, I will have them on my team unless it's Kevin Ginkel, and that would just completely ruin this plan if I can find AJ. Has AJ?
That's
Puck
a good call, Frank. I like that.
Has AJ Puck been drafted?
I don't think so. Oh wait, maybe he has. He was.
Oh,
Just before you.
No,
Just before you.
I completely ruined that plan. All right, I am going to take Justin Martinez and hope he is the closer of the Jacks. Oh, that stunk. Whoever did that, you. That was.
Get him, Frank.
I'm going to go ahead and take Aroldis Chapman and hope he is the Red Sox closer, I guess. So hoping and praying on two of those there. To join my Emmanuel Clase. I waited too long to grab a second closer, and that's why we do this. It's a learning experience for us, as well as those watching and listening. The next pick was Grayson Rodriguez, 194th overall. Scott, I believe that's right around where you have him in your rankings. This is an appropriate time to take the chance.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't going to do it because my IL spots are full of Strider and Kirby, but I do need one more pitcher. Landon Raup goes next. That's Raup.
I would normally take Useda here, but I just felt like I wanted to acknowledge Landon Raup is having a phenomenal spring training. Looks like he might have an inside kind of spot to the fifth starter job in San Francisco, which is always a great park to be pitching in. And again, he's been great this spring.
Sorry, I didn't realize Clay Holmes was gone, and now I'm scrambling to figure out which pitcher to take instead.
Our guy Beat-On took him like 3 rounds ago, Scott.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to. Boy, I really haven't been able to keep up. All right, I better take. All right, Spencer Arrighetti, who feels like he's been losing helium this spring, just as other pitchers have emerged, and he's kind of struggled with walks. It's spring, so I don't know that means he's forgotten how to throw strikes like he showed over the final 2 months last year when he looked so good.
Yeah,
I'll take it. I think it's fine upside for this stage of the draft.
Do you still like him just in general?
Yeah,
as a breakout
I do.
Yep.
This is the first time I've actually been able to draft him because there was so much helium early on. I just feel like he's been overshadowed by some of those spring risers.
All righty. Kirby Yates, next pick, and Andres Jimenez, Ronaldo Lopez, Victor Robles, big steals later on in the draft here. Bowden Francis, Nathan Eovaldi. Beat-On, I wanted to ask you, you took Tanner Scott. Did you think at all about taking Kirby Yates and just locking in the Dodgers relievers?
I did. That last pick, if I hadn't kind of just wanted to give Landon Raup an acknowledgement, I would have gone either Yates or Useda.
All right. The next pick was Luis Ariz, who, man, if you want just huge batting average at this point to help in that one specific category, you will not find a better player than him.
True, but you better be really strong in the other categories for the same reasons I gave for Stephen Kwan earlier. Ariz is even more exaggerated case, just tough to make up for those shortcomings with so few hitter spots.
And
I wanted to ask
such a short time period too.
Yeah, I wanted to ask B-Don because I was thinking about taking Kirby Yates for my last pitcher spot too. You said Yates or Useda, but that is because there's no bench, right? And you're just trying to maximize the lineup you have.
Yeah, exactly.
Or would you have gone a different route if there was a bench?
I mean, if there was a bench, I probably would have drafted some different hitters. I probably would have more starters on my team. But yeah, it's pretty much just trying to utilize the bench. That being said, I don't mind pairing like we're talking about Kirby Yates with Tanner Scott or Pete Fairbanks with Useda because they should all be good. And one of the two, in theory, should get saves. Although the Dodgers, I mean, it could be Kopech, it could be Phillips. They could trade for anybody they want and defer their money for forever. I mean, they can do whatever they want.
They can do whatever they want.
All right. Well, Lots of picks coming off the board here.
I know, so fast.
Into the final round, at the turn at the 17-18, it was Willie Castro, Reese Hoskins, Spencer Steer, Jackson Holiday, Logan O'Hoppe, Sean Manaea, Tyler Stevenson.
There we go.
This is, just waiting till the last round to grab your catcher. I probably should have done that. I say that every draft. Brandon Woodruff, Justin Verlander. Scott, you selected Ryan Mountcastle. Then there was Francisco Alvarez to beat on and Nick Lodolo. Beat on, obviously IL spots, and you're stashing Francisco Alvarez. Is that something you're looking to do in lots of drafts?
No, not really. I just figured I would do it here. He's kind of the last upside catcher here. I don't have anybody to put in the IL, so I can go ahead and do that. And that frees me up to, in a league like this where we're drafting, I can drop him and probably put somebody else on my bench where I'm just not rostering a catcher until it's time for the opening day. And then I can make a cut somewhere along my lineup.
All right. I do apologize for us kind of speeding through that, but this was bound to happen at some point today when we were trying to do 5 drafts in a row and schedule all of them happening. But Beat On, we do appreciate you for hopping on. Make sure to follow him on X at Raz Beat On and let everyone know where they can find your work and what you've got going on.
YouTube.com/RazBallFantasy. Razball.com is where you'll find the articles and postings and my rankings. So just go over to Razball. You can find it all, or go find me on YouTube if you want to see me and Gray. There's been a little bit of a battle today. People saying that Scott has the better aging genes over Gray. So that's been a new little debate on the Razball comment section.
Aging genes, you said?
Yep. They say you don't age, and Gray's trying to fight that and say he doesn't either. But, I actually told him he's screwed because he's got the Korean co-host, so he's never going to look like he ages better than his co-host. He's really out of luck on that front.
Here at 40, I'm at the other end of the you looked like you were 14 when you were 24. Wasn't so hot then. Wasn't so thrilled with that at the time, looking 14 at 24. But it's maybe now I'm getting the other side of it.
All right, Beat On, we appreciate you. We're going to unceremoniously kick you out of here, but we appreciate you hopping in. And thanks again, man. We appreciate it. Let's go, Cubs.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, see you later, man. Scott, I know you're also hopping off for this draft, so whenever you want to hop out, feel free.
I'll see you guys later.
We will see you at 7 o'clock, NFBC. All right, and that brings us to the ESPN head-to-head point draft. Draft number 3 of the day. And Chris will be hosting this one. I'm just going to kind of pass things along. We are also joined by Sky Dombrowski, who is the reigning, defending Tout Wars head-to-head champion. Sky, thank you so much for joining us. How's everything going, man?
Everything's great. How you guys doing?
Doing very well. It's obviously been a very hectic day, a fun day. Thank you to everyone for being here. We've got almost over 1,700 people watching us live right now. Thank you. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We are into draft number 3, which is a ESPN head-to-head points mock draft with daily lineups. I will pull up some of the specifications on this league. Again, it's daily lineups, and it's a 19-round draft. A little bit different lineups. There's 9 starting hitters, 1 of each infield position, 3 outfielders, 1 utility.
Same as the CBS Sports on that side.
That doesn't sound too different. But then there's only 7 pitcher spots, however you want to use them. So it's kind of like Roto in that you can start all 7 starters if you want. You can start all 7 relievers if you want. You can go 5-3, 5-2. If I could do math, 4-3, however you want to divide it up. So it'll be interesting to see how you guys want to do that. And the scoring format for hitters here, it's 1 point for each of a run, total base, RBI, walks, steals. That's for hitters. And -1 for hitter strikeouts, which changes a lot in this format. And for pitchers, 3 points per inning, 1 for a strikeout, 2 for a win, 5 for a save, 2 for a hold, -1 for each of a hit and a walk, -2 for earned runs and losses. Chris is drafting 8th in this draft, and I believe Sky is drafting 7th. So, Chris, I'll let you catch everyone up on the picks, and it's in your hands now. Enjoy, guys.
Yes, welcome to the ESPN head-to-head points draft. Sky, we brought you in because it's a different format, but you did win the head-to-head points Tout Wars League last season, and you and I will be drafting together in what about 36 hours, something like that?
Is it that close? I think it's a few more than that, but we're in the ballpark now.
Yeah, we're Sunday at 10 a.m. Tout Wars head-to-head points. I'm in that one because I had been in one of the online ones for a while, and I wanted to get in an in-person draft, and I picked the one at 10 a.m. on a Sunday. So we'll see how that one goes. But yeah,
decision making, but yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. But we are 8 picks into the draft, and no surprise here, Shohei Ohtani, the number 1 player in a daily lineups league. That's going to be the call. He is projected in the draft room for 850 points. But I do want to ask you, do you expect much from Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher this year?
I think that with the depth of the Dodgers' entire pitching staff, it would be very easy for them to be extremely conservative with him this year. So as far as expectations, I think, second half of the year, I do think that he'll pitch and pitch well. But I bet they'll baby him. And I think that anybody that is expecting more than, a dozen or 15 starts is maybe likely to be disappointed.
Yeah, I agree with that. And they've already shut him down from throwing this spring. So he'll pick that up probably sometime after the season starts. And, there's some risk that there's going to be some time off when he does start pitching on the hitting side to try to keep him fresh. So there's a little bit of risk there, but I think any daily lineups league, he's still the obvious number 1 pick. And frankly, he's arguably the obvious number 1 pick in any draft if he can do anything close to what he did last year. Then we had Aaron Judge as the number 2 pick. He was the number 2 player in this format, even with strikeouts being worth that extra half point. We had Jose Ramirez, Juan Soto, who is the number 2 projected player in the draft room in this format. Bobby Witt loses a little bit with the extra half point for strikeouts, although he really isn't a bad strikeout rate guy. Do you think Bobby Witt at number 5 is actually overthinking it that he dropped a little too low?
I absolutely, yes. I think that I probably would have taken him second or third in this format. I mean, the biggest thing I think, and this, about points leagues is that every single format that you're going to play is different.
Yep.
And there are always little things that you can exploit. I think that's the big difference when you're talking about roto style formats versus point formats. There's always going to be some movement of player rankings based on whatever format you're going through, whatever is valued in that.
Yeah, we had Kyle Tucker go number 6, and then you took Mookie Betts. Was that the obvious choice for you, or were you picking between a couple different people?
I had 6 players that I was happy to get at 7th, and Betts was the last of the 6. So yeah, it was sort of, I had 2 or 3 guys that I thought I'd be choosing between. I believe you took Skubal right after me.
Yes.
Yeah, that would have been where I went next. So yeah.
Okay. Who among the first 6 was not in that 7? Or was that? No, I got that wrong. Right? Or no, you said there were 6 you wanted at number 7, right?
And I was at 7th.
So who got
Jose
pushed
Ramirez
up?
for me.
Okay.
I had him ranked more around 9 or 10 in this format.
Okay.
So it's not that much of a reach. Jose Ramirez is great, and third base is a weaker position, but I had him ranked a little bit lower than that.
All right. I'm going to try something out because this is a format where I feel like hitter values are suppressed a little bit more so than any other scoring format. Pitchers really make up the gap. So I am going to go. Can you call it pocket aces if you're picking 7th, or is that just 12, 13? But I did start Tarek Skubal and Logan Gilbert as my top 2 picks. Is that dumb?
I don't think so at all. I was I talked to Frank a little bit yesterday, and then I was looking through this format because this year actually do not have any ESPN teams.
Okay.
So I was looking through and I thought, there are only about 18 hitters that are worth at a certain threshold that I was looking at. And there are almost as many starting pitchers that are over that threshold. The peak isn't the same, but this level that I was looking at, 400 points, I think, for the year projected, there were almost as many starting pitchers that were there. So I thought, going pitching heavy, this might be one instance to do that with this particular scoring format.
Yeah, and nobody else has really done that so far. We had Yordan Alvarez, number 9, Vladimir Guerrero, number 10, Corbin Carroll at 11, and then at the 12-13 turn, we had Gunnar Henderson and Paul Skeens. Do you think Gunnar Henderson falls too much? Any worry about this intercostal strain?
I don't have a big negative feeling about it right now. I think, again, a lot of these guys in the spring, they're just, you get 20, 30 at bats and you're good. So I think the Orioles are being really cautious with him. He's obviously just a linchpin of their offense at this point, even in just his third or fourth year. I think that he's going to be fine. He thinks he's going to be fine. He says he's going to be fine. I also think that the last week of spring training games, I think we'll see him in there.
Yeah, the average time missed for an intercostal strain based on when he suffered the injury would put him on the field in about a week from now, which would give him, maybe 3 or 4 games at the end of spring training to get back up to speed before opening day. So as long as he hits that, I think we're fine. The pick after that, Paul Skeens leads off round 2, Francisco Lindor. The next pick, Zach Wheeler. Fernando Tatis drops to the 4th pick of the second round. I went Logan Gilbert, as I said, starting with Tarek Skubal and Logan Gilbert. You go Garrett Crochet at number 6 in round 2. Any concern in a points league about the volume with Garrett Crochet? He threw 145 innings last season. First time in his life that he'd thrown more than 70 innings in a season. He's a bust for me, but obviously the talent is maybe the best pitcher in baseball upside.
Yeah, I think so. I really wanted Logan Gilbert, to be perfectly candid. So you grabbed him. I think Logan Gilbert could be SP1 this year. I really do. That's one of the few bets that I've made for season-long awards. I bet. I love the odds on Gilbert for the AL Cy Young. I mean, what's this competition? It's Skubal. So yeah, I think that he's the clear number 2 choice, and the odds had him lower than that. So I love Gilbert. Crochet for me, upside, yeah, same as all the guys that were taken before him. I think the upside is right there. Yes, the downside is significant, and probably if we were actually playing this for money, I would not have taken Crochet. But there's no reason not to be aggressive with the way that we're doing this. And Crochet for me was the last guy that probably could give you ace level upside. And
we're seeing a lot of starting pitchers in round 2, which if you've drafted at other sites, other formats, it might be a little shocking. This feels like back, 6 or 7 years ago on CBS when starting pitchers still threw 200 innings and volume was the biggest factor for starting pitchers. And you would routinely see a ton of 2nd, 3rd round pitchers. Not so much these days. Now it's mostly starting in the 3rd round, but we saw after you took Garrett Crochet with the 6th pick, Ketel Marte goes off, but then Corbin Burns, Cole Reagans, Dylan Cease right in a row. Who's your favorite of that 3? Burns, Reagans, and Cease.
We actually just touched on this on a podcast yesterday. I am not a Dylan Cease guy. I'm really an anti-walk guy when it comes to analyzing starting pitchers at this point, because with the change in stolen base rules the last couple of years, I think walks are even more penalized than they always have been. So for me, it's Reagans. Reagans is the best guy of those 3 as far as I like the situation he's in. Burns going to Arizona from Baltimore, which had the nice fences last year, maybe not so much this year. I think that Reagans has the best upside and the best floor of those 3.
Dylan Cease and Blake Snell, for me, are the 2 pitchers that I just can't watch if I'm going to analyze them fairly, because I hate the roller coaster ride of watching them pitch. It drives me crazy. And I know that if I'm watching Dylan Cease and he has one of those like first innings where he just can't find the strike zone, I just can't help but think this guy is terrible. I don't want him ever on my team.
I 100% understand what you're saying. I have a soft spot for Snell because he probably won me the playoffs last year.
There you go.
So, I just think he's outstanding. But yeah, it can get pretty ugly. And the first half of last year, he was awful. He just couldn't find the strike zone. And those guys, that's the thing, right? Mechanically, they're a little bit wacky. There's a lot of moving parts, especially with Snell. And he gets in these funks for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, where he's walking 6 guys in 4 innings, and you just can't get deep enough to get the win. It's problematic.
The thing with Blake Snell that always makes him so hard to analyze is it's a different explanation every year, right? Like one year it's like his changeup was terrible. And then the next year his changeup's the best pitch. I think last year his changeup was his best pitch.
Yep.
And so it's like, it's a different version of Blake Snell. You always have to ride the like 5 ERA in May that inevitably happens to get to the good point. So the thing I always tell people, it's not that Blake Snell's a bad pick, but you've got to know yourself and your temperament and how, because there is always a point in the year where we start to get questions. Can I drop Blake Snell? I'm dropping Blake Snell. I'm tired of this. And it's just, that's going to happen. And you've got to know that it's going to be fine eventually. It's just, you got to be able to ride the ride. And some people don't have the temperament for it. But let's catch up on some of the picks. Bryce Harper was the 11th pick of round 2, followed by Freddie Freeman, Blake Snell with the first pick of round 3, Manny Machado, Anthony Santander. That's an interesting one. It might just be, this is a format personally that it's been a long time since I've played a league on ESPN. So and I think they refreshed their scoring format like 4 or 5 years ago. So it's really, really weird to me. I'm looking at the rankings and like Luis Arias is the 34th pick. And given how much you lose for strikeouts, that probably makes sense, even though he is, frankly, a pretty marginal player everywhere else. So it's interesting. I would guess, Santander for a power hitter doesn't strike out a ton, so maybe that's a decent call. What do you think of that pick?
I really just am not a Santander fan.
Mm-hmm.
I look at the exit velocity and just the massive pull and fly ball that he requires to continue to hit this number of home runs. And I keep thinking, much like I did with Brian Dozier back in the day, this gravy train is going to stop sooner or later, and I keep being wrong. So, being too early is indistinguishable from being wrong. So I'm just always wrong on him, but I can't, I know the year I jump in, he's going to hit like 21 homers, and that'll be that.
Yeah, he traded some batting average for power last season. I would expect we see a little bit of a flip-flop there. Toronto's been a weird place to hit over the past couple of years. It used to seem like a pretty good home run park, especially, but the past couple of years, maybe the past 4 years since they changed the configuration of the seating, it's played a little weird. So I'm not sure how he's going to play, but that's probably a little bit of a reach. And then you've got Chris Sale, William Contreras, just an all-around edge at the catcher position. Jackson Chourio, because the plate discipline is not so great, maybe he falls in this format, but it's one of those things where you're gonna have to draft Jackson Chourio ahead of what he did last year, certainly. So any pick with him is a bet on him taking a step forward. Got Emmanuel Clase as the 7th pick in round 3. Rafael Devers was my pick, and I've been pretty down on Rafael Devers, but I'm starting to talk myself into the concerns about him and the health of the shoulder maybe just being an attempt to save face. The team wants him at DH, and I'm kind of thinking there's some behind the scenes oh yeah, we're going to say your shoulder's hurt so that you can't play third base, and kind of make it so that, he would be our third baseman. He just can't play it. Oh no, but he's gonna be our DH. What do you think of that?
He's your guy. You got to protect him publicly,
Mm-hmm.
and I think you're absolutely right with that. I mean, there's nothing to go on really other than supposition there. But I really kind of feel like, yeah, they're just kind of cushioning him a little bit from public relations standpoint, and just letting him do what's best for the team in a way that it looks like it's nobody's fault.
And I did want to pause on your pick, which was Emmanuel Clase. How do you feel about relievers in this format specifically?
In this format, I think that they are rather valuable.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm okay with grabbing some relievers. In fact, Frank and I were joking about it. You could pick 4 closers and 3 middle relievers and survive in this format if your offense is strong enough.
Yeah, because you do get 2 points for holds, you get 2 points for saves. So, those relievers who are in between roles actually still have some value because of the holds, and you get 2 points for wins. So it's not like wins are so much more valuable than saves. And, the -2 for an earned run, it can compound. The really bad starts for starters in this format, especially, you're going to get a lot of negative points in a way that in CBS, because the innings and the strikeouts matter more, and do you get quality start points in this or no?
Not in this one, I don't think.
Okay, so that also, bridges the gap between starters and closers relative to the CBS format. After Rafael Devers, we had Adley Rutschman. I expect a big bounce back from him. What about you?
Yeah, I do as well. I think he's just a great hitter. I love the way he manages the strike zone. He probably knows the zone as well as any hitter in baseball, and he's still so young. Really impressive. in this format in particular, I think he's quite valuable.
The thing about that about Rutschman over the past few years, early in his career, has been he's a better points league player than a Roto player because he doesn't hit over the fence power. But one, they're moving the fences in left field, which will help him a little bit, but probably not too much. But the bigger thing for me is through the end of June, he was on a 30 homer pace last year. He arguably looked like, if not for Aaron Judge, one of the AL MVP front runners. Then he took a foul tip off the hand, missed one day, kept playing through it, but there was a clear decline in his production. So I'm willing to write that off. All right, let's catch up. Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, Matt Olson was the final pick of the third round, expecting the bounce back from him. This is, I think, maybe the most notable or one of the most notable, and that's Elly De La Cruz falling to the first pick of the fourth round. And honestly, that might even be a little bit higher than he's likely to finish, unless you think he's going to take a big step forward as a hitter. And that's really one of the biggest differences in this format, even from a CBS league where we drafted earlier. He's more like a late first rounder in that. Mm-hmm. Here, I think he was like barely a top 60 finisher last year, if I'm remembering correctly.
I have him ranked in the fourth. So I think he went kind of around where I would put him, but I think it does sort of presuppose some improvement in plate discipline and contact ability, which, who knows? He's a free swinger.
Yeah, someone said that Frank we can't say tweak when we're talking about batting stances because someone heard it and thought he got hurt. Elly De La Cruz made a change to his tweak is the right word. He made a small change to his batting stance. He's standing a little more upright at the plate. And the hope is that he's going to cut down on strikeouts, be more of a consistent power hitter. It's been very hit or miss for him throughout his career. They also announced today that he's going to be the number 3 hitter for the Reds. Any concern that drops his stolen base total, or is he just such an outlier there in terms of skill that it doesn't matter?
I think it's more the latter. I think that he is just so fast and talented at stealing bases. But, if you've got Spencer Steer in front of you, who is fast, but not Elly fast, I think that it impacts him 5 steals, something like that. I wouldn't expect much more than that, though.
Yeah, I don't think like the 80 steal dreams are likely to happen because he'll lose 40 or so, 45 plate appearances over the course of the season if he hits third the whole time instead of first. So, there's some drawbacks there, but if we get a 90 run, 95 RBI season, probably makes up for it a little bit. After Elly De La Cruz, Alex Bregman, one of the risers in this format. Ronald Acuna, we found out today the expectation he's going to be ready early to mid-May, which I think that's mostly been the expectation. How are you viewing Acuna?
I was thinking May 1st. So now this sounds a little bit to me like it's going to be a week or two later than that. I had already kind of pushed him pretty far down my board. I don't think he's going to run much. I really don't.
That would be
nice to be disappointed there, but.
And the concern there is because when in 22, when he came back from the knee injury for the first time, he made up for his lack of hitting by running a ton. He was on like a 45 steal pace that year, but he didn't hit as well. If there's some concerns about the bat and he doesn't run, it could be more like a third round type of player, even spread out over a full season. After him, Framber Valdez. I took Jackson Merrill, who is discounted a little bit in a points league because he had like a 4% walk rate last year. He was one of the most walk-averse players, but he's got such a strong hit tool. It's a little bit of a bet on him taking a big step forward, but he was close to that 400-point threshold last year, 388 last year, just ahead of someone like Jose Altuve, who you took. Would you have taken Merrill if he was there?
Yes. Yeah, I would have. I love the kid. I think he's great.
He gives me like Christian Yelich vibes. Obviously doesn't walk as much, but just like that super strong all-around skill set. I love Jackson Merrill.
And the age too. He's so young.
Yeah. All right. I am going to take a reliever, Josh Hader, who took a big step forward last year in terms of the innings. Remember, he used to be a guy who threw 80 innings every year. We'd get a bunch of 2-inning outings. The last couple of years with the Brewers, I think he actually told the team ahead of his free agency, I'm only working 1 inning. But last year, I think he had like 7 or 8 multi-inning outings. So the volume was back a little bit. I think he's an elite closer. Let's catch up a little more. Trey Turner, Luis Castillo, Pete Alonso. I do think hoping for a bounce back this season. Do you think that's going to come for Pete Alonso?
Boy, you always worry about guys coming off a big contract signing. Yeah. It's very cynical to say, but there can be a little bit of complacency that seeps in. It's like, okay, I'm okay now. I'm good. I don't have to go, nuts every single day to make sure that my family's taken care of for the rest of their lives.
The one thing that he has going for him in that regard, though, is he does have that opt-out, I think, after each of the first 3 seasons or each of the 3 seasons of that deal. So there is that added incentive of, hey, if I have a big year this year, I can opt out and maybe get that $200 million contract I was hoping for.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do think he really loves being in New York, though, with the Mets. Yeah. I think it was always kind of a little bit of a smoke screen just to kind of push the price up a little bit that, oh, no, I might not be coming back.
I think in both regards, because at one point the Mets, they started leaking like, we're good. We don't need him. We love Brett Beatty. He's our third baseman. We don't care if Pete Alonso comes back. And it never felt sincere on either side. It was always inevitable that they were going to come back together. And it was just a question of finding the right price. Closing out the 4th round, Pablo Lopez, Max Fried, and Steven Kwan. Steven Kwan, another one. If he doesn't have that injury last year, he had a career year in a lot of ways, especially power, but really struggled in the second half. Do you think the batting average decline we saw in the second half was anything to worry about, or do you think it was mostly the injury?
I think he was just banged up. He's another guy that just controls the strike zone so well. And the contact ability is almost at Arise level. So, yeah, I think that you'll see a nice little bounce back from Kwan. The problem is that Kwan is one of those guys, I don't love drafting him. He's a high floor, low ceiling guy.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do when you only hit when your career high, I believe, is 10 home runs.
Right.
That was followed up with Luis Arias. So a clear point there of emphasis for wide range of outcomes, who ironically drafted 2 players with very, very slim ranges of outcomes in Luis Arias and Steven Kwan. And we had Aaron Nola, Devin Williams, Austin Riley, Jarren Duran really falling in this one. What do you make of that?
A lot of Ks, but boy, I love Jarren Duran. And I feel like, we talked about this a lot on our pod that, second or third full year of playing time for a young player, you can get some pretty big jumps in ability to manage the strike zone and things like that. So you could see a bit of a pop from Jarren Duran this year. I think in most formats, his price reflects this, but I love Jarren Duran. I think he's a good player.
Yeah, he's a tough one just because while this is just his second year, he is already 28. And so that was one of the things when I was looking at the Red Sox, I was like, do they look at trading Jarren Duran this offseason just because he's a little older? Does his timeline match up with the big prospects? They ended up keeping him. It's a great park. It's a tough park for lefties to hit for power, but it really boosts batting average, which helps him overcome those strikeout woes. And I think that lineup's going to be really good. If Rafael Devers is himself, that lineup could be awesome.
I think it could, and you've got so much coming up through the pipeline that can be impactful too, that if certain guys struggle or whatever, you've got other options. I really like what Boston has done the last couple of years while kind of drifting toward the bottom of the division for you.
Yeah, Julio Rodriguez, another one of the big fallers here. You could argue this is a reach for him in this format, although I do expect the big step forward after a really disappointing year. Last year, the biggest issue, he just couldn't hit. He couldn't get the ball out of the park on the pull side. That was where most of his power had come from. And it was whether it was he just wasn't hitting it quite as close to the foul pole as he was, just more into the power alleys. He was just a little bit behind. But he's talked this spring about getting as many plate appearances as he can, both in games and in either the traject machine or minor league live batting practice. He did a live batting practice against Andres Munoz a couple days ago. That was when we first saw that new changeup from Andres Munoz that looks like it could be an otherworldly pitch if he can command it at all.
Devin Williams, like.
Yeah, it looks that kick change for him. Matt Brash, when he first threw it when Munoz first threw it in a bullpen session, Matt Brash said that was the best pitch he'd ever seen and it was literally the first one he threw. So and Matt Brash, Matt Brash knows a little something about nasty pitches. So that was that was fun. You took Mason Miller here. I followed up with Josh Hader. You did take Mason Miller ahead of Hader. Do you expect more? I think Miller only had 28 saves last season, but obviously the strikeout rate is out of this world. He might be my favorite pitcher to watch in baseball.
Yeah, and I think you get the multiple inning appearances that you mentioned that Hader threw a bunch back in last year. I think you get those from Miller as well as a converted starter. So I think Mason Miller, I would have to agree as far as electric stuff and just joy watching them work at their craft. He's up there for me too, for sure.
And he's like built like an NFL free safety. Like he's got giant shoulders. So he's like super intimidating out there. He's so much fun to watch. Yeah. We got Yoshinobu Yamamoto after that, Michael King, Logan Webb, Ozzy Albies. So what you are seeing here is, like we talked about, those starting pitchers getting pushed up the board. Logan Webb, his ADP in your standard, your NFBC leagues and stuff, he goes outside of the top 100 a lot, which I think reflects new depth of the position. Maybe Logan Webb being a little undervalued because he's boring, but last year, 382 points was even better in 2023. So I think that's a fine pick. Ozzy Albies, hoping for the bounce back. We got Ozzy Albies and Wyatt Langford at the 5-6 turn. We'll catch up. And then I do want to talk about Bailey Ober a little bit Wyatt Langford a little bit, but we've been playing catch up the whole time. And I feel like I need to get us up to speed. Bailey Ober, Will Smith, Edwin Diaz. I took Josh Naylor. You took Alec Boehm. Boehm, another guy, much better in this format, right?
I think so, and I think he's underrated in most formats. He's got excellent exit velocity, excellent line drive rate, really controls the strike zone well. He's in a great lineup, hitting in the middle of the lineup. The only thing that's missing for him is well, aside from speed, is over the fence power. But I feel like he's one of these guys that one of these years, instead of 50 doubles and 15 homers, you're going to get like 35 doubles and 30 homers. Everybody's going to go like, oh, what happened? Well,
I can see
1 degree of launch angle. That's what happened.
Yeah, 1 degree of launch angle, hitting it a little closer to the foul pole.
Yep.
Could see that. Tyler Glass now, he's awesome when he's on the field. It's just last year was a career high in innings. I don't think he even got to he got to 134, I believe. So it's just hard to see that big step forward. But on a per start basis, there aren't more than 8-9 pitchers better than Tyler Glass now in the entire game.
Absolutely.
Vinny Pasquantino. I took Josh Naylor right before Vinny P, but they are very similar players. A lot of RBIs because they make a lot of contact. Not as many home runs. I think, Josh Naylor's 31 homers last year. Probably not likely to repeat, but a great lineup, great ballpark. George Kirby at 69. It just comes down to how long he's out. If he's back by mid-April, could be awesome. But it does remind me a little of Kevin Gausman last year, where Gausman missed a little time. He was back fairly quickly, but he just wasn't quite the same. He just kind of muddled along all year. What are your concerns with George Kirby?
Yeah, I don't have a real good feel on the George Kirby injury right now. I think it could easily be something like that, but he is a lot younger than Gausman was. Mm-hmm. So you'd have some hope that you wouldn't get that same just kind of dog of a year where he's just kind of grinding through it as an SP3 or something like that.
Yeah, man, this draft room, it's really throwing me off. The list of players showing up, especially because I don't have, when we draft on CBS, my rankings are in the room. I can just go on that. That's super easy. That's a great feature. Right. But here I'm all thrown off. I'm looking at the board and Alec Burleson or Brendan Donovan's here. That's weird, but maybe the scoring format makes it justifiable.
He doesn't strike out.
Yeah, it doesn't strike out. Joe Ryan was the 70th pick, third to last pick of round 6. Marcell Ozuna, Justin Steele to close out round 6. Then Bryce Miller. I think that's a great value here. What do you think of Bryce Miller at the first pick of the 7th round?
I think I have Bryce Miller as my ace in one league. So yeah, I think it's a great pick down here.
Yeah, he is one of those guys, an elite whip, which matters less in this format than it does in Roto, but could be, he certainly was an ace in the second half of last season. Mm-hmm. Willy Adames, Yainer Diaz. I have some concerns about Yainer Diaz, just the playing time with the Christian Walker signing and with Yordan Alvarez playing full-time DH. How many times is he going to be in the lineup in those spots? But great hitter. He's kind of the the new Salvador Perez with his very aggressive swing. If he can put together the batting average from last year and the power from 2023, you're talking about maybe the number one catcher. Certainly the upside there.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that there is some cause for concern there, we'll say. I might put Diaz down around number 4 in standard scoring formats. I do think that there's probably a little bit of regression there. He was sort of fortunate with his BABIP for a guy that's really slow and a right-handed pull hitter.
Yeah, I also just, he's the number 2 catcher in NFBC leagues now. He's like a top 55 pick. That feels way too early. I couldn't take him ahead of Adley Rutschman. I think he's closer to Salvador Perez and Wilson Contreras.
Will Smith too, I think. I think all those guys you can put in a little batch there, I think.
All right, we got Kyle Schwarber, going to get on base a ton. He was a 400-point player. This feels like a good value. Isaac Paredes, anybody who listens to FBT, if you're watching this stream, you know we all love Isaac Paredes. We think that the move to Houston was just about the best case scenario after Chicago being just about the worst place that he could have landed with that 55 foot left field foul pole. So I love the upgrade there. We got Sonny Gray, Michael Harris, just got to stay healthy. And, you know, the tools, he's one of the fastest players in baseball. He hit 2 home runs on Wednesday that went a combined 880 feet.
Yep.
Love to see that. He hits the ball really hard, doesn't elevate it a ton, but the thing you have to remember about Michael Harris, I think he just turned 24.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
I think Harris has as much upside as just about anybody that's not a first round pick.
Yep. No, I think if he had a random 30-30 season, it wouldn't really surprise me.
Yep. Agree.
I went with Brian Reynolds, another just the way I describe him is just eat your oatmeal. Like there's nothing interesting about him. He's going to hit 260 to 270. He's going to hit 20 to 23 home runs. I think he's been at 24 home runs exactly 3 of the past 4 years. The one outlier was 27. So it's like, if that's the ceiling and that's the floor, it's a pretty small margin. Brendan Donovan,
high floor guys too. I mean, they're important.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think we can undervalue them, but Brian Reynolds in a Roto league, especially someone I almost never draft, just because I am chasing a little more upside in that range of the draft. We had Brandon Donovan, like we talked about, big boost in this format. Is there concern about him not being an everyday player in St. Louis? They've got so many guys that they feel very aimless.
Outfield, but I still think that there's going to be room for him. He'll find his way into the lineup 5 days out of 6, 6 days out of 7.
I would hope so. Yeah. Let's go with another pitcher here for me, Shota Imanaga, who I do have some concerns about, but we'll talk about. Ryan Helsley led the National League in saves last year. Don't expect him to save. I think it was like 64% of their games or something last year. It was by far the highest rate in baseball. But he's obviously awesome. Zach Allen, I think, is being kind of unfairly maligned this season. What do you think about Zach Allen?
I love Zach Allen. I mean, I had him as a borderline SP1 last year. Certainly not there this year, but I think, if he's your probably SP3 in this format, that's fantastic. Allen has some excellent skills.
Yeah, his velocity's been down so far in spring. I don't know how much to worry about that with a veteran like Gallen, just because he probably isn't focusing on maxing out velocity, and he's never been a max out velocity guy anyway. It's always more like 94 than 97 for him. So he's got 2 weeks until opening day. I would assume he's going to be fine, but I think people were already kind of out on Zach Allen, and they're looking for reasons to be more out. And he's dropping to like 130 in NFC drafts right now. He's like SP 40
just
in some
crazy.
drafts. It seems unfair.
Yeah,
this was a borderline ace the previous 2 years before 2024.
Yeah.
Ryan Walker, big time strikeout upside that he showed last year. If he holds on to that job and is as good as he looked, he could be excellent. Freddie Peralta, this is an interesting one because I saw the other day his mechanics were off last year. He talked, I hadn't seen any discussion of this, but at some point last season, he had to move from the third base side of the rubber to the first base side of the rubber because he said he wasn't able to throw his fastball to righties the way he wanted to, and he had to move on the mound to get the looks that he was looking for. But he fixed his mechanics, thinks that he's going to be better this season. I'm a little more interested in him than I have been. He's kind of a little bit of a poor man's Blake Snell, where like there are frustrations along the way, but you're going to get a lot of strikeouts and the end results are going to be pretty good. So Freddie Peralta is someone I'm kind of interested in. We're almost caught up. We're in the same round as the draft. Cody Bellinger goes 86. Raisel Iglesias, Christian Walker dealing with that oblique. Have you downgraded Christian Walker at all? He hasn't been swinging yet, but still has a chance to be ready for opening day.
He is a guy. I mean, I've got so many leagues going at this point, and I don't have any Christian Walker. I just somehow, if I don't get Vlad Guerrero or Bryce Harper, I just end up waiting on first base for an interminable period of time and end up with like Nathaniel Lowe or something like that. Nathaniel
Lowe, sneaky viable option in a 15-team league, especially. Nobody wants him.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like he's a very solid hitter.
I kind of don't get what the Rangers were thinking there with the basically trading him for Jake Berger. I get Berger hits for big power, but Nate Lowe's a very good defensive player. He gets on base. He kind of does everything Jake Berger doesn't.
Yeah, and you've already got a Berger clone in Adolis Garcia. That's tons of power and tons of Ks and right-handed pull. Do you really want another one of those guys? I thought it was an odd move as well. And normally I like what the Rangers do.
Yeah, Shode Managa, I took him with the was that the sixth pick of round 8. You went with Roki Sasaki. I'm gonna have FOMO because I'm not gonna draft him this year, and it's gonna be tough when I watch him pitch. It's gonna be real tough.
Much of him. I have so much. I just couldn't. After watching him, I just couldn't let him go. I couldn't watch him on another team, like you're saying.
Yeah, that's one I kind of the opposite of Snell and Cease, where when I'm not watching him, I'm like, it's fine. He's going to be limited. There are questions about the fastball shape, all that stuff. And then I watched him at the first start and I was like, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
No, exactly. I get it.
But the velo's down a little too. So I do have my concerns.
Yeah, he was averaging more like 96 in his second spring start. It was more like 98 in the first one. And he's one of those guys, because he doesn't have great shape on his fastball, the difference between 96 and 98 might really matter for Roki Sasaki.
I think you're right. And there's some fear there for me, to be honest.
Yeah. But hey, life's a roller coaster. You got it. You got to feel alive.
He will make you do that.
Speaking of, Jacob deGrom goes with the very next pick. And that's one that, he usually goes 40, 50 picks earlier than that in a lot of drafts. And I don't even think that's a scoring format thing here. It's just, he barely pitched last year. The projections are always going to be low. If he stays healthy though, he's going to blow out any reasonable projection. Even though we know they're going to limit his innings. He's probably not going to throw more than 140 or so, but they could be really, really good innings. Brent Rooker goes next. Hunter Green. Tanner Bybee, a little bit of a forgotten guy, but rock solid with room to grow if he makes a step forward. Cal Raleigh. Mike Trout, another one. If you want to feel alive, he's going to be one of the best hitters in baseball for as long as he's out there. And if it's 30 games, that's probably not going to work out for you. If it's 130 games, that's going to be a great pick. Yeah, that's all it comes down to. We got Jazz Chisholm, first pick of the 9th round. Ian Happ, Brandon Nimmo could be a great pick for this format if he's healthy. It's just the foot and the knee. I know our Scott White, no real concerns about the injury. He'll take any dip. No dip here. What do you think of Brandon Nimmo?
Boy, I think that plantar fasciitis, man, I mean, that feels like the kind of thing that's going to be managed all year. That doesn't go away. So I have my concerns, and Brandon Nimmo is one of my favorites. He's a guy I typically end up with because he just has upside. I love guys that draw walks, control strike zone. Nimmo, another guy that does a really good job of that, top of a decent order. But man, if he's not going to be running with that foot, I think that does ding his value quite a bit.
Live podcasting, folks. I was on mute Do you think James Wood is a value at 100, or do you think that's a reach?
I believe I have James Wood. This will be the first league I don't have him in.
Okay.
So I in this format, it's tougher because he is going to swing and miss a lot.
Yeah.
But the upside of that Washington outfield with Wood and Cruz, I think those two kids could both be first, second round picks next year.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I'm way in on Cruz. He's going a lot later than Wood because he showed a little less at the major league level. But, you know, the thing about Wood that you have to keep in mind for points leagues, we talked about this in the head-to-head points mock that we did earlier, but he is, for as much as he's going to swing and miss and as much of a free swinger as he appears to be, he was actually really patient last year. He walked 39 times in 79 games. That's an 80 walk pace. I like James Wood getting 79 games last year because I can just double his numbers and it makes it really easy to do a full season projection. It was like 28 steals, 18 home runs, 39 walks. If he just does that, you're probably good with him as the 100th pick, let alone the growth that we're projecting for him. And obviously, I mean, you're talking, I think it was 95th percentile average exit velocity, something like that. He hit the ball super hard. The way I look at it is he was so totally non-optimized as a rookie, like hit the ball on the ground, did not pull the ball. I think he had 2 or 3 pulled balls in the air the entire season. I think 2 of them were home runs. And it's just the fact that he held his own while being not at all optimized. It's just, man, what if it clicks?
Well, yeah, I think that's the thing with Wood, right? I mean, you expect more than 20 homers. I know just doubling his stats gets you to 18. I expect 25. I think there's got to be the first thing for young players. They don't want to strike out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So they do work on meeting the ball, hitting it on the ground. And, you know, the organization fed into that with him. Yeah. I think they'll let the leash out a little bit this year for him. Yeah.
And elite athlete. I mean, pound for pound, maybe one of the best athletes in baseball. You know, he's massive, but he was like 81st percentile on sprint speed. We had Sandy Alcantara go off the board after him at 101. Hunter Brown, Jung-Hoo Lee could be one of those Luis Arias, Stephen Kwan types. He's going to hit either leadoff or third for the Giants, so there should be really good counting stat opportunities there. Mm-hmm. If he hits 285 with 15 homers this season, I really wouldn't be surprised. Could be a very useful player, and I'm about to auto pick again, but I made it. I had to turn the sound off, so I'm not getting those notifications. Otherwise, it'll come through every time. And I did auto pick Nolan Arenado in the previous round. Don't love that, although his swing speed is up 4 miles per hour this spring. We know that if he's got that lift and pull swing like Isaac Paredes, and if he can get back just a little bit of that quality of contact, he's not that far removed from 27, 28 homers.
I could see the power there. I question. I still feel like his whole Colorado tenure has continued to inflate his value because people remember that so vividly.
Yeah. Once he moved over to St. Louis, it was the batting average collapsed. He's been like a 260 hitter at best there, but the power was still there the first couple of years. So I'm hoping. I mean, now that I drafted him, I'm certainly hoping for 24 homers, 25 homers.
You can get that.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on it. After him, Jerkson Profar, Seiya Suzuki, Christian Yelich, coming back from the back injury. I mean, betting on a 32, 33-year-old coming off back surgery doesn't feel like a great bet, but he was an MVP caliber player last year. He was a first-round caliber hitter when he was on the field. Are you drafting Christian Yelich at all?
Yeah, I am. If you follow Will Carroll at all, I know Will a little bit, and he feels like these discectomies, they do work for these elite athletes a little more than they work for like the general sedentary public, like here. So I do have some faith. Yelich says he feels better than he's felt in a long time. You take that with a grain of salt, but I do, based on Will's discussion of it, I really feel like this could be a successful recovery period for him from that back that is chronic.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an issue really for like 4 or 5 years for him, and he finally had that great surgery. Yeah. Salvador Perez was the last pick of the 9th round. We are making good time. We might have to kill some time after this draft just to just to get Frank and Scott back in the room. We got Spencer Schwellenbach, the first pick of round 10, Jack Flaherty. Who do you prefer out of those two?
I actually prefer Schwellenbach, but they're both excellent, and I feel like they both dropped quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like Flaherty might be getting a little bit unfairly dinged because we had the Yankees turning down the trade at the deadline because of concerns about his back. Then the weird free agency, there was just no talk about him for so long. He ends up re-signing in Detroit where he revitalized his career last year, and he got Frankie Montas money. Like that was so weird after how good Jack Flaherty was last season. Yeah. So like, I don't know. I get it that the market is skeptical of him, but I love the landing spot in Detroit. I think the pitching coach there, Chris, I can't remember his name, but he's done really good work the last few years, and it's a great ballpark if nothing else. CJ Abrams, next pick, he's one of those guys that really gets hurt by this format. The plate discipline's not great, doesn't walk, but even then, 321 points last year, that's fine. That's useful. And if you think that there's room to grow, he was really good in the first half, was pulling the ball, hitting it with power in the air, couldn't keep it up. But if he can do that for a full year, I do think there's a lot of upside there. Grayson Rodriguez, what's your concern level with him coming off this elbow injury?
We're at DEFCON 5.
Yeah.
A couple of my best friends are big Orioles fans. They grew up in Baltimore, and we talk probably every week. And the one guy is just like, I think the season's over already because he just doesn't think Grayson's even going to put up 10 starts.
I hope that's not the case. He was one of my favorite breakout picks before all this, and then it just does feel a little bit like Kyle Bradish last year.
Yeah.
Where his was an elbow strain. Like they knew there was damage to the ligament. That is not the case for Grayson Rodriguez by all accounts. There's no like structural damage that they found when they looked into it, but he did get the cortisone shot, and it doesn't feel like it's going to go well. I know Scott's a little less concerned than I am, but I've moved Grayson Rodriguez outside of my top 200. I can't bring myself to draft him unless it's a big discount. I think I took him like 175 in the head-to-head points league where pitchers, especially, riskier pitchers get pushed up because it's a shallower format. But yeah, that one concerns me a lot. I did take Dylan Cruz as we were talking about James Wood a little while ago. I think if you look at the skill set, the skill indicators for Dylan Cruz and Wyatt Langford, they look like pretty similar players. Langford better, and obviously we had that huge September to point to and say, concrete evidence that he's really good. Cruz didn't have that. He only had the 1 month at the major league level, though, and I thought the plate discipline was good. He just needs to elevate the ball and hit the ball a little more consistently. But where are you at on Cruz?
Yeah, I think you're right. And people forget that, we have this little bit of data that we saw at the major league level. He came into the year with less than 160 professional plate appearances. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the year, he's at the majors. So, talk about a learning curve. I thought it was pretty difficult for him. And it was disappointing, but he handled himself okay. I didn't think he looked overmatched. So the skill set's there. I feel like, first full season as a player, there'll probably be some growing pains still, but it's undeniable the talent level and the upside there.
All right, Yohan Duran is the next pick, 114 overall. And then the name that everybody in the chat was yelling about for, it seemed like 20 minutes straight, people were telling us to take Junior Caminero, and he finally goes off the board at 115. Relative to where he goes in pretty much every other draft, that's a big discount. And I know ESPN's a different scoring format. Maybe that explains the drop, but this is another one where if you're drafting him expecting him to be better than he was last season. And he was great in the Caribbean Series, 4 home runs in the final 22 games, has been good so far in the spring. Are you buying the Junior Caminero helium?
Yeah, especially if they give you like 10 points for home run celebrations. No doubt about it. I love it. Kid's electric. I mean, I think he's going to be a fantastic hitter. I just don't know if it's going to be this season, but I'd be willing to take, especially at that price, I'd be willing to take the gamble.
he reminds me that the comp I've gone with is like Marcell Ozuna, where early on in his career, it was obvious that the tools were there. And there were some inconsistencies in his swing. He didn't elevate as much as you want. He hit a lot of fly balls to the power alleys.
Yep.
And it was like, man, once he fine tunes that a little bit, that's what Caminero reminded me of, where he might hit a lot of loud outs. But if he figures it out even a little bit, we're talking about a potential 4-category superstar here. There won't be any steals, but in this format, that doesn't matter. And the plate discipline should be fine if he hits. Christopher Sanchez, the next pick, Kodai Senga, Yandy Diaz, Robert Suarez, and Teoscar Hernandez. I'm pretty concerned about Robert Suarez. Where are you on him?
Yeah, I'm with you. I am very concerned. I somehow end up with him because I typically am punting saves and then try to scrap them together at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So he's one of those guys that drops a lot, but they have a lot of options there. So I don't think they're going to be really slow to put the hook on him, so to speak.
Yeah, that's the problem, is he's so fastball dependent that if there's any drop off in the effectiveness of that pitch, and then they have Estrada, I think, is the 7th inning guy, and Jason Adam in the 8th. Those
Jason
are both
Adam especially
really, really good closer caliber relievers. So
yeah.
I think there is some risk there. Starting off round 11, a guy that the FBT crew, we all love, Bo Bichette. He's falling too far. Has not been as good of a points league player as you would think, because there's not a lot of walks. But do you think this is a fine value for him, first pick of the 11th round?
Yeah, I think it's good enough.
Okay. Jordan Westburg, another one. If he takes that step forward everyone's expecting, it's going to be a steal. It's just the walk rate was very low for him. But what do you think about Jordan Westburg?
I actually love Jordan Westburg. My only hang up there is the number of mouths to feed in the Oriole infield. And that didn't really clear itself up much over the winter like I thought it might. So I feel like they are committed to him, and they may bounce him back and forth between second and third, but moving the fences in should help him, but it also helps one of his direct competitors in Kobe Mayo, maybe even a little bit more. So I worry a little bit about whether he's going to be more of a 450 at bat guy than a 550 to 600 at bat guy. But I think talent is good. I don't worry about that.
Yeah, he is expected to start at third base. He's got the ability to work at second base as well. So if he's hitting and Jackson Holiday isn't, hey, we can send Jackson Holiday back down. Kobe Mayo comes up. Jordan Westburg, congratulations, you're a second baseman again.
Yep.
But there is some concern because they do have so many options, and they have arguably the top third base prospect in baseball, that if you do the opposite, if Westburg's not hitting, Holiday is, and Mayo forces the issue, there is some risk there. He's like a top 70 pick now, though, and that it's where I've got him ranked. But I used to be able to wait a little bit relative to my ranking when he was going in like the 90 to 100 range, and now there is no discount on Jordan Westburg. He was the 122nd pick in this one, but in a lot of Roto drafts, especially, he goes a lot higher than that. He's probably a much better Roto than points player. We got Nico Horner after that, Xander Bogaerts, Riley Green, Spencer Strider. It sounds like he might get into a Grapefruit League game here in the final 10 days or so of spring training. And well, if he looks like himself, if he's pumping 98-mile-an-hour fastballs past people, that price is going to skyrocket, right?
Yeah, and the rumor is that that's how he looks in backfield stuff or whatever. So I kind of expect it. I have been pushing him up my own draft rankings too. So I'm leaning toward it being a clean bill of health for him.
Another guy who is absolutely skyrocketing is Wilson Contreras. Not in this draft, only 127, but one catcher leagues, you tend to see less of a premium. NFBC leagues, I think he's inside the top 65 now on average in the month of March.
I saw him going 5th or 6th probably a month and a half ago among catchers. And all of a sudden he's like the clear third choice for people. So I'm just curious as to what they're seeing that I'm not. And I'm the one that took him here, but I just felt like he had dropped enough that it was time.
Yeah, absolutely. I went with Kevin Gausman, who I really can't figure out. His fastball velocity is up. The splitter movement is all weird this spring. doesn't look like the same guy. Wonder if he can still be effective. I was talking to Eno Saris the other day, just asking him his thoughts about Gausman on Blue Sky. And he said, the splitter movement being down, it's getting a lot less drop on the pitch. It could be a concern, but the added velocity could help make up for that. So he still seems mostly in on Gausman. Gausman, the Stuff Plus metrics really like what he's done this spring. So I'm hedging my bets. He was someone I was kind of high on. I'll draft him if he falls a little bit in this format, and he's my number 5 SP here, or number 5 pitcher here. So a decent value there. Brandon Pfaadt, Randy Arozarena, Tanner Scott, Lawrence Butler, another one, goes way earlier than this. And that's this Team Trash Pandas just took Lawrence Butler and O'Neal Cruz back to back.
In round 11 and 12.
Yeah, round 11 and 12. Those are 4th and 5th round picks in your Roto leagues. Do you think those are good values here?
Boy, there is just so much in the way of problematic contact rate for both of them that I think they're probably appropriately valued here for this format, but super exciting players, both of them. They're a joy to watch.
Yeah. And, O'Neal Cruz, there are big holes in his swing. His plate discipline isn't as bad as you think. It's him and Ellie De La Cruz are both kind of similar, where it's not the swing decisions that are a problem. It's the swing. Like they'll pick the right pitches to swing at. They're not going to hit or swing at pitches outside of the zone too often. It's just they've got big holes in their swing because they're so big, because the levers are so long, that it's hard for them to make consistent contact. We've got after them Jared Jones, Lourdes Gurriel, Mason Wynn. I went with Matt McLain. That's the second time today that I've picked Matt McLain. He is a bust pick for me this season, but yeah,
why do you think that?
I'm kind of the outlier where I like him around 100 or later in Roto drafts, especially. But for me, there's a couple things. One is just we have a really small sample size of him hitting at an elite level. If you look at his minor league track record, at AA, he hit 230. The power and speed were there, but the batting average was really low. Then he's just bonkers in AAA. Before he got called up, he had a 1080 OPS or something at AAA. He was huge. Then he has that awesome 2023 season. But if you look under the hood, there's some pretty bad plate discipline in there. The quality of contact is more good than even very good. It's 58th percentile hard hit rates and average exit velocity. Playing in that home park, maybe that doesn't matter, right? Maybe he's a 25 homer guy regardless. But then it's 2 straight season-ending injuries. And that's where usually at the NFBC, if you've ever been on the IL, just an immediate 3-round drop in price. We will never touch you if you stubbed your toe once. We're terrified of injuries. And then with Matt McLain, he has a season-ending oblique injury in September of 2023. Okay, that's not a huge deal, except last spring, that was still an issue. He was delayed at the beginning of last spring because of that oblique from September. And then obviously he has the shoulder and rib injuries last year and he doesn't play. If I felt more sure that he was going to be an impact bat, I could overlook the injuries. Or if the injuries weren't there, I could overlook my concerns about his bat. When it's both, that's where it's I got to pump the brakes a little bit, push him outside of the top 100, which just means I'm never going to draft him at this point.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. I love McLain this year. 2020 guy, as much as he's dropping.
Yeah.
He's a 2020 guy in 90 or 100 games 2 years ago. So I just see the upside from the Roto League standpoint, but yeah, all those concerns that you're bringing up are totally legitimate, of course.
Yeah, it's one of the ones where I'm am I out of touch?
Am I the idiot here?
Yeah, because everybody loves him so much, and I'm I can't quite get there, and I don't love being that far out on a limb on it, so it could be wrong. And look, I'm willing to draft him if the price is right. And it was 137th here, so I'll take that. After him, you took Lars Nootbaar. Is this the year Does it finally happen?
It has to be because I have him in like 5 leagues. I feel like out of all those guys that seem sort of, prospecty or post hype in the Cardinal outfield, he's the one that I think has the best skill set.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the power of Jordan Walker, but it doesn't have the speed of Victor Scott. But I think he's just a well-rounded, good professional hitter kind of a guy.
Yeah, he's like a B+ at everything. And it's just a question of, one, really, it's staying healthy. Because it feels very much like early career Tommy Pham, where you could really see, man, this guy is so talented and he just can't, I don't even want to say can't get out of his own way. He just can't stay on the field as consistently as we'd want. And that was the issue with Pham. But once he figured it out, he ended up having some really good seasons. So I could see that with Lars Nootbaar as well. He's a little bit older, but they still seem to like him. Brian Wu, a personal favorite of mine. Adolis Garcia coming back from that oblique. He did DH, I think, on Wednesday. So we seem like we're in good shape there. Keibert Ruiz makes a lot of contact. Decent starting catcher. You got to get one. I love Jeff Hoffman. I think he's going to be a superstar closer if he stays healthy. Carlos Rodon, good team. I think he's okay. I want him to be. I want to get like that San Francisco outcome again, and I just don't think we're going to. But I think he's fine. Andres Munoz. It's just, can we just let him get 35 saves? That's the only problem with Andres Munoz is they just don't give him the full-time closer role. And I think he's as nasty as anyone in that Mariners bullpen.
And they play a lot of close games with a poor offense and great starting pitching.
Yep, that'll help. Felix Bautista, that's another one that a little bit of a mystery box, but if the stuff gets back to where it was in 2023, he was the best pitcher in the world on a per inning basis. There was nobody like him. Yep. We had Bowden Francis, Carlos Correa. I was circling Carlos Correa. When I took Matt McClain, it was either Carlos Correa or Matt McClain. I think with Correa, I think the season he had last year, I know the injuries were a problem, but he kind of proved to me that as long as he's on the field, he's going to be productive. And in a shallower format like this, I get it. In a 15-teamer, being out on him, he drops to like 240 in NFBC. I think that's one of the most obvious screaming values of the year, but I get it. It's harder to replace guys in that format. You don't have IL spots. In a shallow league like this, I will take Carlos Correa every single time, except when I took Matt McClain ahead of him, I guess. Xavier Edwards, Robbie Ray, who I pushed up the draft board in a huge way. I think on our podcast the other day, Nick Pollock said he's one of his Cy Young favorites in the NL if he stays healthy. So really like that one. And I'm about to time out again. I'll take Gabriel Moreno, who's having a really nice spring, hitting the ball hard. Maybe there's some breakout potential there. Tristan Casas, you went with Paul Goldschmidt. Are you expecting a bounce back from Paul Goldschmidt? Maybe we can call it a dead cat bounce from Paul Goldschmidt.
I hope he's not a dead cat yet, but I was kind of forecasting it, but jumping into that lineup and really kind of a friendlier park, I think, even for a right-handed hitter. I kind of like it. I like what I've seen from him this spring. I think he seems motivated. The K numbers are a little bit alarming for this particular format, but I just thought the upside was nice. And I am a Yankee guy, despite the Cubs shirt. So I kind of like Goldschmidt this year. I think he could easily knock in 100 runs in that lineup.
Yeah, no, I mean, if he, the strikeout rate was alarmingly high in the first half of last season. If he can keep it in the normal bad range, like it was in the second half, it was more like 25%. And his OPS was in the high 700s. If he can do that, that's going to be a fine pick, especially batting behind Aaron Judge. Going to drive in a lot of runs there. Yeah. I went with Jonathan India, one of my favorite picks in a points league. He walked 80 times last year. I think he's going to score 90 plus runs at the top of that Royals lineup. There's going to be a lot of doubles and triples, which is going to help in a points league in a way it won't in Roto. So I think Jonathan India is a good value. Gavin Williams, one of the biggest risers this spring. People love what he's doing. Big fastball, getting a ton of, he had like 7-8 whiffs with his fastball alone in a recent start. He's looked really good. Shane McClanahan, kind of a mystery box, but hey, he's going a couple rounds behind Spencer Strider. He's going After Sandy Alcantara, I believe that'll play. There's some risk there, but he looked really good.
Day, where those other guys are not. So
that's true.
Yeah.
He looked really good in his only official spring start. He pitched in a minor league game today, and by all accounts was very good.
Yep.
We had Gleyber Torres. I'm out on Gleyber Torres this year. I hate the move to Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, he was supported by a lot of the counting stats that he got from a good lineup. Not that the Tigers lineup is horrible, but it's enough of a downgrade there where I think that you need to bump him down.
Especially, that's just like Yankee Stadium is not. Yankee Stadium is a hi puppy. Yankee Stadium is a little bit of a little league park for left-handed batters, but it plays pretty deep in left center. So it's not quite Comerica, but it's not as hitter friendly as the reputation suggests necessarily. But yeah, I think that's. I'm not even sure I'd take him inside the top 200 in a Roto league, and I don't think I've drafted him at all this year. So out on Gleyber Torres. Let's do some more catching up. Matt Chapman, David Bednar, JT Realmuto. I think the bounce back potential is underrated a little bit for him there, so I like the value. Nick Pivetta landing in San Diego. I think that's a pretty good spot to maybe finally get that ERA below 4 for the first time in his career, because believe it or not, as much as we've talked about Nick Pivetta, has never had an ERA starting with any number other than 4 in his career.
Crazy.
Spencer Steer, I took Gabriel Moreno. You went with Justin Martinez. The upside there is super high if he's the closer in Arizona, right?
I watched him. We were there for the last weekend series in Phoenix last year, and I watched him make people look silly. And I was like, wow, this kid is really, really good. And multiple pitches, too. He's impressive. I can't believe they're going to go with Puck as the closer. He's just so flammable. I would prefer Martinez. I think he'll end up with the job. He
hit like 103 in a spring outing earlier. So just that turbo sinker is really tough to hit. Reynaldo Lopez, the opposite direction. His velocity has been down this spring. I'm a little concerned about that one. Yusei Kikuchi continues to tinker. He's got a new, I think, sweeper this spring that he's working on. Brenton Doyle, just not his format, but at 165, that's probably okay. Mitch Keller, Alec Burleson, and Austin Wells. Austin Wells might lead off against righties for the Yankees. That's interesting. I can't
believe he's doing that, but he's been doing it all spring.
Yeah.
And you look up and down the lineup, like, who are you going to choose instead? It's the Island of Misfit Toys with that lineup. So, yeah, I get it. I get what they're doing.
I kind of think like Austin Wells last year, I think, had the 6th best xWOBA of any catcher. So like there is the potential for him to be an impact bat, especially at catcher. If you're going to be a platoon bat, that's not a problem. Most catchers don't play every day anyway. So I'll take in a Roto league. Hey, if he doesn't play against any lefties, that probably means his batting average is going to be pretty good too. So I actually don't hate that either. At a position where outside of the top 5 or 6 guys, nobody really plays every day anyway.
Right.
We are in the second to last round, and Bryson Stott was the first pick at second base. That's one that, if he dealt with an elbow injury last year, if he's healthy, we could see a bounce back in that batting average, maybe 15 homers. I worry about the playing time against lefties, but that could be okay. We had Jason Adam go after that. We talked about those non-closing elite relievers could have a little extra value in this league. Jason Adam got to 299 points last year. That's actually not a bad number. And if he gets pushed into that closer's role, or he stays as a middle reliever, you're going to get either saves or holds from him. So that'll work in this format. Yep. Michael Garcia after that, Taj Bradley. What do you think about the Rays pitchers? That's been a big topic of discussion this spring with the move to George M. Steinbrenner Field. It's just a much tougher place to pitch. Are you out on the Rays pitchers?
I'm not, because for me personally, their coaching staff trumps the Park move. I just feel like the Rays, is anyone better at developing pitching than they are? I mean, yeah, they get them hurt now and then, but but the maximization of talent seems to be excellent from that organization. So I'm willing to lean on that.
Yeah, Bradley, it's super hit or miss. When he's on, he looks like an ace, and when he's off, he gets absolutely crushed. But there's no doubting there's upside there. Andres Jimenez, the next pick. Taylor Ward, kind of like the oatmeal version of Brian Reynolds, just like an even more boring version of the boring guy. But you look up to the end of the season, and Taylor Ward's usually like a top 30 outfielder. You took Luis Garcia in a points league. Are you okay? Do you expect him to play every day?
I do expect him to play every day. I think that he feels like, to me, one of their core 3 or 4 hitters that they're going to be leaning on. And he made huge strides last year. People get tired of hearing the name Luis Garcia. It's been 5 years. We finally saw a little jump. He's still only 24.
Yeah, he's young. So,
the exit velocity jump was nice. He's getting up towards the average range. The speed was pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that much from him. And he's a really good contact hitter. So I think he has the potential to be a 5-category guy for them.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm concerned about the playing time, but if they do play him every day, you're talking about 25 pretty easily for him. So yeah, that's okay. I love I took Zach Eflin, love the pick next time up, Cam Smith. It's 177. That's too early for Cam Smith. He's the Astros' top third base prospect. But in this format, we're not drafting a bench because we're drafting an NFBC team in 15 minutes as the next part of our draft. So that's this is exhausting. We got like 4 hours left of this. Wow. But yeah, Cam Smith, they're going to play him in right field in a spring game. There's a big opening there. And it sounds like they are just hoping he doesn't give them a reason not to promote him, I think. So they are very excited. There could be big upside there. I thought I hit draft, but I didn't. I took Mackenzie Gore with my last pick, finish out my pitching staff. Let's catch up. We are about 8 picks behind. Ronel Blanco. That's fine. Clay Holmes. Are you in on Clay Holmes?
Boy, I don't want to be, but he's looked so good this spring. I have so many memories of Clay Holmes, and if you think that he's not going to crack under pressure, you're crazy.
Hey, maybe there's less pressure in the first inning.
That could very well be, and he has looked brilliant this spring.
Yeah, the control's been a little shaky at times, but that new changeup looks awesome. He's got a full 6-pitch arsenal now. I came in concerned because he was a sinker, slider, sweeper, and that was all he threw last year, and that's a great way to get righties out, but lefties are going to punish you, and he's always had big reverse or platoon splits. Now he's got that cutter. He's got the 4-seamer. He's got the changeup that looks awesome. Clay Holmes, it's getting hard not to be excited about him this spring.
Do you worry about him being stretched out enough to go, 130, 140 innings?
That I think it's probably the ceiling, right? 140, 145 innings. But there was he fractured his elbow a couple of years, like 3 or 4 years ago pitching, which sounds like a horrific injury to go through. But he's been pretty healthy otherwise. And he pitched the whole season last year. It wasn't like he pitched for 2 months and then was shut down or anything. So I do think 140 really good innings could absolutely be within the realm of possibility. Let's talk through the final round. We got about 13 minutes until our next one. I think Frank's going to join us shortly. Tanner Houck, Nick Castellanos, Mark Vientos. I mean, I know it's a points league, but there's nothing but upside if he's going to last that long in a points league. Brady Singer, Mackenzie Gore. You went with Brandon Woodruff, just throw a dart and let's see what happens, right? Apparently he was hitting like 93, 94.
Oh, yeah. I think he's back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tough injury that he's coming back from, but it's the last pick in this draft, 16th round. In a 30-round draft, he can probably be your last pick too, where he's going in a lot. Right. So I think throwing a dart there are a lot of pitchers worth getting excited about in the late rounds. We've talked about a ton of them on the podcast, Ryan Weathers, Gavin Williams, although he's moving up. But if a lot of those guys are off the board, throw a dart at Brandon Woodruff. Let's see if he starts in mid-April and looks like himself. I'm very interested to see that. Yeah. Then we had Shea Langoliers, Walker Buehler, another one. I don't know. Throw a dart. Let's see. Shane Baz, JJ Bleday, AJ Puck. So we got both of those Diamondbacks start or closer candidates picked in this one. And the very last pick, we're going to throw a dart. It's Jackson Jobe. I mean, the stuff looks amazing.
Yep.
And then every start this spring, it's like, why aren't you getting whiffs? Why aren't you getting strikeouts? Why aren't you better?
Are you giving up home runs?
Jackson Jobe, YKA, 2 home runs today. It's like every single like stuff plus metric, every graphic that gets thrown up about him is it looks like Jackson Jobe is going to be one of the best pitchers in baseball. And then the results, even last year at AA, it was like a 25% strikeout rate, just disappointing, 12% walk rate. ERA was around 2. It was great, but it's just like, is he going to be the guy we want him to be? If not, why? Why does do the results not quite match the stuff? I'm hoping that it's just, hey, he's working on stuff this spring and it'll be fine when the games matter. But I wish I could be a little more sure that he was going to be great.
I think I might actually prefer Reese Olson right now.
He looks really good. His velocity's up this spring. The changeup and slider last year were both like 45% whiff rate pitches. There is room for him to be very good. Frank, join us. You can take us out and take us into the next draft.
I am here. I should probably unmute my mic. We are back in action. Actually, these guys have been doing a great job. We never left. I left. These guys have been here. Great job. I was listening while I was scarfing down some dinner. So do appreciate what you guys did here. Sky, how did everything go? How'd you like your team?
I have no idea. I think it's okay. I have a lot of relievers.
It's tough. It's tough to podcast while, I always like to razz Frank when he's getting frazzled while we're doing like an auction and he's hosting, and that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing this for an hour. You guys are doing it for how many?
Yeah, I didn't realize you were such a big Nolan Arenado fan, Chris.
Look, man, I only auto drafted once. Okay, I'll take that as a win.
We are getting ready for our NFBC draft, which is coming up shortly here. Sky, we appreciate you hopping on. Again, you can follow him on X. I have that somewhere in my notes. And
at Sky Dombrowski.
At Sky Dombrowski. And again, he is your reigning, defending Tout Wars head-to-head champ. He'll be defending the crown this Sunday in the same auction as Chris. So we'll be interesting to see how you guys do in that one. Sky, we'll let you promote whatever else you've got going on before you leave here.
Oh, I have way too much going on, but not much of it relates to baseball. So you can find me at insiderbaseball.com. I do a few columns and a podcast there every week or two. But yeah, that's about it. This is my spare gig. So
very nice. Well, happy you joined us here. Will I see you this weekend? Will you be out Tout Wars happy hour? Will you stop by? What do you got going on?
I am planning on meeting the group, Justin Mason's group, tomorrow afternoon. We should get down there around 4 or 5. We do have some reservations at the place that I've wanted to eat my entire life tomorrow night. So I'll be there for a couple hours.
Love that.
And then Saturday we'll be at the party. So yeah, I'll see you guys.
Yes.
Nice. I'll see you tomorrow.
Definitely looking forward to that. And Sky, yes, thanks again. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks.
All righty. See you. All right, that completes our third draft of the day, and we are
past the halfway point. We've hit the checkpoint.
We are getting ready for our live NFBC Rotowire Online Championship. This is a 12-team Roto draft with in-season fab, in-season moves, the whole shebang. It's not a draft and hold or anything like that. 12-team Roto League. I know we call this the mock draft mega stream. This is not a mock draft. This is a real draft with big money on the line, $350 entry. Believe NFBC Hall of Famer John Posma is in this draft as well. So we'll
playing for second.
It's more like the beat John Posma draft, and we're just trying our best to compete with him here in that one. And we're sharing a team. I mean, that's the craziest part. 3 people sharing one team, and we have all wildly different views this season. So it'll be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I've got a spreadsheet up of our consensus rankings. And so I want to see how much we actually believe in our ability to agree, because we have the number 5 pick and we all have Ellie De La Cruz as the number 6 player. And we've been talking about it.
Who do we have 5th?
Kyle Tucker.
I like Tucker too, man.
Same dollar value.
I like
But
Tucker too.
One, do you think Ellie makes it
No,
to number 5?
no. I think he will
Probably
be
not.
one of the top 4 picks. Another aspect of this upcoming draft that we're about to do, yes, it is a singular draft. We're also competing for an overall prize, a $350,000 grand prize, I believe. There are lots of teams involved in the overall here. It's a collection of 12-team leagues. You win your league, you do get prize money, but you can also win an overall prize. So you are shooting for a little bit more upside here as well throughout the draft. It's a 12-team league, so the waiver wire will be better than your typical 15-team NFBC league. So I do think that we'll see people shooting for a little bit more upside throughout the course of this draft. I don't think Ellie De La Cruz will be there for us at 5.
Probably not. But hey, if that means Jose Ramirez falls, it's not a bad thing either.
Let's reset a little bit here. You are watching the Fantasy Baseball Today mock draft mega stream, the first ever. We are up to the 4th draft of the day. And you know what, Chris? Maybe you feel differently because you just got done hosting a draft by yourself. Not by yourself, but with Sky. I think it's going pretty well. I think everything's actually going pretty swimmingly. So
yeah, I mean, we'll see. We've got like 4 hours left, so we'll see. I had a PB&J earlier and a zebra cake. You remember zebra cakes?
They are so good.
Oh, so good. But that's not a lot of food for an adult to eat. I finished my thing of gummy worms earlier, so this is a mess for me personally. But I think it's going well overall.
If you need to hop out at any point, just
I'll eat when I'm dead.
Okay, no worries there. We are waiting for Scott to join the draft. Can we just agree, Chris, we're not going to let him draft Brandon Nimmo? That's just not going to happen, right?
I mean, look, if he's there at like 180 or something.
Nah.
The question here is anyone that we're drafting with watching?
Scott's here.
Oh, we're definitely going to draft Brandon Nimmo.
What's going on, Scott? How you doing, man? How was your time off?
My time off? Well, I was mostly working. You think this is a holiday or something? I did change shirts, though. I did.
Did you shower as well between drafts like Chris?
Get a new mug? No.
No.
Do you shower during your work day? Only Chris Towers does that.
It was just that it's winter, technically, but it was hot in my apartment when I was drafting earlier. I was starting to get a little sweaty, so I had to wash off.
We're finally getting some nice weather here in the Northeast, and gotta enjoy it.
We've entered the talk about the weather portion of the live stream, huh?
Yes, we certainly have. Thanks everyone for checking in, watching live. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We have a new chant, 31K by opening day. 31K by opening day. We have surpassed 30,000 YouTube subscribers.
You love to see it.
Thank you all for helping us get there. We were trying to do it by the end of draft season. Boom, we are there, right smack in the middle of draft season, and couldn't do it without you, the listeners and the viewers here on YouTube. So we do, of course, appreciate doing that. We got about 2.5 minutes before this draft starts. If you have any questions in the chat, I guess we could take some of those while we try to fill some time. I don't think there's any crazy news or anything that I saw throughout the course of the day. I
have not seen anything.
Tried to check in on some box scores and things between the drafts here while I was, again, scarfing down some din. And
yeah, I apologize to anyone for the FBT newsletter because tomorrow's is not going to be the biggest one that you've ever seen.
It is. It's going to have.
It's going to be important.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be exactly what you're looking for in your
inbox.
It's going to
be links to everything that we've written that you need to read this spring. So, but if you were hoping for a patented Chris Towers writes 4,000 words about spring stuff, sorry, I don't have the time for it.
Chris, I do think it's totally defensible that we are doing a 10-hour stream of drafts all day that you don't put out one of your 4,000.
I still feel guilty about it,
Tyler Stevenson is getting an MRI on his back.
That's the one.
Soreness. So
4,000 words is more like a newspaper than a newsletter, to be fair.
It's about 80 column inches, I think.
Yeah.
The Cubs and Lance Lynn have entered negotiations on a 1-year deal. Okay. Cody Bradford will start the season on the IL. That's good to know.
This-
Christian
this-
Walker hit in the batting cages. That's a nice update.
It's a good place to hit.
I thought you were going to say he was hit.
But one thing we haven't mentioned today, or maybe it came up throughout one of the drafts, but Jeff McNeil has a strained right oblique.
That's a bummer for me.
Will be out 3 to 4 weeks. Jeff McNeil.
Oh, yeah. So
And,
that means Brett Beatty
Yeah.
is the leading candidate to start at second base. Remember him? He's back in second base form.
He is back. All right, I lied. I'm sorry. I said we were going to take some comments, but I was catching up on the news, and now we're 30 seconds out. So here we go, live.
All right. We didn't plan this. We didn't talk this through at all. You guys told me we refused to draft Brandon Nimmo, even if he's there, pick 250.
That's the only player that's off the board, yeah. Everything else is fine.
Look, I've got our.
He was in the lineup today, wasn't he? DH?
I don't know.
I thought I saw that.
Sure.
Also, I'll just let you guys know. I'll make the draft picks just so there's no confusion over who's making the draft picks here. Okay.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Oh gosh, this is gonna be a disaster. Welcome in for the fun. A live 12-team Rotowire online auction championship, not an auction, online championship here on the NFBC. We've got the draft board up and running as well. No names involved, so you don't know who's drafting who. I know that is a big topic.
Oh, we're getting them.
Oh,
We did talk about Ellie in round
There you
one.
go.
If he made it to us at 5.
He didn't get hurt today, right? Or anything like that.
I didn't see anything. No.
You guys are good with it, right?
Let's do it. It's
Yeah.
not our consensus. Our consensus would be Kyle Tucker, but I don't think any of us have actually drafted Ellie this spring. So let's do it.
Let's do it all at once. Our one share of Ellie De La Cruz in case he goes 40-80 this year.
In our most important league. Oh, Gunnar Henderson, 6th overall. Okay, no concerns there.
I'm not willing to call this our most important league, but fair enough.
I mean, it is the Beat Fantasy Baseball Today League, Scott. So
That's
it is
true.
It is one of our important leagues. Corbin Carroll goes off the board 7th overall. The first 7 picks: Shohei Ohtani, Bobby Witt Jr., Aaron Judge, Jose Ramirez, Ellie De La Cruz, Gunnar Henderson, and Corbin Carroll. I said this before the draft started, but in case you're just tuning in now, this is a 12-team league. We're playing to win this league. We're also competing for an overall championship, which there are
Ellie
lots.
De La Cruz, he's going to bring us home.
I hope you're right about that. Yeah, we shall see. The number 8 pick was Juan Soto.
I like that we've talked down Ellie De La Cruz's top 5 status all off season, and now I'm here turning cartwheels over it.
Well, it was just because we didn't expect it to happen.
I think I guaranteed that he would not be there for us before the draft. And what do I know?
Nothing.
Apparently so. Fernando Tatis Jr., the 9th overall pick of this draft. This is going to be a longer one, by the way. This is a 30-round draft. So we're going to be here for like 2.5 hours. So,
And
up.
Our number 5 consensus player still on the board as the 11th pick goes off. And there he is, Kyle Tucker.
It was made with an incredible speed, that pick.
That feels like the appropriate response. Yes, if you're picking 11th and Kyle Tucker is there, you should not have to think too hard about that pick. Ooh, we got a Pocket Aces draft.
Pocket Aces at the turn. Team 12 selects Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal together. Will be interesting to come back to that team and see how the offense comes together. Kyle Tucker, go ahead, Scott.
This is probably the first time I've done a 12-teamer on the NFBC site because they always tend to be 15-teamers.
It's going to be a little weird, right?
I'm not sure I want Ellie anymore.
What? Why would you say that?
I'm just kidding. It'll be fair. Because stolen bases are more plentiful in 12 teams than 15.
Yeah, but I think there's more opportunity to take risks in a 12-team league, Scott, where in a 15-teamer, maybe you do want to kind of play it a little bit safer with your picks. I think in a 12er, we can maybe take a few more chances here. So,
and yes, for the people watching on the stream, we are team 5.
Yes, we are team 5.
It's not highlighted because it's not showing everyone's names, but we're there.
Why isn't it showing everyone's names?
You're not supposed to show names.
Yeah, Scott, that's bad form.
It's bad form. You don't show the board.
Yeah. A couple other picks here in round 2 after we got Pocket Aces, Francisco Lindor, Julio Rodriguez. Vladimir Guerrero, Jackson Churio, Garrett Crochet, and Yordan Alvarez. Guys, we are up. So let's talk it through.
Boy, Yordan would have been
awesome.
pretty
Fun. I think Bryce Harper makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so our consensus top player is Trey Turner, but
we shortstop.
Yeah, that's kind of overkill. So it's Bryce Harper, Jarren Duran, or Zach Wheeler if we wanted to go with a pitcher.
I'm kind of thinking Duran personally. Guys,
think about how we always, if we wait on first baseman, we just
that's fair
out there.
But think about outfield.
Fair.
I'm leaning Duran.
Let's do it.
We just don't worry about stolen bases ever again.
Well, I guess if you guys both vote for it, I got to take it, right?
I think that's how it works. That's democracy, baby.
All right. Not the pick I would have made, but
this is democracy manifest.
Oh gosh, I haven't drafted Jarren Duran anywhere this year. Just don't like buying at the peak, coming off of a career year. I just got a weird feeling, but it is an awesome lineup. He's leading off again. He gives you some speed.
You know what? When I was last on for the Yahoo head-to-head categories draft, you know what my first two picks were?
Ellie De La Cruz.
It was Ellie De La Cruz and Jarren Duran. Yeah, they're going to think I'm obsessed with them.
I would have taken Bryce Harper personally. Come on, guys. Bryce Harper, man. One of my guys. Chris, we have the powder blue Phillies jerseys. We could have worn them together.
Well, we could have.
Let's let things play out.
So part of my thought is I want to see where if the next pick goes, because it's possible that there's still some pretty good first basemen available when we make our next pick. Don't want to say any names.
That is entirely possible. After Duran, it was Zach Wheeler, Jackson Merrill, Bryce Harper, and Jazz Chisholm.
That's pretty much where Jazz goes now, huh?
The team one gets a lot of speed here. Ohtani, Jazz, and Trey Turner to start.
That's a pretty awesome start.
That's pretty good.
Good value on Trey Turner.
Worth pointing out, Bobby Witt, I don't think we have an official update on him yet, outside of just that Jeff Passan tweet where not expected to miss any extended time. He still goes second overall in this draft, and he was paired with Bryce Harper there in round 2.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he goes second ahead of Judge. I figured people might be a little cautious about that, but I think it's fine.
The Royals tweet specifically said he'll be reevaluated in the morning. So the fact we haven't gotten anything new, I take that as good news.
He might be just gone, though.
What if they didn't reveal what has been reevaluated yet because it's bad?
What if they lost Bobby Witt?
I think by now we'd know that, but who knows?
I mean, physically lost him. They just don't know where he is.
He's hanging out with Vinny Pasquantino somewhere. They seem like boys. A couple other picks here. Ketel Marte, Freddie Freeman. So if that's who you guys were hoping to get.
That was the name I was obliquely referring to, yes.
Freddie Freeman with Ellie. That makes a little bit of sense. Get that batting average back up a little bit here. We are one pick away. I have two players that I would be totally fine with.
I'm queuing up some suggestions here.
I like the top one. Yeah, all right, so we're up. It was Matt Olson. I like Austin Riley and William Contreras here. I'm fine with
that. I was thinking Austin Riley or William Contreras. Austin Riley is our consensus top player, the top 3 in our consensus ranks. Technically, it's Ronald Acuna, Austin Riley, Ronald Acuna, and William Contreras. I imagine Acuna will probably be moving down a little bit.
And I'm going to move him down.
2-catcher league, by the way, reminder.
Yeah, I'm
going Riley.
Contreras.
I'm leaning Riley.
I like Riley here too.
All right, let's go Riley. I've been outvoted.
Yeah, I mean, I get it with William Contreras. I think it's totally fine here, and he's a little bit past ADP. But as I've talked about all offseason, I like grabbing that third baseman and fully expecting the Austin Riley bounce back. 4-category stud, gives us some power to pair with Ellie and Jarren Duran. So that is the pick. And we've got some power. We got a lot of speed so far.
We're gonna have to be intentional about batting average, though.
At some point,
Riley normally helps with batting average. I guess either him or Contreras would have
270-ish. I think, yeah.
Contreras is gonna be a bigger edge on the rest of the catchers than Riley on the third baseman. But yeah,
that's true.
Yep.
The only thing if Rafael Devers makes it to us at pick 44, then I'll be,
which is possible the way he's been slipping.
Yeah, it is possible.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not, but possible.
Yeah, he hit a tank off of Walker Buehler today in intra-squad game, something like that. So
I think he's fine.
yeah,
I mean, I don't think he's a third baseman anymore, but I think he's fine.
it does sound like he's more open to playing DH this upcoming season. Again, that's Rafael Devers, who just goes off the board. So I think a nice call by us, taking Austin Riley. After Riley, it was Logan Gilbert, William Contreras, Corbin Burns, and Rafael Devers.
Yeah, pretty standard so far. No real big surprises.
Nothing crazy.
Machado.
We're getting those third
There we
round
go.
baseman. I do have Rotowire online ADP up over the past week. So if you guys need any reference,
Oh, I got it too.
let me know.
Not my first rodeo, Frank.
I've got do you have the draft board version up, or do you have just the classic ADP? I like the draft board because it's just easier for me to visualize and see where players are going.
Yeah, I don't have that one. I don't even know what you're talking about. Maybe it is my first rodeo.
Yeah, Langford there, the first big deviation from our consensus rankings, but
yeah,
based on ADP, it's not really much of a reach. That's just he's kind of going in the 35 to 40 range now.
The past week of these drafts over at NFBC, Wyatt Langford's ADP is right around here, 37. So the 3-4 turn, and he's been playing in spring games. He's been hitting so far. He looks like he's past that oblique injury. Everything is good for now. The big breakout for Wyatt Langford is back on this season.
And it's a very small sample size, but early returns have been he's like 5 for 7 in his first 3 games or something.
Yeah. I mean, Wyatt Langford, no stranger to destroying.
Oh, look at this guy.
Training.
The guy picking 12th, he put Tarek Skubal and Paul Skeens with his first 2 picks, 3 and 4, Devin Williams and Emmanuel Class A.
Zig when everyone else is zagging.
It's very unconventional build.
It's an ethos.
Very interesting. Again, we'll come back to that team and see how the offense comes together. Should be pretty interesting. O'Neal Cruz goes to team 11. So Tucker, Lindor, Wyatt Langford, O'Neal Cruz. You got the 2 hype guys back to back with Langford and Cruz there.
What do you think of those 3 I've queued up?
Let me see what you got.
Yeah, the hitter was who I was thinking if he's there.
It presents a complication, but I like the cryptic talk here.
Yeah,
because most of these guys are listening, right, or watching. We would presume.
I would assume at least some of them are.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 8 picks, I think, 6 picks between us and our next draft.
What about this guy who I don't like, Chris, but I'm adding him.
You don't like Chris?
I don't like, Chris, but I'm adding him.
I didn't even ask me, but I kind of like it.
Well,
yeah, no, I think that's a perfectly fine pick for the team that we have so far.
But we want the top guy in the queue. We might get him.
I mean,
I think so.
Okay.
Like you said, it
Sounds
represents
unanimous.
some complications.
Yeah.
In terms of positioning.
Well,
but that can be
too
overcome.
Fine a point on it, Chris.
Yeah,
come on.
What are you doing, Chris? Come on.
Got to keep our gamesmanship going here.
I'm sorry.
I don't even care about helping people who are watching anymore. It's just okay. Michael Harris was the other hitter.
Yep.
That I don't really like. Okay.
And
there.
We were goes with the very next pick.
When we picked Olsen, I thought Corey Seager should be our next pick, and Corey Seager is available, and we all seem to agree that Corey Seager should be the pick.
Let's just make sure before we over a pitcher, right? You guys are fine with that?
So there's Chris Sale and Cole Reagan still, and they're the only other ones I would consider.
Yeah.
Obviously, it is weird that we spent our first round pick on a shortstop, and now we're taking a shortstop in round 4. But our categorical needs, Seager just meets them so well.
Mm-hmm.
It does, and in a 12-teamer, it's easier to replace him if he does get hurt.
Yep.
So,
I'm fully on board. That's our consensus top player too.
All right, there it goes. Corey Seager. Interesting build. I'm interested to see how it comes together. We've got Ellie, Jaron Duran, Austin Riley, and Corey Seager. So covering all the hitting categories. At some point, we'll look into a pitcher.
That is our.
It's only a 12-teamer.
That is our number 34 player, and we got him at 44. Can't complain.
You see that slide for Acuna though too. He went 43rd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he needs to be outside of the top 40 if
he's not
April's
returning
out of the
till
if
mid-May.
April's out of the picture, then yeah, I think that's right.
And worth pointing out again, NFBC, no IL spots. We
Yep.
have 7 bench spots. So if you take Acuna, he's sitting on your bench for the next 6 weeks. You almost assuredly can't take another stash candidate, or at least I wouldn't. I mean, whoever drafted Acuna can choose to do that if they want to, but it makes it a lot harder to manipulate your bench if you take 2 injured players, basically. So after Seager, there was Josh Hader, the third closer off the board. Fourth, excuse me. Edwin Diaz went in there as well. And then Cole Reagans will not be on our team because
he was the consensus top pitcher for us left. Diaz, his velocity has been down so far this spring. Do we have any concerns about that?
Every other closer.
Is
there a closer whose velocity isn't down? Because
Mason Miller hit 102. Justin Martinez hit 103.
Okay, you're right. Justin Miller. We don't know that he's a closer, but his velocity isn't down. I had queued up Jose Altuve, thinking he might work
that
for
felt
us
like
too,
the most
but
obvious next one. But
yeah,
I had
he's
just
gone.
queued up James Wood, and he also went at the turn.
What do you think about the guy left in the queue? This might be a contentious one.
No, I'd actually be down with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
come up
it
with
would
a
be my
backup
first
plan.
time drafting him this year.
We do need a backup plan just in case. I'll throw. Oh yes, whoever's doing that, I like those.
That's me.
Yep. How about these two?
Yeah.
There's this. If we want to go that route.
I don't know how
Interesting, 'cause
useful
we're-
this is for
We're
anybody.
talking about our queue. We don't want to reveal the players. Once they go, we will talk about the players. For anyone we're drafting against, we don't want them to take the players we're talking.
It becomes a fun guessing game. Think of it that way. It's like a game show.
It's pretty good. At the turn, by the way, James Wood and Ozzy Albies. That team won. Otani, Jazz, Trey Turner, James Wood, and Albies. It's a pretty fun team.
I mean, that is.
Yep.
So it's not going to be a pitcher.
It's not going to be Chris Sale.
Well, it could be a pitcher.
It could be a pitcher. I don't think it should be a pitcher. So how do we organize them? How do we rank them? Do we rank them how they are? We want batting average, right?
The
Above
way
all else.
All right. Whatever. We're talking about utility only players. And the way our consensus is Ozuna, Schwarber, Rooker. And all 3 of them are there.
Ozuna's the best batting average bet, and I still think that's what we need most.
Or we could go with Dylan Cease. I think those are the 2 options, either Ozuna or Cease.
I was thinking about Cease too.
I'm okay waiting on pitcher.
Me too.
I could see a
12-teamer.
pitcher. I could see a pitcher run coming, but it hasn't happened yet.
Right.
This draft outside of Team 12 has been pretty light on pitching. So
I've seen a couple other of these online championships, and pitching typically goes pretty late.
I'm okay with Ozuna. It does lock us in. We are.
If there's an awesome shortstop later,
that's the problem.
I mean, no for our bench, but
Oh, that is true.
But I still think Ozuna's the pick.
I think so too. Scott?
I don't like the idea of not being able to take another shortstop.
Okay, then let's go Cease.
Let's take Ozuna. Let's take Ozuna. I'm on board. Ozuna.
Okay. So we do get our utility filled up early on here through 5 rounds. We have Ellie De La Cruz, Jarren Duran, Austin Riley, Corey Seager, and Marcel Ozuna. Next pick was Raisel Iglesias. He is I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
like the 6th?
6th closer off the board. Yeah, Mason Miller just went a few
okay.
picks ago too.
Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't have taken Ozuna.
Scott. Cool as a cucumber, baby. Cool as a cucumber.
That is my auction approach. All right, I'm allowed to tilt a little in draft still. A little.
Tilted like a pinball machine.
Well, it's going to be upsetting if. Well, okay, Brent Rooker just went. If Kyle Schwarber makes it back to us.
Yeah, that'll be.
Kyle Schwarber just went. Oh, you took him out of the queue.
No, I took him out of the queue because we're not taking him now. So
right, no, obviously.
I took him out of the queue, yeah.
I mean, we could have the best bench around.
In this league where trades aren't allowed.
Oddly enough, I'm in an NFBC slow draft, draft champions, 15-team draft and hold Roto. And the first pick also took Marcell Ozuna. They took Ohtani and Marcell Ozuna.
That feels like you just forgot.
Maybe. It did not make any sense to me at all. So, I mean, I guess with Rooker, Chris, you've kind of defended this a little bit more where Rooker in the outfield eligibility, but even then it's the opportunity cost that you're passing up on a player at the 4 or 5 turn in a 15-teamer.
I can't remember. Is it 5 appearances in season for eligibility on NFBC, or is it 10?
It's 10. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it's not. It's It's potentially viable on another platform, but if it's 10 appearances, that's
sure
really
when Rooker's going to get those.
Let's catch up on picks. After Iglesias, there was Blake Snell, Yainer Diaz, Brent Rooker, Adley Rutschman, Lawrence Butler, Brenton Doyle, and into round 6, Matt McClain. Lawrence Butler, I was holding out on a little hope maybe he'd make it back to us in round 6.
Chris is relieved that he didn't.
Team 11 is just the all-hype team. Kyle Tucker, Lindor, Langford, O'Neal Cruz, Lawrence Butler.
Could really work out. I mean, if you're playing for an overall, there's a lot of 5 category potential there.
Shoot for the upside, baby. Shoot for the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And that Kyle Schwarber did not make it back to us.
Okay, that's good. The team that took 4 pitchers, it was Paul Skeens, Terry Skubal, Devin Williams, Emmanuel Clase. That's who it was, right?
Yes, they just got Brenton Doyle and Matt McClain.
Brenton Doyle, Matt McClain. So shooting for upside, shooting for 5 category potential, although batting average likely to be a problem for those 2. I would keep an eye on like Luis Arias
or Steven Kwan.
As a potential target for this team.
Yeah, like maybe you take Kwan and a big power bat together, to kind of balance that out a little bit. All right, we're in round 6. Thanks to everyone for watching and hanging out. Over 2,000 people still watching. Woo. We're going strong here. It's we're in almost up to hour 5 of the mock draft mega stream. This is not a mock draft, by the way. This is one that we are playing out this season over on the NFBC and competing for an overall prize in the Rotowire Online Championship. The next pick is Adley Rutschman, and there are a few teams that do not have a pitcher at all yet. We are one of them. Team 11 has 6 hitters. Team 10 has 6 hitters, including 2 catchers, Adley Rutschman and Wilson Contreras. And then Team 1 has 5 hitters so far and no pitcher. So 4 teams to this point who don't have a pitcher yet. And there goes Dylan Cease. That would have been fun if he made it back.
It would have been. I was getting my hopes up. Always dangerous.
We are 2 picks away here.
What do you guys think of that team that went Adley, Wilson Contreras? This is where Wilson Contreras is starting to go. I think it's taking it too far. That's what
just we're up, and I don't.
Oh, we're up. Yeah,
I don't know.
For me, I absolutely think it's the pitcher in the queue.
Yeah, hit that button. Oh, I don't even think there's any debate.
The only other thing I would think about is outfield here.
Yeah,
but I think we need a pitcher.
Who's the best outfielder left, though?
I think for me,
is Framber Valdez. He's just so unexciting.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with unexciting.
I don't have a great alternative in mind, so let's do it.
Just to build out that innings base.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna wait, I think unexciting is fine.
Yeah. You guys are fine with that over any of the outfielders here, right?
It's just I feel like there are so many pitchers. Take Valdez. We got 10 seconds left.
Yes.
There are so many pitchers who can compete with Valdez in terms of output on the board still. But
we've got to, we could take multiple of those, Scott, because we're going to have to fill out the pitching staff.
That is how pitching works.
We need it. We've got to fill 9 pitcher spots at some point.
All right. What do you guys think of the guy I just added to the queue?
Nope.
Come on.
I'm more open to it than Frank is.
Come on.
Right,
No.
What about this guy?
How about that?
Nah. Well, I don't know which one you were referring to.
He added the second one. I added the third one.
Okay. No, nah.
All right.
I mean, what
sounds like there's a divide here for the next pick.
Any of these? Boom, 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 boom.
Frank's choice was Jordan Westburg, and he's gone now.
I try to get Westburg in every draft. Wait, it's about that time because
Caminero.
That's what's happening too.
Caminero. So he went
top 60.
70th.
Top.
So we've seen him go in the 3 drafts I've been in. Junior Caminero has gone 55, 90th, and 70th.
It would be nice if I can do math or just read the numbers on the screen, because I said a top 60 pick and he was the 70th pick. So that is more accurate. Junior Caminero in the 6th round. The next pick is Michael King. Jordan Westberg gone as well. I think I would vote outfielder or starter.
Well, yeah, I think that's now that. Well, there's also Marcus Semien. Is it too early for him? I'm so confident nobody's excited about him that I'm just going to say his name.
He usually goes in round 9 of these drafts, so we might be able to get him in round 8.
I could live without him even.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think passing on him is fine.
Yeah, I think outfielder pitcher here is.
I don't know if any of these outfielders are really. I think the pitchers are better relative to the ones remaining than the outfielders are.
I just think.
Well, I'm going to move the one to the top. Santander seems like he's fallen a long way. I don't know, because he's kind of working against batting average that we're trying to build back up. But he's going to give a lot of numbers. But I don't. There are enough other good ones here that I don't think. I'm just not that excited about.
No, it's not going to be Santander anyway.
I just wrote in the StreamYard chat who I would like to take. I don't know how you guys feel about it though.
Again,
we're on deck. Go ahead and say it.
No. What if this person takes him? I can't do that. He only has one outfielder, Scott.
So here, let me make my case for Jacob deGrom, who, if we're worried that Framber Valdez is boring and unexciting, the Framber Jacob deGrom combo is not, and that's a decent pairing of skills and risk, and it's a value relative to our rankings. That's all I'm going to say.
I think I'd rather go Imanaga.
But why DeGrom if we could just get Strider later, Chris?
Right, exactly. I don't want to foreclose that possibility.
Because you can't
Glass now, or even Glass.
Sure,
but the way they're talking about limiting DeGrom's innings within individual starts.
Okay, we've got to talk about this because we are up. I would vote for Suzuki. He gives you batting average, and we need outfield, and he gives you
I want Imanaga.
Let's do Suzuki.
All right, you good with it, Chris?
Yep.
All right.
You've been outvoted, Scott.
Yeah, first time for everything. Probably won't be the last time.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Someone very quickly took DeGrom after Suzuki just felt like a reach, right? Like what?
A little bit. We have him 76th, and that was what, the 77th pick?
Last week of ADP, he goes in round 7 in these drafts.
So the players,
a Frank guy.
There are 4 guys ahead of him in our rankings. Do you want me to mention them?
No.
Sure.
Semien, Imanaga, Robert, and Bichette are ahead of him in our consensus rankings.
And we can't draft Bichette, so.
And we cannot draft Bichette. So yeah, that's we technically can, but yes.
Bad idea.
Can we trade him? No. There's no trading on the NFBC. So.
Can we convince the Rangers to move Corey Seager to third base? Maybe.
Possibly.
Well, there goes Semien.
Very unlikely.
All right, now that Ryan Walker's gone, I'm going to stick another guy in the queue. Chris isn't going to like it.
It's toughy. Let's probably read off some of the picks that are actually happening in this draft.
Yeah.
For the listening audience, at the 6-7 turn, there was Pablo Lopez and Spencer Schwellenbach.
That's a neat combo, yeah.
Yeah, Anthony Santander, Yoshinobu Yamamoto into the 7th round. It seems like he fell a little bit. Bryce Miller, we took Seiya Suzuki, then Jacob deGrom, Ryan Walker, Marcus Semien, and Cal Raleigh.
We probably should have thought more about Raleigh, maybe. That seems like a pretty good discount.
It's a nice price, yeah.
Yeah.
But presents some batting average complications, yeah.
Yeah. That's fair.
You know me, I'm a worrier.
Oh,
one of my friends call me Whiskers.
That's why your friends call you what, Chris?
Whiskers.
Whiskers. Gotcha. Do they actually call you that?
It's an old SNL bit. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't understand.
It's Will Ferrell's Harry Carey, so it's relevant to our purposes. It's a baseball, the Harry Carey talk show.
Okay, Felix Bautista just went. I was wondering if I was going to have to convince you guys. And there goes Shota Imanaga, our should have been last pick. So I guess this is the guy now, right? Just moving him to the top of the queue.
No, the guy who just got drafted would have been the guy I was arguing for.
Hunter Brown?
No, Luis Robert.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hunter Brown,
So that was the guy who took the 4 pitchers at the start.
Yeah,
He takes Hunter Brown in round 8.
That's
Bailey
one that,
Oberge goes right after him. I'm getting a little worried about pitching, you guys.
Scott,
a little worried.
Yep. You're the one that loves to wait. We're going to be just fine.
Well, you waited so long.
We're going to be just
I wanted Imanaga last round.
Scott, we're supposed to be sanguine.
Cool.
We're supposed to be blasé.
Okay. Yeah. Bellinger's gone. Oh, he's not gone.
The good glob is still here.
Oh, that's
it's depleting though.
Interesting call out there.
So starting round 8, we got Hunter Brown, followed by Bailey Ober, followed by Max Fried.
There is one.
And then Yohan Duran. So saves are getting scarcer.
They are.
There is one starting pitcher that I would be very happy to take. He's at the top of our queue. And let's see if we can get there.
It is my highest ranked one.
It is by far our highest ranked one.
Yeah, but we're higher on him than the consensus, and I've debated moving him down. But he is DeGrom-like in his strengths and weaknesses. It's Tyler Glass now.
I know what Scott's doing. He
doesn't want Tyler Glass to be the pick.
I think we're drafting with some very self-assured drafters here. Okay, they put a lot of money on the line.
He is trying to. Scott's trying to tank the team.
I am.
That was a nice pick there, Cody Bellinger. I thought that was a good call out, Scott. I would have been interested we don't have a first baseman yet, so.
Oh, we don't. I forgot about that.
I would have been down for that.
Yeah.
All right, we are on deck, and that's who I was gonna say. Just went Joe Ryan and Hunter Green.
Yeah, we have to take a picture here. It's
agreed.
Our top ones are the number 77 player is Tyler Glasnow. Number 79 is Logan Webb.
What about Aaron Nola? We got Webb higher than Nola. Consensus?
We have Webb a couple spots higher than Nola.
So why don't we take Glasnow and then hope we could get one of Nola or Webb back?
I think take Glasnow and hope and take one of the Boringer guys next. Boringer being not word.
All right. I kind of like it. Scott?
Yeah, we'll take Glasnow.
All right. Shooting for the moon. Here we go. Tyler Glasnow, our SP2 to go along with Framber Valdez. We also have Seiya Suzuki, Marcelo Ozuna, Corey Seager, Austin Riley, Jarren Duran, and Ellie De La Cruz. And there goes Brian Reynolds. This was a big pitching round, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
There have been 9 picks. 7 of them have been pitchers. Glasnow, Joe Ryan, Hunter Green, Yohan Duran, Max Fried, Bailey Ober, and Hunter Brown.
Yep. It's
Someone in the chat thinks you should mute me, Frank.
Wow, that's rude.
You should mute me for my mutiny.
In what chat? The YouTube chat?
Yeah.
Why would they say that?
Because I was giving our secrets away.
Oh.
That's a fair point.
Well, it didn't work, Scott. You tried your best. And we still wound up getting Tyler Glasnow. So.
Did Trout go?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't know if we could take Mike Trout and Tyler Glasnow on the same team, can we? You're asking for trouble.
It is possible to take them both on the same team.
It's legally allowed.
Sure.
I checked.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Throat clearing. That shouldn't happen on a live stream. Bad etiquette.
Well, Scott, it's been a long day. I think we'll let you slide here.
That's why I'm always muting myself. Try not to clear my throat on the
Are you going to read out some picks or no?
There's not a lot going on, Scott. There's been 3 picks.
Oh, okay.
So Brian Reynolds, Riley Green, and Logan Webb just went.
So there goes
it's
Webb.
funny.
Webb
Two of
applies.
the top three players left on our consensus ranks. Shortstops.
One is Bichette, and we're fairly ridiculous with
4
him.
5 picks higher on him than consensus. Yes.
And one is Willie Adames, who none of us like.
Yes. Also that.
I don't think we're actually ridiculous on Bichette, by the way. I think everyone else is, but we are way ahead of everyone else.
Contract year end, he cut his hair. So
No Mo Flow Bichette.
big talking point this offseason.
Those are the reasons why we like Bichette. Nailed it.
Christian Walker, and then Shane O'Mac. Whoop.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money.
Did you hit the Sandy button? Is that who that was?
Yeah, that was whoopsie. Not yet. It's not time for him yet.
We're not getting Spencer Strider, folks.
Nah. We couldn't after taking glass now.
I agree with
We
that.
could have.
So Shane McClanahan and Spencer Strider kicking off round 9. Some upsidey starting pitchers.
Like we don't. Glasnow's healthy right now, so by the time he gets hurt, Strider would be back and we'd be fine.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been.
That is one way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you're going to get pitching injuries all year long.
Yeah.
Willie Adames just went, by the way.
Yeah, and that's a good value at 99th overall. This is the 100th pick of the draft coming up.
Yeah, usually the ADP past week at NFBC is 95.2.
All right, we're up, guys. And
all right,
Nola's still
so
there.
We dodged a bullet there. Are you guys good with Nola? Is that
Absolutely.
consensus?
It's a coup.
We don't have an outfielder yet, right?
We have 2
We have
outfielders.
That's right.
Ran
Go.
and say
Aaron Nola, that's fine. I'm going to say
okay, I'm just going to
pump the brakes on pitching for the next 6
over
to 10 rounds.
over Justin Steele, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like Justin Steele.
Yeah, Nola.
I think Nola is a good balance with Glass now. And
Yeah.
Okay. So
Now we got 2 solid anchors in Nola and Framber who have some ERA risk. Glasnow is not like a sure bet for a super low ERA. So if there's one thing we're like a little weak on, it might be ERA, but I think the talent for those 3 fits together very well.
Mm-hmm. I just added a name to the bottom of the queue, which I think I'd be down for next pick if you guys have interest in that.
I don't know about that, Tim.
Yeah,
I don't think so, Tim.
I'd be open for it, but I think he goes a lot later than that, right?
Let's see. No.
Okay. Are we talking about the same guy?
I think you are.
On the
Still
very
at the
bottom.
bottom of the queue? Okay.
Yeah. Next pick after Aranola, Roki Sasaki. 2 very different players right now in terms of just one being an old veteran-y, not excited to draft type, and then Roki Sasaki.
And that is, with my box score catch-up yesterday, I got a chance to look at that second Roki Sasaki start up close. It was bizarre how we got basically the 2023 version of Sasaki in his first start of the spring, and then the 2024 version in the second start. So totally confused how this is actually going to go.
I just think given the likely workload limitations, I have to be really, really confident that he's going to be a no doubt about it impact arm to justify a 100-ish pick. And I'm just not. I think there will be times when you watch him pitch and you feel really dumb for passing on him. But I think the overall impact is unlikely to be worth a top 100 pick.
All right, a couple picks after Sasaki: Christian Yelich, Jake Berger, and Freddie Peralta.
This draft's going kind of slow, right? I'm not.
We're 110 picks in roughly, and it's been 38 minutes.
Doesn't seem
I don't
terrible.
know. We got to get through 360
By the end of the 10th round, that will be the 1/3 mark. So
Yeah.
kind of
It'll be about 2.5 hours.
I think like 2:15, something like that. Yeah. There goes Bo
There's
Bichette.
Flo Bichette.
Right,
Not anymore.
right on ADP there, pretty much at 106. So this is a draft where I would have actually been able to enjoy the discount had I been able to enjoy the discount.
You think there's any chance the guy at the top of our queue makes it 11 or 8
I
more
would be
picks?
thrilled if he did.
Yeah.
I think Frank won it, but
That's true.
there's no denying the value.
It's pretty far past ADP.
I think either of these two guys at the top of the queue.
Yep. To quote Storage Wars, yep. Did you guys
What
ever
about
watch that one?
this guy?
That was Jeff Hoffman's second pick of the 10th round. That was who Frank was hoping for there.
Yeah, we do need to address saves at some point. It's true. You guys are drafting like me here with the trying to get by the skin of your teeth at closer.
I will
Something I
say
saw in the box scores today, David Bednar got destroyed. He gave up 5 runs today. I think he only recorded 1 or 2 outs. I don't know, man.
he's off my board for the most part. Nice value on Trout.
Yeah, a couple picks here. Shea Langoliers, Jeff Hoffman, Justin Steele, Mike Trout. Some at the end of round 9. There was also Luis Castillo and Logan O'Hoppe. Catcher's starting to go too, by the way.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think it's about time to have a discussion about the catchers we just added to the queue.
I think so too.
It's too early I'm just going to say it because nobody wants him, okay? As late as JT Realmuto has been going lately,
You think it's too early to take him
I
here?
think we should push the envelope with that.
Okay.
Maybe I'm also the guy who takes like Travis d'Arnaud as my second catcher in every
Yeah,
league,
I'm okay with that.
So maybe I'm just
going to put on the record, not okay with Travis d'Arnaud as our second catcher.
as your second catcher.
There's
No.
A dozen
There's
homers and
Didn't make it.
there is another
Josh
late
Naylor
round
was who we
catcher
were
I would
hoping for.
prefer.
He fell like 40 spots. So we would have taken him as our first baseman, Josh Naylor, ideally. But now we got to think about something else.
That we do. Past couple picks, Josh Naylor, Zach Gallen, Mike Trout, and Sonny Gray goes. We are on the clock.
All right.
Guys, is it about that time?
Baby.
You want to go for Vinny P here?
I
There
was
is that
thinking
other
either
first baseman.
Either that or a third baseman or a closer would be the 3 ways I would look.
You don't like the second guy in the queue, Chris? I mean, you like him, but
Yeah, okay,
it
yeah.
is-
No,
it is-
I
it
forgot
is
about
right
him.
on ADP
But
now.
I like it too.
Actually that's the one, Dylan Cruz.
Okay, I'm on
Yeah,
board.
you guys are okay
I'm totally on board with that one.
risking not getting
Yep.
Actually, everyone after us has a first baseman already, so I think we could try it. I mean, it might not work. They can draft Vinny P as a corner if they want. But you guys want Dylan Cruz.
Dylan Cruz.
Okay.
Let's get a third outfielder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
it gives
like
us
that one.
gives us some more speed to go along with Ellie and Duran. We hadn't drafted speed for a while, so
And actually I did want to ask you guys.
he's got
Right after.
I did want to ask you guys because I talked about it with Sky, but Ellie's going to be hitting third for the Reds. Do you think there's any hit to his stolen bases there? They announced that today.
I think it's certainly possible. Anytime someone's coming off a 67 steal season, I think
Right.
the expectation should be like
Less, yeah.
And he has
probably gonna
and
get
he has
40 to 50. Like that is my expectation personally.
and he has a manager, Terry Francona, whose history doesn't lend itself to a lot of big base stealers. You know, he kind of came up in the Moneyball era where that was discouraged more.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, like, if they ever give him Ellie De La Cruz the red light, they're doing it wrong. You know?
Yeah, I kind of view it as he should be allowed to run as much as he wants to.
And it should help the counting stats, I think, batting third, right? At least the RBI. Let's
All
catch
right.
people up on picks here after Dylan Cruz. The one we all reacted to was Vinny Pasquantino going with the very next pick. I said, oh, every team has a first baseman. Maybe we could get him. Or
Well,
maybe
some teams want a corner infielder.
that's right.
Believe it or not.
After Vinny P.
Some teams choose a middle infielder in round 4. You never
I've
know.
heard of dummies doing that.
Crazy. Pete Crow Armstrong was the next pick. Will Smith. And at the turn here, Mark Vientos and Ian Happ. We are into round 11. And Alex Bregman just
I was gonna start pounding the table for Alex Bregman.
Tanner
that's a good
Scott
one.
goes and saves are drying up a little bit here.
I mean, if the top of our queue is still there, we got to take him. Right?
I would
if I
suggest the
change
second guy in the queue.
What if I
Oh,
change the player
no.
who's at the top of the queue?
No. I think we
yeah.
have to take the one at the top of the queue, given the state of that position.
I do like those two names in particular. So
There is.
our decision might be made for us right now.
I know I'm on a limb.
It's Tristan
Better.
Casas.
I'm
Okay,
out
we
on-
didn't get
I'm
Vinny
out on a
P.
limb on one other first baseman, but I know you guys don't like him. I would be okay waiting at first base, but
Plus, we need a corner infielder still.
yeah.
I think we got to go Casas. I think this is a gift after we missed out on Pasquantino. What do you
Sure.
think, Chris? I mean, Frank, what do you think?
I think the two names we have at the top are the ones that I like. I hear you on Casas. Like him as a breakout this season. I think I lean that way too.
Let's go with Casas. That's fine.
Yeah. All right. We got Tristan Casas. Welcome to the squad. Batting cleanup for the Red Sox, but stay healthy, please. Let's get a full season out of Tristan Casas.
Let's get.
There's no doubt we have a
more
lot of
contact.
we've got a lot of upside here between Casas and Cruz and Ellie and Jared.
It was too early for the other guy you guys wanted. Just looking at ADP over the last week.
Red Sox stack, by the way. We've got Duran and Casas. That's pretty fun.
I would be happy if either of the two guys at the top of our queue are there the next time around.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Let's
I agree.
update the state of the team. We've got Ellie De La Cruz, Jaron Duran, Austin Riley. These names are very small. I should look at. All right. Tristan Casas, Ellie De La Cruz, Austin Riley, Corey Seager as our middle infielder. Marcelo's in as our utility. We are boxed in at shortstop. We've got Jaron Duran, Seiya Suzuki, and Dylan Cruz in the outfield. And our pitching staff so far, Framber Valdez, Tyler Glasnow, and Aaron Nola. And look at that, Robbie Ray getting pushed up draft boards. It's not just Chris.
I got my tight pants on.
Robbie Ray, by the way, 8 more strikeouts here in his latest spring training game on Thursday.
Yeah,
And
again,
that was
immaculate inning in the first against.
Really an immaculate inning?
Yeah, I said that earlier.
That immaculate inning and that 8 strikeout effort for Robbie Ray was worth 21 points, 21 spots in ADP, just compared to the last week.
4 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 0 walks, 8 strikeouts. The 0 walks, obviously, you love to see it from Robbie Ray, who I believe it looks like in a small sample size, the control has been really good this spring. 17 strikeouts to 0 walks for Robbie Ray this spring, which is
There's no StatCast on that one, so we don't get to see how much he used the changeup. But yeah, he struck out Marcus Semien, Wyatt Langford, and Jake Berger on 9 pitches earlier today, apparently.
very nice. A couple other picks after Robbie Ray: Ezekiel Tovar, Jared Jones, Matt Chapman, and Royce Lewis. Who just added that name to the queue?
It was me. It was a very half-hearted addition to the queue.
Ah!
I don't love it.
We've reached the just guttural sounds part of the live stream.
So I didn't want to bring Royce Lewis up because I know you guys don't like him nearly as much as I do. But Royce Lewis was the top player for our consensus for a long time.
George Kirby, interestingly, goes with the first pick of round 12, and that was 133rd overall.
That is that person's sixth pitcher through 12 rounds.
Yeah. That was a team that started with 4 pitchers in a row, 2 starters, 2 relievers, then Brenton Doyle, Matt McClain, Luis Robert, Hunter Brown, Logan O'Hoppe, Shea Langoliers, Xavier Edwards. So what we said earlier about trying to add a big batting average, they might have gotten that with Xavier Edwards. So
might have, but it's real iffy.
After Kirby, Luis Garcia Jr., we are going to have a lesser second baseman, but you can't have everything, obviously.
And I've said it many times. I think the depth at second base is actually fine if you're going to wait. There are plenty of not at all sure things, but really interesting talents in the 10 to 24-ish range at the second base rankings. So that's a position I actually do not mind waiting on.
And that's true in Roto. If we were doing a head-to-head, I think in either format, head-to-head where there's no middle infield spot.
Yeah.
I think you'd want to be more aggressive in going after a second baseman.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of the Swiss Army knife position for Roto.
Yeah. In Roto, you've got tons of stolen bases, especially in the later rounds, but there's some really good sources of batting average as well. There's some sneaky power. Second base is a position in Roto I actually really don't mind waiting on and just seeing what my team needs in like the 15th or later round range and taking whatever's there.
All right, catching people up on picks here after Luis Garcia. Sandy.
Tell me about it, Stud.
Sandy Alcantara, then Jack Flaherty and Stephen Kwan. We are 2 picks away. Pretty cool that the spring breakout games are going on right now. Those are prospect against prospect games, and Christian Campbell and Marcelo Meyer apparently went back-to-back in that game. That is fun.
I got to put
Good
that
for
on.
Christian Campbell. Good for him.
It's been struggling a little bit.
Yeah. All right. So our pick's coming up, and I think there's a clearer value than the other.
Yep.
But
do we like that guy more than the other guy? We do have.
I'm kind of inclined to push it more with the saves.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe you guys disagree.
That's just because you want us to take Brandon Nimmo.
No. No, Nemo's not. You guys were wanting to take the guy at the top of our queue like 3 rounds ago, right? 2 or 3 rounds ago.
Yeah,
that sounds right.
It's pretty interesting. We are on the clock. Let me do a quick survey of what the teams after us have.
Only 1 catcher between them.
Yep, that I am.
I say Real Muto.
Let's do it. Yeah, baby.
I say we bet on the Real Muto bounce back.
You're already outnumbered, Frank.
It's a democracy. This is democracy manifest.
What you guys say goes.
That's right. JT Real Muto took advantage of the discount for once, and even by just the standards of the last week here, Real Muto's 129 on average, and we got him at 140.
Yep.
Can't complain about that.
Right before JTR, we saw Randy Arozarena, Xander Bogaerts, Stephen Kwan all go.
It's the Rays prospects. So all of the pitching prospects on my Scott White Dynasty team.
Yeah, that'll be a fun box score for you to check out later on.
I have 4 or 5 Rays prospects among my 12 prospects in that league.
After JTR, Anthony Volpe and Bryce Terang.
This is the range of the draft where you are happy that you got your steals early.
Yes, some speedy.
There's Trevor McGill. Here you go.
Yeah, that
was who we were debating between
the teams
McGill
after us. There was 2 teams that didn't have a closer yet, and so I was worried about it.
Yeah. So.
Oh gosh. I've got it. Just an awful feeling.
Well, if you'd rather do this, I like that also.
Oh gosh. Closers are going. Jordan Romano's gone too. Kodai Senga as well at the turn.
Yeah, this was always fated. Fated, not faded. It was.
If it was a starter, I would push for this person who I just moved to the top of the queue.
No.
Okay. Thanks, Scott.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, I can be overruled.
Chris, any input on your part?
I hope people aren't too frustrated hearing our coded language. We've kind of just. Are you reading off picks still, Frank?
There's no picks happening, Scott. When they happen, I read them.
Well, Trevor McGill, Kodai Senga, Jordan Romano just went.
I read all those off. And then Pete Fairbanks goes.
The caliber of relievers being taken now.
Jason Dominguez as well, who hit a home run.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, I was almost thinking we were going to be backed into that.
We just got to do it, guys. Like all the alternatives are going ahead of him at this point.
Well, I think we got to take Robert Suarez.
Yeah, Christopher Sanchez was just went, so it's a moot point.
I think it's got to be Robert Suarez. I don't love that being our only save source so far, but he is.
Fairbanks is already gone. Romano's already gone.
He's our consensus 125th player. Our next highest is 134.
Everything both the Padres GM and the Padres manager have said there's nothing to see here at closer.
You know what, Frank? We'll give you the choice. It's either Suarez or Alexis Diaz.
I'm not giving that choice.
Thank you for the choice.
I'm not giving that choice. Suarez.
It's neither.
Suarez. You've been outvoted. It's Suarez.
Can I choose none of the above?
No, you've been outvoted. This is democracy manifest.
I feel like that's happened a little bit too much to me so far today.
Well, maybe you should be a better fantasy player. I don't know.
The assumption there, Scott, is that you are a better fantasy player.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Well, based on our auction teams the other day, you probably are, because that one, I can't get over it. That
you've won Tout Wars more times than I've won Tout Wars.
It's a really hard thing to draft and host a podcast. As someone who's done it one time.
That's true.
I love the guy at the top of our queue now.
The next pick right after Robert Suarez, which I just cannot believe is on our team, but that's who we got, was Kenley Jansen, who is a closer. He's an old closer, but he's a closer. Eugenio Suarez, the pick after that.
So is it too early for that guy?
No, you're right.
That's our clear top player left.
Yeah, we should probably do that instead.
I think I would like to get back into pitching.
Me too, but
if we can,
we might be able to go pitcher and then that guy with the way.
I think it's more likely we can go that guy and then pitcher.
Well, yeah, there will be lots of pitchers. There's only one of that guy.
Oh, Urseg, I forgot about him.
Yeah, he usually goes a little later.
Instead of Suarez. No, we shouldn't have. Suarez is the right pick. I think Suarez is the right pick. I've always been the Suarez apologist.
Can we please take Jason Adam with one of our last picks?
Sure.
Pretty please.
That's probably doable.
Brandon Lau, by the way, just went 153rd. That feels higher than usual.
Yeah, that's a little higher than usual.
His ADP over the past week is round 16. We are in round 13. Could work out. Swamp Runner Field. Big power to the pull side there.
We still don't have a second baseman. FWIW.
That is true.
But there are some interesting ones. I'm not sweating it too much.
Kevin Gausman. Next pick up. It's kind of been a mixed spring. I heard you talking about him earlier, Chris, during the draft that you were hosting. Kevin Gausman, velocity up this spring, but the splitter movement has been a little bit weird for Kevin Gausman.
Yeah, I can't tell how I feel about him. I want someone smart to tell me how I feel about him instead.
Paul Goldschmidt just went, who hit another home run in spring training today. Not that we want to put too much stock, obviously, but he's been good so far. Hopefully carries over into the season after a strong second half, looking for a full season bounce back from Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah, and I think he can be a high 700s OPS bat. And in that lineup, that's probably going to mean 90 RBI and 80 runs, 10 stolen bases. I think he's okay. It's unexciting, but I think it's okay.
Saw a commenter said, "This is too much fun to watch." That is
what we're hoping
reassuring
for. That's what we're going for.
As we obliquely refer to players between each other.
Yeah. I mean, eventually you know who they are, but yeah, maybe it's... No, I think like you said earlier, Scott, the guessing game kind of makes it fun.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what I'm
talking
about.
We're kind of given like these coded clues. Frank likes them, but I don't. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Don't like that last pick.
Bryson Stott and Alec Boehm.
No. Robert Suarez, the pick on our team.
Oh, right.
At the turn, it was Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm.
Yankees leadoff hitter Austin Wells off the board.
There you go. We get a little back-to-back Yankee picks, Goldschmidt and Austin Wells, so the same team there.
I'd rather have Real Muto.
Yeah.
I think so. Oh, we are... it's 8 o'clock.
Our guy's still there. I don't know. This might happen.
I don't even know who our guy is anymore.
Oh, you know who our guy
Frank.
is.
Come on.
Oh, thank gosh. We don't have to.
Brandon Nimmo goes. Oh, you suck.
That guy definitely listens to the podcast.
All right. What about the guy at the top of our queue now?
I think it's probably one of those three.
Let's do it. I know Chris is the harder sell.
I think I would take the guy at the top.
No, he's gonna wreck our ERA.
We don't have like a great ERA base.
Right. I think we need to shoot for the stars here.
So that's a fair point. Paredes going off the board is crushing. I mean, he would have been a corner infielder, so
yeah, there are a lot. There are other.
Josh Lowe with the next pick, by the way.
Yeah, Frank and I like him. We do have 3 outfielders already and plenty of steals, so I'm not.
We only have 4 pitchers, so I feel like we build that up a little bit here.
How relieved are you that we're not going to have the Brandon Nimmo fight?
I don't think it was ever going to be a fight because based on democracy, I don't think he would have ever gotten him, Scott.
All right, are we doing it? I want him on a team that counts.
We're on the clock. I think we can get him with the next pick.
I don't think so.
I think we can take 2 pitchers in a row.
I mean, it's possible, but I don't want to risk it. I think this is a sneaky Cy Young contender.
My pick would be Carlos Rodon. Chris, what do you say?
ERA, Chris.
I'll go with Scott. I'll go with Gavin Williams.
Yeah.
All right.
We got a convert.
Come on down. Spring training riser. Gavin Williams as our
big riser there. 160th pick or something.
Oh my gosh. All right.
I like it. Sneaky Cy Young contender.
Yeah, I think we talked about this yesterday or on one of the previous podcasts, but I do have my spreadsheet and I'm trying to keep track of every pick and I'm 1 pick off and I can't figure out who I missed and it's driving me crazy.
I'm proud of you for being only 1 pick off. And
I figured it out. It was Brandon Lau. I never marked off Brandon Lau. We're good.
Has Nick Pivetta gone?
No,
he has not.
Okay.
But that will.
It may have been a little early for Gavin Williams.
That was okay.
I'm not sure that Nick Pivetta will help our ERA costs.
No.
Yeah. I mean, it depends. It depends how much San Diego helps them. If that's the whole argument, right?
I have 2 names that I am thinking about. Let me add those to the queue. There goes
Rodon.
So yeah, all right. Well, Carlos Rodon has an amazing season. Just know who told you to take him. I don't have much faith in Carlos Rodon either. It's just I believe he was my highest ranked pitcher there.
He was our consensus highest ranked player by a decent margin.
Well, Scott wanted the upside.
Look, Chris voted. Chris had his say too. He went
That
with
is
it.
true. I'm surprised, Chris. You're usually the Rodon guy.
This is democracy manifest.
But it was your vote. You were the deciding
What are you
vote.
talking about?
I'm glad you were. Don't get me wrong.
Hmm. Who do I want to add here? Okay. I'm going to add this guy too.
No jerks and Profar fight coming. It's probably for the best. Oh, I see. I see where
I added
I'm picking up what you're
players.
putting down.
I added 2 players to the topic here that I am thinking about here. After we took Gavin Williams, it was David Bednar, Michael Tolia, Carlos Rodon, Yusei Kikuchi, and we are into round 15. Nick Castellanos and Jurickson Profar. By the end of this round, we will be halfway through the draft exactly. What do you guys think about the players I added?
I get it.
Yeah.
I would probably prefer to go starting pitcher because we still need a lot of them. But let me see if there are any obvious values at starting pitcher. They're all kind of this spot on here in terms of where they need to go, if they should go.
We are not thinking hitter.
We are on the clock.
I did add a hitter.
Yeah, it seems. Is it too early for him?
It's early by ADP.
Yeah, it's too early.
Okay. Then my vote would be for Clay Holmes. Might be early.
That is a big admission.
Over Seth Lugo and Ronaldo Lopez?
Over Ronaldo Lopez for sure, yeah. My rankings don't necessarily reflect that, but yes.
So Chris came in as the low guy on Holmes.
I'm just saying our whip is a little scary because we have.
Well, if he's getting strikeouts, he's not going to be a whip problem.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Closer or
I'm in on Holmes.
Let's do Holmes.
That's going to be the pick then.
Terrible pick.
Our whip could be a little questionable because we've got Valdez, Nola a little bit higher at this point. Gavin Williams, walks have been a problem in his career so far. Clay Holmes has been a whip guy, so
it's a bet on Holmes and
Lugo.
Williams taking steps forward for sure.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why I said Lugo. Holmes and Williams. Yeah, Gavin Williams.
The next pick was Taylor Ward, by the way. If either of the 2 names at the top of the queue make it back, can we take one of those? Chris, I know they're so unexciting, but it's just.
Well, you know who's good for whip?
I know who you're going to say.
I just moved him to the top of the queue. He's going to be way beyond ADP at that point too.
This name also good for whip. I just added him to the bottom.
Yeah.
Not exciting, but.
All right, it was Nick Pivetta who I was talking about. He's gone now.
So there you go.
It sounds like you guys are not fully on board the Pivetta train.
I mean,
to be honest, he might have fit our team better than Clay Holmes. If we were just thinking about whip,
that's a fair point.
The thing about a Clay Holmes pick and a Gavin Williams pick both is if what we're seeing this spring is true, they're just going to be good at everything.
Yes. No, that's always the thing when you're talking about breakouts is like, if Gavin Williams doesn't improve, then he's just bad.
Yeah.
So it's not really like his whip, like he's a whip special. It's if he's good, he's good. And if he's not, then it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I get the specific concerns about whip with the team that we've built. Yeah.
After Clay Holmes, we took Clay Holmes. There was Taylor Ward, Nick Pivetta, Seth Lugo, Brandon Pfaadt. So a pitcher run, and then Tommy Edman.
Yeah. We do only have 3 outfielders with the draft halfway done.
Mm-hmm.
We have no second baseman.
We have ignored outfield for quite some time now.
Good thing we took Dylan Cruz.
Yep.
His name should be Drew Cruz.
Do you ever All right.
There's still some kind of interesting outfielders left, though.
Yeah, outfield's okay. Do you guys ever think about the fact that like Dylan Cruz and O'Neal Cruz have the same last name, even though they don't?
Yeah. I was talking to someone and they were talking about Cruz, and my mind automatically went to O'Neal Cruz, but they were talking about Dylan Cruz.
And then Tom Cruise spells his name completely differently.
Oh man, that's a good point.
Couple picks here: Taj Bradley, Nolan Arenado, Christian Encarnacion Strand, Alexis Diaz. Encarnacion Strand, that's a big riser here with Spencer Steer potentially starting the year on the IL. And that sound you heard was Nico Horner.
That's disappointing and frustrating. I would have been very happy with Nico Horner as our second baseman. He would have fit. And I
don't think we have major batting average concerns at this point. We've done so much to reclaim that. And we definitely don't have a steals need that I'm seeing.
So you guys don't want Luis Arraez as our second baseman?
Well, we'll not right now. We'll see how far he falls. When does he normally go? Yeah, he should be gone by now.
How do you guys feel about Steer here? Like just where
Him
he
being
was
taken?
picked? Yeah.
I think I'm fine with it. I need to move him up.
So it's 184th overall. So he has been a big faller.
Yeah. I still have him as a top 140 pick.
And we're getting a shortstop run: Zach Neto, Jeremy Pena, Dansby Swanson, which is good for us because we
does not impact us at all.
Literally cannot take a shortstop.
Well,
all right, so
that's true. We can.
So do we take a closer now? Frank wanted us to last round.
I'm fine with taking a closer. I think Ryan Presley's a better pitcher than Kyle Finnegan.
Baseman in our queue, by the way.
Yeah, there are some upsidey second basemen. Still.
Yeah, I'd rather wait. Okay. If we were going to take a second baseman this round, it would have been Horner if he's there. Otherwise, I'm fine waiting.
Okay. Is this fall far enough for Ronaldo Lopez? By the way, it's falling quite a bit now.
I have no interest personally. I get it. Like where we have him ranked is a fine.
Let's
pick.
take a closer. Let's take a closer.
Which one do you guys want?
I'm fine with Presley. Yeah. I got a lot of Finnegan already, so let's diversify.
So we've got two closers, Robert Suarez and Ryan Presley. That never went wrong before. Never.
I don't love it.
It's gross. It's a little gross, but that is the opportunity cost. I mean, we had in our first 12 picks, 9 of them were hitters. So, I mean, at some point we had to load up on pitching. We didn't take our first closer until round 13. So we will hope and pray that they are their team's closers and they just do not get destroyed early in the season.
I mean, we might be able to get their backups.
Fair point indeed. Colton Cowser, the next pick here, 189th overall. Spencer Arrighetti, who I saw made a decent start today. I think it was like 4 innings, 1 run, 2 strikeouts or 3 strikeouts, something like that.
Guy's got a noodle arm.
Only one walk for Arrighetti, I believe, in that start. Lane Thomas, the next pick. What are you guys thinking here for us?
Let's get the other closer.
Oh, I mean, gosh. That would be quite the trio.
We could win saves.
We could, or we could have 0 closers by May.
Our ratios. Oh,
thank you.
Kyle Finnegan, who we were thinking about like with Presley when we took Presley, but I was not thinking about double tapping both of them.
I'd like to get a third save source if possible. It doesn't have to be right now.
I agree.
Yeah, I'd rather wait.
Frankly, I'd rather get I think we could get a 4th perspective save source.
They don't really have a choice on waiting at second base now because Andres Jimenez just went. At the turn, it was Kyle Finnegan and Mackenzie Gore.
Frank
Yates just went too.
We got a couple of good second basemen here.
Yeah, I'm not worried about second base at all, actually.
Okay. We're on deck. I like the 2 pitchers at the top of our queue, by the way.
I wouldn't say I like either of them.
All right, we're up.
But I understand.
Gore's gone, right?
Yeah, he just went.
Yeah, he just went.
I think I'm with you, Frank, on Reynaldo at this point. as much.
It is a lot of, I mean, having him and Glass down together, it's a lot of risk.
I'd rather take someone like Zach Eflin.
I like Evaldi too. Eflin's a good call. It definitely helps the whip. I like that too. If you want to play it safe with whip, I think Evaldi or Eflin is totally fine.
Is Evaldi that good for whip?
He was
111, 113 the last 2 years.
I guess he had exactly the same as Lopez last year.
And Lopez, I expect to be significantly worse.
And Eflin, I think, will be 115 or less.
Yeah.
I think it's between one of those two. I think we got to help the whip.
My vote's for Eflin.
Scott?
My vote's for Lopez.
All right. So then I will take Zach Eflin. I will agree with you there.
Yes. Oh, thank you. I was really worried you were going to make the wrong choice.
No, I think it's too much injury risk with Lopez and Glass now, and I think we needed whip help.
And his velocity's down this spring. I think there's a decent chance this is just an outright disaster season for Reynaldo Lopez, who
it was down in one start. To be,
by the way, had a
after that. By the way, did we get an update?
No,
they Ronaldo.
No.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
But he had a 394 xERA last year. I really think he's just. I think it was a total flash in the pan.
All right. Again, that's Ronaldo Lopez.
Persuaded by the big jump in strikeouts slate?
No, because it also came with shoulder and forearm injuries.
But he was healthy by the end.
Kerry Carpenter, Yandy Diaz, and Luis Arraez, the next 3 picks.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should have taken Arraez. He fell a long way.
I just don't think we need it. But that is 5 pitchers in a row now for us.
Yeah, it is a lot of pitching.
Like we are, I think, 1 pitching spot in our lineup left to fill. And
Right.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but we have 3 5-hitter spots left to fill too.
Yeah. I just added 2 names to the bottom of the queue. I don't know if either of you guys are interested in those.
I like the corner infielder.
They're both corners.
They're both corner infielders, Chris.
I like the corner infielder who has to throw more often.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of warming up to him. I mean, I guess I was never cold on him, but
Michael
what
Garcia
about-
went as well. That was the next pick here.
I'm going to admit, I have not even thought about drafting Michael Garcia at any point this year.
Yeah, me neither. He was in my 14 most overrated by ADP came out today, and Michael Garcia was on that list.
Like,
I'm not even sure how much he's going to play.
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance he's not an everyday player.
Like he
we
might
are tied for the most pitchers rostered, by the way, so far.
Well, we went cheap, so I don't mind that.
Yeah. No, I was just letting you know, catching people up. After Garcia, there was Yu Darvish and Nathan Evaldi. But you know what kind of reassures me? Everybody else in this draft room also passing on Ronaldo Lopez. We all know the same information, and they're all passing on him too.
There will come a point where we have to take him if that continues much longer. I thought we had already reached that point, frankly. But
Chris is so out.
Yeah, I don't.
That was me with Robert Suarez, though, and we still drafted him.
Yeah,
that's fair.
So, I mean, that's Chris has 1 vote, and his vote's an automatic no. So when Frank and I agree that it's time to take Lopez,
I do think
we'll
we have
take
to
Lopez.
I think we have to get back in on at least 1 hitter with these next 2 picks.
Yeah, I think we hit hitter for a little while.
Nick Lodolo at the turn looked very good in his start today as well. I think it was 4 shutout with 6 strikeouts.
I think the upside's still extremely high with Nick Lodolo.
Yep.
Byron Buxton. So that's a fun turn there.
I haven't looked at the data from Lodolo's start today. The results were good. Did the curveball seem to have its old movement back? Did either of you? I'm sure Frank didn't get a chance to look.
I didn't look at the StatCast. I just looked at like the general box scores.
Yeah, me too.
I'll take a look now. Yeah, curveball seemed fine.
That's good. That's encouraging because he hadn't had a good start yet, and I know that's probably a dumb reason to downgrade him. But given the way he finished last season, I really wanted to see some results from Lodolo.
11 whiffs on 66 pitches is about a 14% rate, maybe 15%, and 5 whiffs on 24 curveballs. It's a good start.
Yep. I definitely like the guys we have queued up over Luis Rengifo.
He did play in a minor league game.
Yeah, the last update is he'll get some at bats in a minor league game on Wednesday.
Yeah, so seems like he'll be ready.
Carlos Estevez was not to the team that had Lucas Erceg. Do you think people make too much of handcuffing relievers at times?
Well, you know what? Not in a 15-team league, but this isn't a 15-team league. I have to keep reminding myself that. I've never done a 12-teamer in this draft room.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I also added a catcher to the queue.
Too early.
I like him, but I think it's
we
a
got
little too early.
Yeah, we got bigger needs, especially since we got we could use our last pick on a second catcher for all I care. I think Real Muto's the furthest ahead I've ever been in a 2-catcher league this year at catcher. That feels like such a luxury to me.
Okay.
I can be overruled, of course. That is how democracy works. But
Walker Buehler and Jorge Soler, the next 2 picks. Jorge Soler, someone I do like to approach 30 home runs this season.
Yeah, if you need a cheap source of power, which we don't really, he's one of the best ones out there, yeah. Although there is a better one out there, I think.
Is that who you just added to the queue?
Yeah.
I added
Right
him.
there at the
Yeah. Did
Scott,
we add him at the same time?
I hit the button literally at the exact same time.
That's who I would have pushed to take here. Crap.
Mountcastle?
Yeah.
No, we got a better corner infield option at the top of the queue. And I say that as the king of the Mountcastle.
Well, I like the second baseman. I just moved him behind.
Yeah, but there's a fallback second baseman.
Yep.
It's probably the same one Chris has in mind.
Okay.
I think Matt
always have him
Shaw's
in mind. Yeah, I think
Matt Shaw's
the
the better
right
pick.
Okay. You don't think that we're taking too many young players? I mean, we have Cruz already. I guess
That's one. Yeah. So now we'll have 2.
Yeah, Tristan and Ellie De La Cruz are young as well, but I
Young-ish.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're established.
I don't think that's a concern.
De La Cruz is. Yeah, I think
So
think
you guys want
Shaw.
Matt Shaw, right?
Yep, I think
Matt
Shaw.
Shaw.
Okay.
Corner.
It's a fun team. If nothing else, it's a fun team.
Yeah.
We're having fun, guys.
And Scott's not the one who has to manage it, so
Yeah. After
Who is going to manage it?
I think Frank and I are going to talk it through.
Oh gosh.
Frank's going to manage it.
Oh no. I've got to be the one.
I just gave you a
Oh,
choice.
Jackson Holiday went right afterward.
Well,
That
that's
was
the one.
second
That's the
baseman
player
we were considering.
I was referring to. Yeah.
His ADP was higher, so maybe we should have.
I'm fine with it.
Like, he might be awesome this year.
Yeah, but he's
stolen 3 bases this spring.
He's still having some pretty bad plate discipline issues this spring.
Oh, Chris, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There
He's
goes
striking out less than 25% of the time. Holiday.
Yeah. His swing rate is super high. It's like 60% so far.
I don't even know how to look that up for spring stats, so I'll take your word for it.
By the way, as we're talking about second baseman, I just saw Zach Galoff at the top. He has a 48% strikeout rate this spring.
He apparently remade his stance, which
It's
you
not
don't hear
working.
about as much anymore, right? I feel like growing up in the 90s,
Ellie-
guys were changing their stances constantly. Like Brett Boone had a million different stances. Cal
Isn't
Ripken.
Isn't that the bull case for Ellie?
He shortened his swing more than changing his stance, but I guess that includes stance changes.
I just saw someone change their stance. Someone else. Did I add it to my notes? Let's see if I did. I probably didn't because I don't usually care about that, but nope. Oh, Pedro Pajes is trying to hit for more power, and he's changed his stance, but that probably doesn't matter very much.
All right, some fun picks here. After we took Shaw, there was Jackson Holiday, Cedon Rafaela, Ivan Herrera.
Who we
Lourdes
kept
Gurriel.
telling Chris it was too early to take Ivan Herrera, but
And then into round 19, Gleyber Torres, Cedric Mullins, Jackson Jobe, and Tanner Houck. We are up.
All right, we need 2 outfielders still, and there is an outfielder who has really slipped.
He slowed a
relative
lot.
ADP.
Tyler O'Neill.
Yeah.
I prefer him to Delaire, who
Yeah.
was
hold on.
upset about losing.
Where we
He's
are
going to be in the draft room.
we're getting a visit from Robo Scott. He is here in the NFBC draft room. How'd you get there? Who do you guys actually want, though?
Tyler O'Neill would be my pick.
Scott?
Looking up some ADPs real quick.
Our hitting is pretty safe as far as injury risks, so I think I'm okay taking that on Tyler O'Neill.
Let's do it. Good value. We need an outfielder. Let's do it.
Okay. Tyler O'Neill, come on down. I think we could have used some more power there too. So.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
What do you guys think about maybe this guy a little bit later to help offset some batting average?
Yeah, I like that one. I think the bottom two players in our queue should be helpful in both in that category.
Scott is out.
Well, we need a fifth outfielder, and there are just so many left that I can get more excited about. Like, I think TJ Friedel could help in batting average, right? What did he hit 2 years ago?
I think he was like
279.
Really?
Yeah.
226 last year, but he was playing hurt. So
yeah.
By the way, now that Ivan Herrera's gone, I'm totally fine waiting as long as Scott wants to on second catcher.
I mean, I like this guy too. For if you want to help boost batting average a little bit.
So my take on catchers in two catcher leagues is once you get past Langoliers, I can see upside in ones that are available after that. Like there are different degrees of upside, but in terms of most likely scenario, they're all like 240 with a dozen homers, 40 runs and 40 RBI.
I'm just much higher on Ivan Herrera than you are. I think Ivan Herrera is a legitimately good hitter.
Well, Paz is going to steal a lot of at bats from him, right? That's the problem. His defense so much more.
Sure, I think that's a reasonable, but I think Ivan Herrera is good enough to get DH at bats.
We have Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
I think the two best hitters in the Cardinals lineup might be catcher eligible. That's how much I like Ivan Herrera.
Fair enough. I just wish there wasn't the playing time concern.
Sure.
For him.
No, I think that's fair.
The Cardinals especially seem like an organization that values catcher defense.
After Tyler O'Neill, Josh Young, Ryan Jeffers, Tyler Stevenson, who is getting his back checked out.
Yeah, he fell a lot because of that.
Yeah, he might be fine, but it's kind of up in the air a little bit right now. Brendan Donovan and then Carlos Correa, and there goes my one of my batting average helps in the outfield. Jung-Hoo Lee
that was the player I was scoffing at.
I kind of like him, man. He might bat third for the Giants.
I think he's a good value.
You know who's a good batting average help in the outfield? Is he already gone? Maybe he's already taken.
Well, that's why I wanted Jung-Hoo Lee.
Lourdes Gurriel is who I was going to say. Is he already gone?
He's gone. I was looking at him before he went at the previous turn.
Okay.
Then Matt Wallner and Rhys Hoskins. So some power for Team 12 there.
Hoskins needs to start moving up.
He's having a very good spring.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what if last year was just him coming back from a torn ACL and he just wasn't himself,
Right.
No, I think that's a totally reasonable explanation. Yeah.
We discarded him too quickly.
Possibly, yeah. He's got 5 home runs and 25 plate appearances.
Guys, I think the guy at the top of our queue.
It might be time.
Yeah.
It might be time.
I really don't want to. I get it. I'm just really hoping someone else takes him.
Shane Baz, the next pick.
It could be a good
I am becoming.
Chris is just gonna hope with every yellow sticker that pops up.
Please.
I have a really bad feeling about Shane Baz, you guys. I don't feel like there's a lot of negative attention surrounding him, but I just don't think he's the same pitcher anymore. I don't think he was last year.
It's been a really bad spring.
Well, yeah.
I hadn't realized that, yeah.
The slider, he didn't throw it as much. It wasn't breaking as much. It wasn't that good coming back. And it was true in the minors, too. Coming back from Tommy John surgery, he didn't really have the slider. He managed to pitch to an ERA around 3, but with a low strikeout rate. And now he's getting knocked around this spring.
Oh, that's fun. Jesus Luzardo just went.
Not Shane Boz getting.
No, not Shane Paz. Oh, there you go, Chris.
Oh, thank you.
Ronaldo Lopez
To
is
be
finally
fair,
gone.
He was our top player for like 50 straight picks in the consensus rankings.
Yeah.
Could
And
be
I-
a league-winning pick, okay?
It could
You
be.
just
God,
cost us the league.
Outside of the top 180.
I will give you credit. It could be a league winner.
So we should probably take our second baseman next, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there goes that.
Well, he just went Jonathan India. Great.
I did push for Jackson Holiday a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Who knows if Shaw would have made it back to us?
then I'm fine waiting at second base for the other guy that's in our queue.
Yeah, there's no reason to reach for him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's.
We've said that before.
Well,
What
all right.
round
What
is
kind of
this?
what kind of relievers are left?
It's,
Puck is still there, right?
Yeah, it's mostly
Mar-
speculative, guys.
But Martinez is gone.
Yep.
Martinez is gone.
But if we like Puck, it's got to be soon. Or do we want to take the guy at the top of the queue, who I really like, but his ADP's lower, and you understand why?
Yeah, I'd rather go the reliever route.
Is
So
Puck
who-
the best
who's
one
your-
there?
yeah, who would be your pick, Chris?
Foley and Fauché are still there. They tend to go later. We don't need to take them now.
Yeah, I think Puck is a better pick there.
I think I'm good with Puck as well. Scott?
Is Barrios there?
Yeah, but
You know,
Or
I
do
like
we
him.
take the one I just moved to the top so we just lock it up?
I'd rather have Puck.
yeah.
Okay. So
It's too early for that guy.
AJ Puck, come on down.
Yeah, Porter Hodge is the other guy, and I'm fine saying the name because
You don't like him at all, I know.
well, it just
What do you
it's
do?
it's really early for a guy who really doesn't have any kind of track record outside of the 30 innings he threw at the major league level last year.
It would have been
43
way ahead of
innings.
ADP to take him.
And like it's not like his minor league track record is super great. And he's not a closer. So I feel like AJ Puck is just a better player. And if I'm going to take a non-closer, it's got to be someone who I'm very confident is good. And I'm not with Porter Hodge.
Fair. All fair points. Catch people up on picks. Before we
man.
AJ Puck, there was Drew Rasmussen, Garrett Mitchell, Jonathan India. Next two picks after we took Puck, Reese Olson and Connor Wong.
The Red Sox big three have all homered today now.
Oh,
That's what you want to see out of the prospect showcase game.
that is fun. That is fun. Wow. Very nice. The big three, by the way, being Marcelo Meyer, Christian Campbell, and Roman Anthony.
Yep.
Who, I mean, of the three, Christian Campbell is the most likely to be on the opening day roster, but I think we'll see all three at some point this season.
Nobody else in the lineup even has a hit.
That's the future. The future is bright for the Red Sox. The future is now, by the way. I mean,
They all might be major league ready, yeah.
this is 100% me just being like the Yankees pessimist. I think the Red Sox. I think the Red Sox. I think the Red Sox are going to win the division.
I don't.
Why Sean Manaea?
I think their pitching is going to be a problem.
And Foley goes. So
Jason Foley, Sean Manaea, George Springer.
I think the Red Sox are going to be a team to target in DFS games on both sides.
Yeah, just every game is like
Yeah, a lot of big crooked numbers on both sides.
just like Coors Field, playing in Coors Field all the time.
I mean, Fenway is the second best hitting park in baseball.
There you go.
All right.
Michael Bush. Back to Bush.
We are missing a
get-
second baseman, a catcher, and an outfielder still in the lineup.
I'd be feeling really good about Michael Bush right now if they hadn't signed Justin Turner. Like I've said it a few times over the years. As somebody who followed Michael Bush's prospect ascension, his very slow prospect ascension, I followed it very closely. He would, every time he got to a new level, he'd struggle for months, and then he'd just look like the best player in the league. And if that sort of adjustment trajectory follows him to the majors, I don't think he's going to be the best player in the league, but he could have a big sophomore season.
I think we could use some power.
Okay.
I was thinking, we're on the clock, by the way. The last couple picks were Grant Holmes and Jeffrey Springs. I did groan a little bit at the Grant Holmes pick. I want to get him everywhere this season, but I have him in a lot of spots. Just will not be in this one.
Jose Barrios.
I'd rather go outfield, and I'd rather go with the top guy on our queue currently.
It's early by ADP.
I
by about 30 spots.
I would vote for who I just moved to the top of the queue. I know you guys like waiting.
No.
I think we could use a little bit more batting average personally.
I'm not confident he's going to give it to us.
Yeah, I'm fine skipping that one.
All right. So what do you guys want?
Oh, Conforto, Frank?
Yeah,
or
Conforto would be
Barrios?
my pick.
Conforto or Barrios?
I'm good with Conforto. So yeah,
Seems early, but I do like him.
Yeah, but once you're at this point,
get your guy.
30 picks in ADP is very little.
Oh, I was about to make a different suggestion.
Sorry, we only had like 8 seconds left.
I understand.
Yep.
I just moved into the top of the queue.
Yeah, I added him as well. So I would be down with that next pick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Clark Schmidt, who went from the SP5 to SP3 for the Yankees this season. Oh, man.
I mean, look, you're talking about the Red Sox winning the division. Well, Richard Fitz went from like SP7 to SP4.
Yeah, that is
Is
fair.
Conforto really the better choice than Elliot Ramos?
I think so.
He might be. Elliot Ramos, by the way, they said might lead off against left-handed pitching for the Giants. He had something like an 1,100 OPS against lefties last year, but I think it was sub 700 against righties.
Mm-hmm.
That is a player we have not talked about all off season, Jake McCarthy, who is not exciting, but he could provide like 30 steals with an average that doesn't kill you, like 250, 260.
Yeah, I just think that's all it is.
Yeah,
You
he's
know?
he's going to give you no power, like maybe 8 to 10 homers.
And very little counting stats.
So the last two players to go were Elliot Ramos and Jose Barrios. Feel like Siri's listening in. I don't know.
Yeah, like Jake McCarthy played 142 games last year. He was healthy all year. 66 runs, 56 RBI, 25 steals. Like yeah. It's fine if you need steals. I just don't think we need them.
Do we put Matt Shaw in the lineup for the Tokyo series?
If he's active, yeah.
Who else are we going to put in for the Tokyo series, Frank?
That's what I'm thinking about.
Michael Conforto.
Yeah,
that's true.
They play different positions, so I think we're okay. So Max Scherzer was the guy who said we probably should have been looking closer at him when I was pushing for Jose Barrios.
Yep. Pitchers are starting to go again here. Yes,
Grayson Rodriguez is still out there. There's TJ Friedel, who I've wanted
in the chat.
Conforto.
In the chat, by the way, it's a good point here. They point out the Tokyo series is a free look. So
right.
Basically, no, you could choose to, like, even after the games happen, you could take those players out of your lineup. So if they do nothing, you could still take them out of your lineup. Yeah.
Chris, I know you hate the pitcher I just added, but this is way.
He just got drafted? Oh no, you just moved him up.
I just moved him up.
his
Actually, ADP has been falling. He hasn't pitched well this spring. I don't think it really means anything. But
yeah, if you guys want him, I won't fight against it. I don't think it's a particularly interesting one.
I just kind of want to gimme a pitcher. We passed up so many gimmies already between Reynaldo and Jose Barrios.
What about
I think there's still gimmies. I'm adding some gimmies to the list if you want some gimmies.
Well, I don't know what you mean by gimme.
I just threw a name.
No, Mitch Keller is ugh.
Whoa.
How
if you take out his 4 worst starts, he was probably better than Ronel Blanco.
You got to take out more than 4. Look at.
I am adding a bunch of names to the queue, so don't mind me.
Yeah.
I threw somebody at the top there. I don't know how you guys.
I'd be fine with that.
I think it's. I don't think he's going to be durable. I don't think he's going to win many games. I think it's a lot of salivating over data and not a lot of substance to it.
But besides all that, how is the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
Well, what about the vibe, Scott? At some point, we got to draft
Okay,
vibes.
well, you guys get your wish. Ronel Blanco was just taken. I thought it was
It might be. I just,
great value.
I'm not excited to take him, but it could be a blind spot in my analysis on him. I certainly realize that.
I think he's a low upside pick who doesn't have a high floor.
Well, if we're worried about whip, do we want to gamble on this guy who's been falling this spring? But
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I added him to the queue earlier.
he is got to be one of our highest ranked players available.
Yeah,
He is the top player on our consensus ranks. Yes.
I've backed off a little bit. I mean, he's looked bad this spring. But
Everybody's backed off a little bit. That's picked 260.
yeah.
No, I'd be fine with it.
I think we should. I think we should give ourselves. Look, he may be a total bust, but I think you expect that at pitcher. You got to expect some of them are going to bust, so you need to give yourself options.
That's why
Francis is who we're
I
talking
would rather
about.
have gone with him than Blanco because I think there's at least the theoretical upside where I don't think that's there for Blanco.
I think
Blanco just did the upside.
I
So.
know, but it wasn't real.
I would still vote for the second guy in the queue, but
No.
if I'm outvoted, then
I'd rather have Francis.
Yeah, I'd go Francis.
all right.
Lighten up, Francis.
That's me. A couple other picks that have been happening. Before Francis, there was Colt Keith, Andrew Vaughn, Ronel Blanco, Trevor Story, Nestor Cortez, Joey Bart, and Zach Geloff. Brandon Woodruff. What is the latest on Brandon Woodruff? I think he was supposed to pitch in a minor league game, right?
He pitched in a minor league game. I think he was sitting like 92, 93.
Not great. At his best,
Yeah.
he was sitting 96?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's been so fastball dependent. That's kind of actually that's a comp I haven't made before, but Brian Wu is kind of Brandon Woodruff E.
Whoever just moved that player to the top of the queue, I think that is the move.
That was me. Yeah, I think it's time.
Yeah, sure.
A couple other picks: Jesus Sanchez and Lars Nootbaar.
Brandon Woodruff will make his Cactus League debut against the Guardians on Sunday, by the way.
Will he be in the opening day rotation or
Who was that?
Brandon Woodruff.
Oh.
I think there's a chance he could be like the second turn through.
Okay.
I don't know how their schedule lines up.
I know they start the season in Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, he was never going to pitch in that series.
Right.
He said that back in like January.
Oh, you know it'll be fun? I don't know if he's one of their top three, but Nestor in Yankee Stadium revenge game in the first series would be pretty fun.
Yeah.
Maybe not for his ERA. I mean, he's a fly ball pitcher, but
Yeah.
I still
Which
I like
guy?
this- I like this guy that I just put at the top too.
Yeah,
I like him,
I'm looking a little closer at him now.
but maybe we shouldn't mess around. I don't know.
Is it the catcher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh. He has had a decent spring, right?
He's got a job, you know.
He had a
It's not-
decent he had a decent stretch after he
Yeah.
was
If you guys want to, I'm fine waiting, but if you guys want to, I won't fight it.
I feel like the second baseman is the higher impact player.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I love our alternatives there.
Right.
I mean, there's this guy who I just added to the queue.
Second base is starting to kind of.
There's
get a
Nolan
little-
Gorman also, but I think he could.
I think that's a last round pick.
Yeah.
Oh,
Alejandro Kirk just went, so
They made
that was the
decision for
catcher
us.
we were considering.
We're taking Tyro Estrada.
shouldn't have
Yeah.
said his name, man. We shouldn't have been talking about him.
Did you say his name? I don't think so. Nobody said his name.
Yeah, but I guess talking about the position might have gave it away. I mean, I like Estrada a lot too. Don't get me wrong, but I was trying to get these guys to draft Kirk for like the past 5 rounds or something. So, all right.
There is the ultimate
second base. You guys are okay with that guy?
Tyro Estrada.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Look, Willie Castro's still there. Christian Campbell's still there. Jake Cronenworth's still there. And I kind of like Cronenworth for our bench, but
Yeah, I would like to grab a second baseman on the bench, just so maybe we play the matchups when Tyro Estrada's away from Coors.
Mm-hmm.
Worth mentioning that in the NFBC for those watching or listening who aren't aware, they do Monday, Friday lineup setting for hitters, so you can more so play the matchups and
even more so with Coors Field. I think
if the Rockies are home and away, or if there's a lefty hitter versus 3 righties, stuff like that. So
should we have taken Willie Castro instead of Tyro Estrada?
Nah,
I don't think so.
So we are all down on him relative to the consensus. I'm often surprised by how early he goes. He is eligible at 3 positions.
Ryan Weathers just went. That's who I wanted over Bowden Francis.
That's who I said was a lot of salivating over data, but I don't think a lot of substance there. Ryan Weathers.
I think he's good, man. 98 from the left-hand side with a sweeper with a 50% whiff rate.
Yeah, with
You're
like
naming
18
a lot of data
inches,
points.
18 inches of inverted vertical break. He also,
he was good last year. He wasn't amazing, but he was good.
He got off to a really bad
healthy.
start, but he was overall, 3.63 ERA. You hope for more strikeouts, but the control was good. And he had a really good stretch in like May where he had, like May to June.
I think he had 2 double-digit strikeout starts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know who I think we should think about next?
Who's that?
Top of the queue, baby.
Maybe.
Yeah.
At this point, it's a,
Some
by
ugly
opening day,
players are getting drafted at this point.
by opening day, we might drop them, but let's take a shot.
Yeah.
It's not, might be worth it. And he's on our bench, so we're not depending on him or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Down.
There's also this whip help here, but I think it's a little early for him.
If you trust the things that he did last year to remain.
I picked 275 to 300.
Yep.
I trust in as much as anyone I can trust here.
Let's catch people up on picks for those listening. Round 23 is the one that we're in. There's Bo Naylor, Kumar Rocker, Connor Norby, Alejandro Kirk. We selected Tyro Estrada, our starting second baseman on this team. Willie Castro, Ryan Weathers, Alec Burleson, Parker Meadows, Griffin Jacks, Dustin May, Evan Carter. That's the entire round. And now we're into round 24, and Mitch Keller was the first pick there. Dustin May, kind of a sneaky one. Potentially.
4 1/3 inning pitcher.
He might be. Yeah. I don't know what the workload's going to look like for him.
4 1/3 innings for 75 innings. That's what I'm expecting.
I brought up that exact thing to Nick Pollock the other day. He does think that the fact that he's a ground ball pitcher could help Dustin May's efficiency.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. Like he has.
Come on, man.
He gives zero credit to injury risk, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he's more ranking talent than.
Yeah, I think he's got Jacob DeGrom top 5 this year. I think.
But I will say I would have liked to have taken Evan Carter for our bench. It was a good pick there. End of the 23rd round.
I wish he'd do anything this spring to convince me his back was okay, because he was saying at the start of spring he wasn't very reassuring about the back when he was talking about it. I don't remember exactly what Evan Carter was saying, but basically it's something this is as good as it's going to get. So I'll have to manage it, that kind of stuff.
Doesn't sound great.
There's Grayson Rodriguez. That's who I moved to the top of the queue.
Yeah, we were thinking about it. Some interesting picks at this point in the draft. We're in round 24. Lots of pitchers going here. Ranger Suarez, Merrill Kelly, Grayson Rodriguez, all in a row there.
Our only hitter spot is catcher, right? In our actual lineup. We could take bench ones, obviously, and we will at some point.
Yeah. So what about this guy who I just moved to the top?
No.
No?
No, I think it's too much of a crapshoot for this league.
Well, we could just take his backup with one of the last picks. No.
Oh, sorry. I needed to scroll up to the top of the queue. No, you're right. That's who I want for our second catcher. I just I don't think it's anything we have to worry about yet.
Oh, yeah. You might be
I think the more whip help is where I'd lean here. But that's just me.
Chris, what are you thinking? I was thinking about that. Justin Verlander just went, and Christopher Morel, we are up.
I missed one.
So the whip help I keep referring to, should I name him now or no?
You can.
Do we think we're going to take him?
I'm
No.
not the biggest fan of him, but if Chris is, I mean,
I think Chris likes him.
I'm
Don't
fine
you,
with it.
Chris?
Yeah. I think it's fine.
Martinez.
what about this player who I just moved to the top instead?
Yeah, I would like to get him with the next pick. if
Yeah, I
had
think it could be
my
both.
way. Yeah,
Both?
I think Nick Martinez is the higher priority pick.
Okay.
But if we could get that other guy with the next pick, totally on board.
There are some reliever specs out there too.
Yeah, we'll come around to them. I don't think it's as urgent.
Oh, okay. Round 24.
You tired,
Thanks.
Frank?
It's been a long day. Thanks everyone for hanging out and watching. Still, we are over 6 hours into our mock draft mega stream, and 2,400 people. That is quite a few. So thank you all for
Pretty
being
good.
here. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. 31K by opening day. That's what we've been saying all off season. So let's try and get us to 31K by opening day. Past 30K today. That was awesome. Some more pitchers. I mean, there's a lot of pitchers this round. After we took Martinez, Max Meyer, Edwin Uceta, and Michael Rock. Should we have been talking about Max Meyer?
I think it's the same situation as Weathers.
Scott just hates the Marlins.
He really
Well,
does.
Well,
What have they ever done
do
to
I
you
have-
besides knock you out of the playoffs in 1997?
is it wrong to hate the Marlins? Is that so wrong?
Probably not.
If
I mean,
hating the
I
Marlins
hate
is
them.
wrong, I don't want to be right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The last pick of round 24 was Luke Raley. A little bit of power and speed there. I think he has dual eligibility, corner and outfield. Bubba Chandler. I do want to talk a little bit about Bubba Chandler because Bailey Ober. Who am I thinking?
Bailey
Bailey Falter was scratched from his start today. Now, Bubba Chandler was not great in spring. He's one of their top prospects. I think they would rather slow play it with him. But if Bailey Falter is hurt, there's a chance with Bubba Chandler, right?
Yeah.
He'll eventually be up this season. I just have no idea when because I
just
don't think
there's a chance that it's like if Bailey Falter has a big injury, it
could be soon.
Day rotation.
Well, what alternatives do they have? They don't have Luis Ortiz anymore.
They do not have a lot of depth. there.
DJ Hers, that's yesterday's sleeper right there.
Yeah, I'm not even sure he's going to make the roster.
I'm pretty sure he's not.
Yeah, I think he has more walks and strikeouts this spring.
It's not what you want.
Yeah, maybe they
Yeah,
don't
so-
have as much boring pitcher depth as I thought because they lost Johan Oviedo.
Right.
All right, JJ Bledegos, Chris Bubich, right? That's who we were hoping to get on the way back.
Are we good with
Yep.
that?
I'm good with it.
Pitcher upside.
So the only thing is Bubba Chandler's not on the 40-man roster. I would guess the next guy up is, geez, yeah. I don't know if they have like a viable option in the bullpen that they could turn to. So you got to look at the minor leagues, and it's Mike Burrows is on the 40-man roster, I guess.
Wow, they have no depth.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's a good thing they're wasting a healthy Paul Skeens season.
Yeah. You're telling me they're not going to win every game 1-0, Chris? They don't have a bullpen either. I mean, David Bednar looks like crap again. Maybe I'm overreacting, but look, after a season like he just had,
Yeah, no.
I'd rather him look good in spring than not.
Especially since they haven't been.
They
didn't come out right away and say David Bednar's definitely our closer. They made a point not to say that. So, I generally think you should just ignore closer performance in spring training, but I think Bednar specifically had a lot to prove.
All right, last couple picks. Joey Ortiz, David Peterson, Aroldis Chapman, one of those closer specs off the board. Tyler Soderstrom, maybe gains catcher eligibility this season. There's talk that he could be the backup catcher for the A's. I almost said Oakland. Not Oakland. Okay. David Peterson's actually looked pretty good this spring. I don't know that we've talked about him at all. He was great last year, but in a way that we don't think is sustainable, I guess.
If I would consider David Peterson's good spring notable if he was suddenly missing a crap load of bats.
That I can't tell you. If I don't think that has been happening, but
no, he hasn't been particularly impressive.
Okay. We are coming up on round 26. We have 5 rounds left. NFBC Rotowire Online Championship. 12-team league. We're competing in this league and in an overall contest as well. So taking a little bit of upside here. And first pick of round 26 is Hayden Birdsong, followed by Will Warren.
I just moved a Marlin toward the top of our queue. I don't know how you guys feel about that one.
Ooh, there's the 4th pitcher in the queue. I find very interesting as well.
I think his ADP is really late.
Yes.
But not as late as I thought, but later than now.
What about this one too? I just moved to the top.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah, I think that might be the one.
Yeah, I'm fine taking that shot.
Or Chris, or this one. Which one do you like more? Because I know you like both.
Well,
the cryptic.
There's also this guy.
No,
that's just, with our. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible.
I mean, at this point, you're just taking flyers on what might work out.
Well,
I'd rather go the guy at the top right now.
I don't think this one at the top that I just moved to the top is really a flyer. I think he'll be useful. Oh, well, he's gone. Tomoyuki Sugano.
Tomoyuki Sugano.
All right. I don't know that I think we can wait another round for the other guy. I'm thinking either him or him. Yeah, I'm thinking either the Brave or the Marlin.
I like the top name.
Yeah, let's go with the Brave.
Yeah, you're good with it?
Yep.
All right. Well, welcome to the squad, Sean Murphy. Oh,
where did the Marlin go?
Did he get drafted?
No.
Someone X him out by accident?
Did you take him out of the queue, Chris?
It wasn't me. I haven't been touching the queue.
It
Known
was
Marlins hater, Chris Towers. All right, he's back in.
What about this one too? I just moved to the top.
I have no idea what Bruce Bochy is thinking.
There goes. We're not getting Drake Baldwin with Sean Murphy.
Yeah. Cam Smith went too, so that was
Chris. You know who we could take?
Victor Scott. These are some really interesting picks.
Yeah, a lot of upsidey guys getting taken just now.
He fits waiting on Sean Murphy. It's Luis Torrens.
Oh, come on. Get this Luis Torrens thing out of here.
I like doing it to mess with you.
If we were going to do, I added the 2 catchers I would want here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just wait till the last round now.
Yeah.
To be honest.
To get, the fill-in for Sean Murphy.
I
added a 3rd catcher.
I added a 4th catcher. That one all the way on the bottom, by the way. No, not all the way on the bottom. The Tampa Bay one.
I think we can say their names there.
Danny Danson's having a good spring.
Yeah.
Couple
I added Travis d'Arnaud in case.
Interesting picks. After we took Sean Murphy, there was Cam Smith, Drake Baldwin, Victor Scott, Orion Kirkering, Jose Soriano, Porter Hodge, Jock Peterson, who maybe could gain first base eligibility.
He might be Kerry Carpenter, but 80 picks later.
He might be.
All right. So the fact Porter Hodge went, we can't fortify Ryan Presley with him. I think we got to take one of the top two in the queue. It's just a question of which one. What do you guys think? I
kind of like the starter.
I think we could get him on the way back, the starter.
Let's go with the Marlin. Let's go with Calvin Fauché.
Calvin. Well, we're not up yet.
Let's not go with Calvin Fauché. Nobody should draft. He stinks, actually. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
We would never draft that guy. Ever.
Ryan Bloomfield and was it Bubba?
Casey Bubba, yep.
Casey Bubba. They were doing the live stream for my Tout Wars draft, and they kept referring to Calvin Fauché as the doctor. And I was like, the doctor? Why is he the doctor? And then finally, I got it when they called him Calvin Foucher.
Mm.
I still don't get it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay.
Is there a Dr.
Dr. Foucher?
Oh, okay. I get it.
Matthew Boyd just went, we're on the clock. Is that who you guys want, by the way?
Yeah. Yep. The doctor.
The doc is in the building for maybe the worst team in the National League this season.
Maybe the worst team in the whole league. Let's not.
Maybe the worst team in MLB history.
The other player we were thinking about went with the next pick, Chris Martin.
Yeah. So Chris Martin, if he's the closer, is clearly better.
Yeah.
But
although he's weird, like his performance is different every year.
And he's on a much better team. Like it's
I kind of think we should have taken Chris Martin.
I kind of think so too.
That was again me in 15-team mindset, and like I can't mess up the saves. When in a 12-team mindset, I think we could gamble a little more
on the skills or whatever.
Yeah, because there will be emerging save sources on the waiver wire.
Are there any other closer specs? Because we still have 2 weeks from now till opening day, so we could take some shots and see if just more information comes out about specific bullpens. You know,
we got 3 saves, guys, so I'm not stressed about it. The Rockies, we could speculate on them. We could get Robert Garcia or any of the other obscure names Bruce Bochy's floated out there.
Mark Church.
Yeah. I don't think we need to do that. There's only so many bench spots. I think 3 leading saves guys to begin the year. Hopefully 2 of them hold on to their jobs. And if so, we'll be in good shape.
Well, I like that. Whoever just added that.
That was me.
I like it.
Yep.
Let's go. Those next two picks.
And then the catcher and then a backup catcher would be our next pick. So we don't have any hitters on
no
the bench.
bats on the bench. Yeah.
If we were to take those 2 pitchers,
I think we got to choose between one of those.
So what bats should we be queuing up here? I like Jonathan Aranda, and we got Tristan Casas as our first baseman. That's a little questionable.
I would say we need an outfielder.
There are 5
with Tyler O'Neill,
right?
A multi-eligible guy would be ideal.
It's
Dylan Moore.
Someone I just added there.
Yeah. If Jeff McNeil hadn't gotten hurt, I would say him.
Ooh, I found one.
I like him more than Pages?
I like him a lot.
Is he going to play every day?
I think so, at least according to Roster Resource.
There's been a lot of buzz about him working on his swing to
he can't platoon everybody, you know.
Don't know.
Tap into his pull side power again, and he's been having a good spring.
The top of the queue, Chris. I'll catch people up on picks.
Okay.
After we took Calvin Fauché, there was Chris Martin, Tobias Myers, Kyle Harrison, Jameson Tyone, Joe Adell, Jacob Young, Cade Smith. We're into round 28. AJ Smith-Shawver battling for a rotation spot. Jack Leiter could be on the opening day rotation with Cody Bradford starting on the IL. Chris Bassett, and then
I will just point out. There is a catcher.
Who's outfield eligible.
Outfield eligible.
Yeah.
Who I like a lot as a number 2 catcher.
You know what? I almost wonder if we don't draft a catcher and then we just pick one up on the first waiver run, you know? Like why waste a spot now if it's just going to be a catcher, you know?
Well, Because we'll
Yeah, you
have to
just
use
drop
at least
them off.
one fab dollar to get him.
That's fair.
And it's not like there's it's not like a spot's going to open up because somebody goes on the IL. There's no IL in this league.
Yeah.
I still think we wait till the last round for our catch.
Yeah.
I agree. We're just going to have to duke it out over whether it's Travis d'Arnaud, Hunter Goodman, Patrick Bailey, or Danny Jansen.
Yeah.
Are we the only team with only one catcher? We
have two. Just one's hurt.
There's one other team that only has one catcher.
Who?
And there are still
Oh yeah.
there
The
are
team
still
that has
like
Raleigh.
multiple
Do we-
catchers that we're fine with though.
Can we afford to take any pitcher?
I like loading up the bench with pitchers, I think, but
I agree.
Yeah, I mean we have 4 already.
If we don't take a second baseman, there's no sitting Tyro Estrada.
Yeah, that's true.
is
That
there
quarter.
one worth taking though?
I mean, Dylan Moore's eligible everywhere. He's
Okay.
Dylan Moore, though.
There goes
I
a-
think there are still at least 3 second
Well,
basemen who I don't hate starting.
this
hang
one's
on.
kind of interesting too.
The fact Pajes just went, I think we got to take the other outfielder because
You know I'm in.
it's not pretty otherwise.
The one we have at the top of the queue, yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Max Kepler. So that's who I was referring to. Kevin Long is he's still the Phillies hitting coach, right?
That sounds right.
And he's a well-known one, and he's been working on Kepler's swing. And Kepler was another guy coming back from, I hope I have this right, knee. He was coming back from
Yeah, it
knee
was
surgery
knee
last
surgery
year.
last year, yeah.
Yeah.
He was really good in 2023, and the underlying numbers were quite
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah.
After we took Max Kepler, Heston Kjerstad, Chandler Simpson, Ben Brown, Luis Severino, Jason Adam. We will not get the Padres.
Okay.
Yep.
So
So there's that.
we either take like a Jonathan Aranda, I think, which I could get
Oh,
behind.
we only have 2 picks left.
I do think Scott brings up a good point about second base, though.
Well,
I think
Aranda might eventually be eligible at second base. He's been playing it a lot this spring.
What? I mean, he doesn't. There's not much upside here, but what about this player? Because it covers our corner and it covers Casas if he's hurt or bad. I guess he's not exciting, but I mean,
No.
he's
I
gonna
think
play.
having an option to slot in where for Estrada is more important than a backup corner.
Well, then
but the second basemen are pretty bad.
my pick would be this guy at the top.
I think, yeah, I think he was pretty good last year.
2-homer game the other day.
He's got 3 of them this spring.
I'm not super confident he'll be better than Tyro Estrada on the road.
I'm pretty.
You might be right about that, Scott.
And
His quality of contact metrics weren't bad last year.
meanwhile, we have a couple of high upside pitchers that we like.
What about this one at the top of the queue?
I'm not convinced he's good either. Like there are a lot of second basemen who I can squint and say I could see them being good, but
What about this?
are we going to fight over the second to last pick?
Really good second half. He's in a very good ballpark. He's going to be eligible fairly early on.
Will he play enough?
I think he's going to play fairly regularly.
Well,
You sure you don't want a
appears we are
pitcher?
in
You
a
sure?
pickle.
So it's Mike Soroka, it's Zebby Matthews, it's Gavin Lux, it's Caleb Durbin, it's Otto
Look,
Lopez.
you know what? Let's take the pitcher. I think let's take the pitcher, and if something happens by opening day, we could drop someone and
That's
pick
what
up
I'm thinking.
Like we could pick
Like-
up any of these second basemen.
Right, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
You know, if these pitchers continue to have awesome springs, then like
Right. If
you might go
Soroka,
for on a fab.
if Soroka
Sure.
keeps lighting it up,
Let's go
All right, well-
Soroka.
Which one?
yeah,
Though?
Soroka.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, for that matter, we could do the same thing with second catcher, like you were proposing, Frank.
Yeah, I'm not opposed. And then
We take the other pitcher. See if he makes the team. What do you think?
Take who?
take the other
Zebby.
pitcher.
Zebby Matthews.
Pull this up a little bit so everyone can see.
Sure.
We're leaving it to fate. If somebody wants to scoop him out from under us, Somebody took Gavin Lux right after we took Soroka.
Yep, I would have liked
Don't,
Gavin
don't
Lux.
think I didn't notice that.
I don't think we ever said his name though.
Oh, I did. I said all the names.
I was trying to sabotage it.
Scott sabotage.
Nolan Gorman's still out there too. You mentioned that as a potential last round pick, Chris. Well, it's the last round.
Couple picks here: Jordan Walker, Nick.
Do
Gonzalez.
we really need a? Hear me out. Do we really need a fill-in catcher for Sean Murphy?
Just
Can
saying.
we go with an empty second catcher spot for 2 weeks? Hopefully, just 2 weeks.
I would prefer not to, just because
Yeah.
catchers that are available, I think, could still provide something positive.
Yeah, true.
It's not like if it was a 15 teamer, I might just say, yeah, let's take it.
Yeah.
Let's take 0. But in a 12, some of these guys could still
All
give
right.
me a little something.
So we got one more pick. Do we take the backup second baseman we want? Do we take Zebby Matthews? Or do we take the backup catcher we want?
I think a catcher.
Casey Mai is kind of an interesting pick there too.
Yeah, that's a good one. Casey Mize, Richard Fitz, back to back. Those were pretty good. Michael McGreevy might take time off from being the lead guitarist for Pearl Jam to start for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Now hear me out. Because there's going to be a waiver run before the season starts, right?
Yep. I hope so.
If we've been worried about whip, we've been addressing whip. You know who has elite control? Zebby Matthews. Maybe we end up having to drop him. If he doesn't make the Twins rotation, obviously we drop him.
You don't have. You don't have.
I think Scott wants to drop Zebby Matthews.
Just hear me out.
You don't have.
Zebby Matthews.
You don't have to convince me, Scott. I'm in.
Okay.
It's Danny Jansen.
Because we could take a flyer on any of these second basemen or catchers, which I shot down when you first brought it up, Frank. But
Yeah, I mean, if it costs us $1 in a long season with $1,000 fab, it's not
any of these guys could get injured in the next 2 weeks, and then
right.
any of these pitchers. It'd be nice to have. It'd be nice not to have to compete for the replacement. It's going to be stressful figuring out who to drop if they're all healthy.
Well, we do also already have 4 pitchers on our bench, so we don't need a replacement if it happens.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just don't know. The only hitter left whose upside really excites me is Aranda, but I don't think I'm going to win you guys over to that one. So
We
I'm
are
fine
up,
with it being Matthews.
and the last picks were Reed Detmers, Miguel Vargas, Hayden Wesneski, Danny Jansen, Brandon Marsh. So are you guys good with Zebby Matthews?
Zeb it up.
Let's do it.
Boom! All right. How'd we do? Is our team good?
I'll let you know in September. All right. So
Who's
what do we
managing
have?
this team?
It was a fun draft. Good fun.
Some combination of Frank and I will be managing the team.
We'll figure it out.
Let's go through it.
I'd. Yeah. Okay.
I have a good amount of other NFBC teams, so I'll be setting all of my NFBC lineups anyway, and so
I've got
Okay.
3.
I'll make
That's
sure
fine.
I'll make sure it's at least set. all the
I have some investment in this team now, so I don't want to completely turn my back on it. But I don't.
Yeah. Once we took Gavin Williams in round 14, Scott's like, all right, I'm in.
I don't want it to be like when the family gets a pet, it always falls back on the dad to take care of it. I don't want it to be that kind of situation where it always falls on Scott White to take care of it.
No, it's almost all the teams that I share with people, it usually always falls on me. And I'm not gonna let us take a 0. Don't worry. We'll be all right.
All right, we are tied for the most pitchers and the fewest outfielders.
Tied for the most pitchers. I'm surprised somebody tied us because we only have one hitter on our bench, right?
I'm going to stop sharing for a second, just so I can
15 pitchers.
pull up the actual NFBC website so we can look through the team. Okay. Thanks.
One listener thinks we may have salvaged the team.
With all the pitchers?
I guess so. I don't know. I don't know what it was that turned him around.
We were stinking it up early.
What do we do?
It was the Calvin Fauché pick in round 25 that really
That's right.
shaped it.
We're going to win saves now. 3 closers. Who can say that?
Yeah, I think our ratios are a little sus, but
That's why we got so many pitchers, Frank, to try to. No, I don't know about that.
I think if our pitchers pitch well, we'll have good ratios.
I think, and I've seen this, people reacting this way to my TGFBI team too. I don't think they're appreciating just how globby the good glob is. So they see my number 1, 2, and 3 pitcher numbers 25, 26, and 27 in the rankings. And they're like, oh, your pitching's not good. But really it might as well be pitchers 15, 16, and 17 in the rankings because it's a glob and they're basically the same.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm still working on trying to pull up our team.
I can share everybody's team, which has ours by position. Although I do have to be careful not to show team names.
I've got it here, Chris.
All right.
Why can't we show team names?
People are secretive about who they want to pick, you know?
And they shouldn't be a part of a live stream.
I know, but it's fine.
All right, here's our team. And we've got JT Realmuto and Sean Murphy at catcher, Tristan Casas, Tyro Estrada, Ellie De La Cruz, Austin Riley. And then in the outfield, Jaron Duran, Seiya Suzuki, Dylan Cruz, Tyler O'Neill, Michael Conforto, Matt Shaw at corner, Corey Seager at middle, and Marcelo Zuna at UT. So,
I mean, that's a heck of a lineup.
I think it's a very good lineup. Yeah.
As I was going through, I was like, but then you get to the bottom and you see Seager and Ozuna. It does help quite a bit.
I don't even think that's true. I mean, we got 2 catchers, like actual good catchers in theory, which I never have happen in a 2-catcher league. Estrada's the weak link, obviously.
And Shaw is a big question mark, but obviously big upside.
I don't know. Maybe I'm doing the thing I do too often. I've done too often over the years, in recent years, of
Scott
being too sanguine about the top rookie hitter prospect. But even last year when I was like, I got to stop doing this, look what ended up happening with Jackson Chourio and Jackson Merrill. They turned things around. I think Shaw's going to get a very long leash.
I just don't think you can necessarily say that the guy who's played 35 games above AA is a good bet. I like the talent and I'm excited and I think it was a good pick, but yeah, he's a question mark.
We can fall back on a Ronda. It'll be fine.
Yeah, like Jamer Candelario went undrafted, which is not exciting, but when he's healthy, he'll play, hit in the middle of a good lineup, great ballpark. So
12
if we
teams.
have to fall back on like Jamer Candelario, I think it's fine.
12-team leagues, different world from 15-team leagues, and I had to keep reminding myself that during the draft.
Yeah, I did want Ryan Mountcastle for a corner, and he went 1 pick before we took Shaw.
If it was a 15-teamer, that
we were going to take Shaw.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Scott, you would have voted for Shaw over Mountcastle?
I think you said
I thought that's how the vote went. I thought Chris and I said Shaw, and you were like, all right. You were pushing for somebody else. It wasn't I don't think it was.
No, it was Mountcastle.
It was Mountcastle. Oh, I wanted Jackson Holiday too. That's who I was looking at.
Yeah.
Our pitching staff, and it just feels like maybe we're 1 pitcher short. I like to get 4 of my top 40 usually in a 12-team league, but we wound up with Framber Valdez, Tyler Glasnow, Aaron Nola, and then Gavin Williams, Clay Holmes, Zach Eflin. Our relievers, Robert Suarez, Ryan Presley, and AJ Puck. So the relievers are scary. We also have Calvin Fauché on the bench.
I disagree. I think we're in good shape for saves.
I just think there's real ratio risk with the
but it's minimal number of innings relative to the starters.
I think there's job risk with both Suarez and Presley.
Sure,
but
one of our 3 closers is going to lose his job for sure. Is there a chance all 3 do? Yeah, that's possible. But probably 2 will stick for long enough that it'll make a real dent in the category. And
it's a 12-team league, so there will be options on the wire.
And Puck may emerge as a 4th closer.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then on our bench, we have only 1 hitter. That's Max Kepler. It is a 5 outfielder league, and we have 6 outfielders total. One of them being Tyler O'Neill, who's, not the healthiest in his career. And then we got pitchers Bowden Francis, Nick Martinez, Chris Bubich, Calvin Fauché, Michael Soroka, and Zebby Matthews. So really shooting for the upside there on the bench.
Yeah.
So I think if just any 2, let's assume good health for Nola and Framber, and let's assume 130 healthy innings for Glasnow, as healthy as he can be. if we get 2 breakouts from the rest of this crop, Gavin Williams, Clay Holmes, Chris Bubich, Mike Soroka, Zebby Matthews, Bowden Francis. If any 2 of those 6 I listed off break out, it's going to be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
We gave ourselves a lot of bites at the apple there.
Yeah.
We got the rotation stabilizer there in Eflin. I think, he's probably not going to be huge, but he's a stabilizer.
He'll be in the lineup all year.
Yeah.
And we might find out right away in Tokyo if Ryan Presley's the closer or not. So
Yeah.
maybe he's the guy we drop before opening day.
The main thing that concerns me about this, taking this many bites out of the breakout pitcher apple is before we set lineups for the first time, we're going to have to make a decision which ones to drop. We only have to drop one, I guess, to get that Sean Murphy replacement in there. We can take our time to get a backup second baseman.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to hurt if we drop the wrong one,
Yep. Yeah, I hear that for sure. But again, by the time opening day is here, like as good as Zebby Matthews has looked, maybe he's not in the rotation.
Right.
That's still a possibility.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I get your point though, Scott. We'll see. Again, I wish we had one more stable starting pitcher and obviously like a better first closer. But a 12-team roto, you're not gonna like everything on your team. So, but overall, I think it's a fun team.
I like it.
Yeah. No, I think it's pretty good.
All right. Not too many meltdowns between the 3 of us sharing a team together.
There wasn't a big argument, was there? I was expecting rager after rager. I was thinking we wouldn't like each other by the time this was over.
The Robert Suarez one just that
you knew we were backed into a corner, Frank. There was nothing we could do.
Yeah.
I was worried that Scott was going to lose it about Reynaldo Lopez. I was putting my foot down.
You only had 1 vote, to be fair. Frank eventually came around just a round too late.
I would have been down that round we were thinking about it.
Yeah. I'm fine with the way our pitching came out. So all's well that ends well. We can still be friends.
That's true. All right. Well, we've got to do a best ball underdog draft at some point here. I'm going to message our guy, Brendan Tuma, to let him know that he can hop in the chat a little bit earlier here. Or if you're watching, Brendan, you have the link, so feel free. In the meantime, we could take some questions. I'll be tweeting out the link to the Underdog draft room. So if anyone wants to compete against this is going to be your opportunity to do so.
I've got my money loaded in my Underdog account. I'm ready to go.
You're going to have your own team, and I'm going to have
you
my
said
own.
I got my money loaded in my under. I was.
Scott After Dark. We are delirious after almost 7 hours of streaming.
Man.
I'm
gonna go to bed immediately after this.
What time does that start? 9:30?
Whenever we start.
Whenever we start. Yeah. It does go faster. It's a 30-second clock. I think it's a 20-round draft. So it'll go.
My wife did send me this picture of my cat sitting outside of the door, and it's made me very sad for the last 45 minutes.
You don't want to.
She wants to be in.
Let her in at this point.
Her food and litter box are outside. I can't let her in. She'll have nothing to eat or twosies.
All right. Well, that is the end of draft number 4.
Oh God, I'm tired, guys. I'm tired.
Chris, you can't be tired. This was your idea, buddy.
I know. In my defense, my break was before your guys. So I've been sitting here for like 4.5 hours straight.
That is fair. If you want to,
and you didn't even like.
If you want to hop up and if you want to walk around a little bit, Chris, feel free to.
Yeah, I'm not going to be part of the Underdog draft. If you want a minute while we're waiting for what's his name to show up, and he'll take my spot here as the third box.
Someone asked the cat's name. That's David Bowie.
Okay.
David Bowie.
Is there a Liz Lemon too?
There is a Liz Lemon.
Okay.
Yes.
Didn't want to bring the room down.
No, they're
asking about a dead cat.
Everyone's still around.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. Scott, you want to maybe answer a few questions before?
Sure. We could do that.
Thank you to everyone for hanging out. It's been a fun day. We have almost 2,500 people watching between YouTube and on X right now. So thank you for being here. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We've got 2 weeks until actual opening day. The Tokyo series is next week. We'll be recapping those games. We'll still be doing a lot of draft prep over the course of next week as well. I want to talk top prospects. We'll do deep sleepers one day next week. We'll do players we haven't talked about. Or players we haven't talked enough about as one
You know
of
what?
podcasts.
Somebody's asking, show Team 12. Remember Team 12 started with 4 pitchers?
Right. Let me pull that back up. We'll see how that team came together here.
Started with Tarek Skubal, Paul Skeens, Emmanuel Clase, and Devin Williams, right? Got the top 2 starting pitchers, the top 2 relief pitchers with the first 4 picks.
Yeah, let me...
Were you saying something important? I just oped you.
No, you're good, Scott. You're good.
Okay.
Okay, so I can't use that draft board. Just give me a second. I've got to pull some things back up here. Yeah, Team 12. It was an interesting build. They started pocket aces and then the two best closers in the game with Emmanuel Clase.
I want to see how it came out. Maybe he knows everything and we're dummies.
My case, we'll see. I think I'm on the clock in like my TGFBI league too. It's there's a lot going on here, Scott, as you know. All right.
Yep.
And there is the draft board once again. So let's see.
I'm taking the Nick Martinez, Chris Bubich combo in my TGFBI league right now.
Nice. After the first 4 pitchers for Team 12, it was Brenton Doyle, Matt McClain, Luis Robert, Hunter Brown, Logan O'Hoppe, and Shea Langolier, so 2 catchers with power. Xavier Edwards, batting average and speed. George Kirby, Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm, Arenado, Encarnacion Strand, Nick Lodolo, Buxton, Wallner, Reese Hoskins, TJ Friedel, Geloff, Carter. So that's a lot of hitters in a row. You need some of those guys to break out.
What is the last name? Just give me the last initial of the person who had Team 12. Can you do that?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure who it is?
It'd be A.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to see the team view because I can interpret that a little better.
Right.
I would say at first glance, maybe you were just saying this, doesn't look like enough power.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I was thinking as I was going through. Because I mean, you take Edwards, you take Stott, you take Boehm. You know, it just sets you back on power. Did take Matt Wallner later, Reese Hoskins, Geloff maybe 2020. I think I agree with you though.
There's probably enough speed. Speed's a little easier to get on the cheap. But I mean, if Xavier Edwards doesn't hit for average, and we're just not
2 catchers that could hit for 20 or 25 home runs.
His only, well, I guess Xavier Edwards and Alec Boehm. Those are like the only 2 hitters he has who have a chance at hitting 280 even, maybe even 270. What did Doyle hit last year? Obviously, he has a lot of downside for batting average.
I think it was around 260.
Yeah, I think batting average, home runs, basically everything but steals are going to be. Maybe I'm wrong, but that is my.
That'll be a fun one just to watch all season and see.
Will he dominate? Oh, you know what he did? Why would you give yourself that early advantage in starting pitcher in the pitching categories and then take Mitch Keller?
That's Scott's biggest takeaway, his biggest qualm with the team.
Well, Mitch Keller's going to drag down ERA and WHIP. You need to like dominate those categories for this team to work, I would think. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe this guy is like.
You're not depending on Mitch Keller. I think that's his SP6, if I'm looking at it correctly.
Well, it's in his lineup.
With George Kirby hurt, yeah, you are relying on Mitch Keller a little bit more there. Interesting. It's a different build.
It's different.
Yeah, for sure.
I like ours more.
I think ours is better.
We just looked at Team 12, Chris. It's
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you can make a case that being completely different than everyone else has inherent value even beyond the relative quality of your team in a gigantic tournament. Because if you're doing, it's like the DFS approach. And if this person's doing 25 lineups over the course of a bunch of drafts, having one that's just kind of off the wall can have inherent value beyond what you think of the team. Because if it's that, that one time that you beat your brother down Cherry Hill Street, whatever.
What?
You know the reference I'm making. Scott, you know the reference I'm making.
Is that Gattaca? That
No.
was swimming, wasn't it?
Little Giants.
Oh, right.
He beats his brother down the hill one time. I think it's Ed O'Neill and Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis' last major movie, right?
One time. You only need to do it one time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's
Okay.
the end of my speech.
Good point.
I just took Miguel Vargas in my TGFBI league. Round 28.
Sorry, I was just familiarizing myself with the Underdog scoring format, and
Which we will definitely need to go over.
this is wild. This is wild and wacky stuff here, guys.
It's very different.
It's best ball, right?
Yes.
And so you get 3 pitching spots, 3 infield spots, 3 outfield spots, 1 flex, and 10 bench. And the scoring, 3 for a single, okay. 6 for a double, sure. Double's twice as valuable as a single. 8 for a triple. Wait, what? 10 for a home run. A home run's more than 4 times as valuable as a single. Now you do get 2 for a run and an RBI. You get those every time you hit a home run. So technically a home run's 14, but still, I think that's weird.
Well, I wish you guys luck with that, sorting that out. I'm sure the people who play in that format will appreciate it and probably know more than you do. But I think
we have Brendan Tuma coming on, who works at Underdog, so he'll be able to break it down for us in
there you go.
great detail.
If you don't have anything else for me, I'm going to go try to crank out deep sleepers.
Scott, can you sit around with Chris for like 2 seconds and I'll be back?
Sure.
Yep. All right.
I did just input the values into the auction calculator on Fangraphs and ran it through the ATC. And it's actually not, the results aren't as weird as you would think. No negative points.
The weird team?
No, the Underdog scoring. There's no negative points for losses or for strikeouts or caught stealing. So that, Kyle Schwarber gets a little bump. He's 33rd in the ATC projections. Pitchers do take a hit. But yeah, not the top. The high-end hitters are clearly ahead of the top pitchers. But once you get out of the first 10 or 12 hitters, the top pitchers are not far off. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Interesting to see how this works out in this draft. But do you want to take some questions?
I do.
All right. What is the best sports movie?
Moneyball. Not even close.
It's really good.
Yeah,
it's very good. I watched it recently.
I don't like most sports movies, but that is
what's his name?
Jonah Hill?
No, the manager.
Oh,
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
There you go.
One of the best actors of his generation. He's such a good choice as a grumpy manager. I know he's playing a real person. I can't remember is that AJ Hinch?
No, it is Art Howe.
Art Howe.
Yeah.
He's so good in that movie. Phenomenal stuff. Big fan.
Yeah.
Just
the scene of them sitting around the table with the scouts.
It's great.
It's exact like it's another case of like, I love the book. Obviously, I knew the book. It's rare that I read the book before I see the movie, but I did in Moneyball's case. And you know, normally you want all the scenes you miss all the scenes in the book that don't make it to the movie, and you're just kind of, it's hard to appreciate the movie when you already love the book. But that was one, it just far exceeded my expectations.
And that's one, I don't care that it's not how it was in real life. It's a movie. It's not a documentary.
It mostly is.
I mean,
it adds some family.
They don't mention the name Barry Zito is not mentioned in the movie, I'm pretty sure. Like, they downplay the contributions of the 3 Cy Young candidates
But they do
on
in the
their
book
roster.
too, to be fair.
And it's a movie.
That was one of the
It's not a
critiques of the
documentary.
book.
It's a movie, not a documentary.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Question: can I hear the case for Jackson Churio top 20?
I mean, just look at his numbers from June 1st on. I could pull those up for you potentially, but they are studly. And
yeah, it was like 300 batting average, 890 OPS, 30 homer, 28 steal pace.
Yeah, that's more or less right. Let's make it an even more arbitrary endpoint. Let's do June 8th.
June 8th.
What a day. What a day. So from June 8th on, Churio hit 306, 15 homers, 15 steals. That's 94 games. Actually, we can probably find a better date than that, right? Is it July 1st? I don't know. Whatever. He took off midseason and was basically a stud from that point forward. 5 category potential, top prospect pedigree. I'm not on board with taking him in the top 12 the way some people do, but top 20 for sure.
How do we feel about the Duran pick after the draft ended? Brad or Braid?
There was never a point in the draft
Braidazoni
where I was like, I wish we didn't draft Jarren Duran. It was nice not to have to worry about outfield for.
He thought it
as
was
long as we
risky.
did.
I wanted Bryce Harper more.
You wanted Harper.
Yeah.
How do you think it was going through the draft? Do you think there were more steals available throughout the rest of the draft for us that we could have taken advantage of?
It was really nice not to have to worry about outfielder steals.
Yeah, that's my thing. Is it was really nice to not have to draft Bryce Terang or Anthony Volpe or those guys.
Right. I'm looking through to see the round that we took Tristan Casas
as our first baseman.
Who were the top steals options? So like Xavier Edwards went after that.
I'd much rather have the Duran Casas combo.
Luis Garcia Jr.
Much rather have the Duran Casas combo.
Here's the one. Randy Arozarena. Would you rather have Arozarena and Harper or Tristan Casas and Jarren Duran?
Duran and Casas.
I think so, yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah.
So, probably worked out.
At least on paper.
What do you think of Chandler Simpson? Is he worth a late shot in a deep keeper league?
If it's Roto. And it depends on how deep, but
he had like a sub 10% strikeout rate. He hit 353, did he steal 100 bases last year? I think he did, right?
Very low. What I like about Chandler Simpson most of all is he knows exactly what he is. He does not try to elevate. He does not try to pull. He just hits the ball wherever he can best find a hit and doesn't strike out much. So you could see why he hit 350 or whatever it was last year.
353, yeah.
If the Xavier Edwards profile is going to work in the majors in the year 2025, then Chandler Simpson also has a chance of working.
And how old were you when you played in your first fantasy baseball league?
I remember it like it was yesterday. I was a senior in high school, so that would be 17.
I was 15, very close to turning 16.
I think I was 14, but Scott is a couple years older than me, so technically he started playing first.
Year was 2000.
I actually played.
Mariano Rivera wasn't a closer yet.
My dad exposed me to fantasy when I was a kid, and I would help him name the teams that he had, and he used to like mail them in to set his lineups and make trades call people on the phone to make trades and all that kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah, I started playing with my dad as well, but he was not really into it. And Mariano Rivera was a closer in 1997. Scott, get your dates right.
Yeah, I was just looking that up to make sure I was right. How do I remember him as a setup man that first year? Well, it was definitely 2000, and I just remember Mariano Rivera's career wrong.
How did you guys meet? They're friends from work. to quote Thor, he's a friend from work.
Yeah, CBS hired me, and then a few years later they hired Chris, and I didn't have that much to do with Chris for the first few years he worked there, to be perfectly honest.
Mm-hmm.
But they hired a lot. Were you guys temps at first? They hired a lot of temps to write player updates, and Chris was one of them.
There's still a couple of us left.
They went into different roles
at
CBS Sports, but the one who stuck with the fantasy department was Chris. And then the very week the world shut down for COVID, CBS hired Frank.
I met Frank a week before that?
Yeah.
He came over to the bar near my house a week before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chris was scouting me to see, can this guy actually do the job? And the jury is still out. We're still trying to figure that out, if I can indeed do the job. But yeah, I joined these guys back in 2020 in March, right before the world shut down. And it was...
So probably 5 years ago exactly.
In hindsight, just kind of hilarious because I had to host a daily fantasy baseball podcast with no baseball, with no sports going on at all. So
who can forget drafting fictional fantasy baseball teams?
That was great. There were some fun shows. I know nobody was listening because they were thinking about other things, but
right.
We put out some good content then.
All right, Scott. Well, I think it is about that time for us to say good day to you, sir, and we appreciate your service.
It's been fun.
I think it's going well.
Yeah. I enjoyed it.
I'm a little delirious, but yeah.
Whoever's watching just saw me rubbing my eyes like I'm about to go to sleep.
I feel so much sleepier than I normally would at 9:40 because I don't feel sleepy at 9:40 at all usually.
People underestimate the the energy that gets sucked out of you.
Yeah. Just sitting here.
Just sitting up straight and projecting your voice and having to be so careful with your words. It's
the sitting up straight. That's why 5 hours in, I just had to start leaning back. I'm sorry.
I think part of it too is this ring light right in front of my face. Like the light and the heat from it just it also makes you a little drowsy just over time.
I was sweating earlier. Yeah. All
right.
Ooh, Carson Williams hit a home run.
See you guys.
See you later, Scott. We do have a question here that I would like to answer just in case people want to know our NFBC chops. I finished top 30 overall in the Draft Champions contest 2 years ago. The one when Ronald Acuna just went ballistic. I got him. Me and my co-manager, we took Acuna second overall, and then we also took Ellie De La Cruz, I think, in round 20. That's when he was a prospect, and we didn't know when he was going to get called up. And he came up in June, and just between those two having the steals, it was just put us way, way over the top. I think we had Blake Snell that year. He won the Cy Young. So it was just a lot of things just worked out right. And obviously having Acuna in that season.
It's worked out.
Yeah. I don't have a lot of other big overall things that I could talk about, but finishing top 30 in a contest with over 1,000 teams, I think it is, the Draft Champions, felt pretty awesome about that one. We are no longer talking about the NFBC because we are moving on to Underdog. And I want to talk about some best ball drafts. And to help us do that is Brendan Tuma. Make sure to follow him on X at TooMuchTuma. Brendan, thank you for joining us very late in the evening here to do a best ball Underdog draft. How are you doing, sir?
Thanks so much for having me, guys. My home league, including myself, has been listening for a long time. So it's a really cool moment to be here with you.
Yeah, man. Thank you for hopping on. Again, I know it's a little late here. We're kind of delirious. We're 7 hours into the mock draft mega stream. And this next one we're about to do is not a mock draft either. I mean, this is a best ball Underdog draft that has a tournament component to it as well. You're playing for an overall prize and the long haul and thinking about upside and later in the season. And so we will talk about all those things. And this will kind of act as a little best ball strategy as well, because there's no one better to do it than Brendan Tuma. You work at Underdog. So if there's anyone that could tell us about best ball in these specific drafts, it is you.
When I saw the schedule, just like when you had said it was going to be later at night, and just knowing, you guys' history, I did think this was kind of a perfect way to cap it off. It's something you can have a little bit more fun with. It's a $10 entry point if you're still thinking of doing the dinger. But there's really high prize payout. So there's always that chance that if you draft the right team, that it can go really, really well.
Brendan, I do have to ask you before we get started. Do you run the Underdog MLB fantasy account? Because whoever does, you're doing God's work, man. It is a great account. I have notifications turned on for it. So
I've definitely been part of it. And I don't want to take credit for everything that's gone well with it, but I don't want to get blamed for things that might still be work in progress. So, but yeah, no, that's definitely been a huge focus of mine since getting to Underdog a few years ago. And yeah, just trying to kind of build up kind of the Underdog baseball brand. And for me, a huge part of that is fantasy. And, in my opinion, in some ways we've gone out of order in terms of getting everything in the place it needs to be. But as long as I'm there, fantasy is going to remain a really big focus.
I think we can all agree whatever's gone right is on you. Whatever's gone wrong, not at all.
That's the way.
I don't know if I should give him too much credit because I believe you are a Red Sox fan, Brendan. So,
well, they're going to win the division according to Frank.
I am a Yankees fan, but I'm also like the eternal pessimist. So how can you not be? I mean, Garrett Cole is done for the season. They lose Luis Gil, Giancarlo Stanton. So it's been a rough go here for my Yanks. But Red Sox dealing with a lot of injuries too so far.
Yeah, they've been a pretty interesting team to talk about, especially with the Devers stuff. I know you guys have been drafting all day, basically, so I'm not sure what you've seen, but Campbell, Anthony, and May are all home tonight in the spring breakout game. So
yeah, that is
starting to get a little bit more attention for them.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
All right, let's pull up the draft lobby here on the Underdog website. And if you're following along, it's underdogfantasy.com/lobby. I have the Dinger pulled up here, which is one of their signature MLB contests. And I will tweet out the link before we get started. We haven't clicked enter yet. I just want to talk a little bit about the format and what people should know and maybe a little bit of best ball strategy, because honestly, we need the help too. So you're helping us, Brendan, along with everyone else who wants to play in the Dinger contest. So what do we need to know about this contest? I guess if you want to start at the top with what is best ball, because to be honest, we don't talk much about best ball content on our show, but I know that there's a lot of people out there that play it. So I guess walk us through what is a best ball contest and then what is the Dinger here on Underdog.
I think a lot of people get tripped up just hearing best ball. It's a point scoring, so that makes it feel a lot different than if you're used to playing Roto or categories or anything like that. But I think the best way to think about it is it's just a different form of fantasy. It's like playing in an OBP league, or it's like playing in a quality starts league. There are a couple more things to get over the hump to translate it, but it's once you understand the scoring, the strategy behind it, it's just its own game. It just changes the valuation of players. Certain types of players become more valuable in best ball, and especially in tournament-based best ball than are in 5x5 Roto. But I like to think of it as it kind of exposes you to players that you otherwise might not get to in other formats.
Yeah, and particularly with best ball, once you draft your team, that's it. You don't do any other work after that. Your lineup is automatically set for you throughout the course of the season. They just take the highest scorers every single week, and those are the points that you get. It fills out your starting lineup. Obviously, you have bench spots and things, but it puts the players in your lineup based on who scored the most that specific week. So you are shooting for upside, but there's also no waiver wire. So you don't want to take too much injury risk, because if you lose too many players throughout the course of the season, there is a luck element involved with a lot of fantasy baseball, but specifically with best ball, you just need to win the battle of attrition because there's no waiver wire. And
there are 20 lineup spots, 20 roster spots, 10 lineup spots, right?
Yeah. So we kept it initially, especially kind of purposely simplistic in terms of the position. So it's supposed to be like a low barrier to entry game, just in terms of not needing to know, 12, 15, 20 deep at every position. But then I kind of think the beauty of it is within that, it's accessible to everyone, but then there's multiple layers. You can go deeper if you want to. It's kind of like a really good video game where, anyone can pick up and play it. But if you want to master it, there are things that you can do to create an edge. So yeah, that balance of, upside and safety is sometimes I think one of the mistakes people make is they think, oh, I need huge upside. I need to risk it all with every single pick. But that's just going to have way too much. That team's going to have way too much volatility in it to actually, get through and make a difference.
All right, so let's go over the scoring and the lineup format just a little bit here again before we get started. And again, so we can kind of familiarize ourselves and everyone else who might want to play in this format. So the scoring for a pitcher, you get 5 points for a win, 5 points for a quality start, 3 points per strikeout, 3 points per inning pitched, -3 for an earned run. So that is it. You're not worried about getting penalized for hits, walks. It's really just earned runs here. And you want a lot of strikeouts too. I noticed, on CBS, we get half a point for a strikeout, 3 points for innings pitched. So the boring innings eater type does get a little bit more value in that format. So Brendan, you got to balance here. You want to get quality starts, you want to get innings, but you also want to get a lot of strikeouts as well.
It really is the strikeouts. If you can just picture, some of the best pitching lines from a Tyler Glass now, when it might only be 6 innings, but it's 12 strikeouts. And when you do the math, that really does make a difference. The quality start, the win, those are kind of like the cherries on top. But strikeouts is definitely the biggest driver. The issue that, you run into, especially with that waivers, is the best strikeout pitchers are usually the most injury prone.
Yeah. Yep. Lots of volatility a lot of times with those starting pitchers. On the hitter side, you get 3 points for a single, 6 for a double, 8 for a triple, 10 for a home run, 3 for a walk, 3 for a hit by pitch, 2 for RBI, 2 for run, and 4 for a stolen base. So, Chris, I know you were taking a look at this earlier and you were, trying to figure it out a little bit more, the single, double, triple home run. Brendan, I mean, I can imagine trying to figure out how much value to put on each of these things is it's always kind of a work in progress and trying to figure out what works best here. But based on this scoring format, what types of hitters should we be targeting most with this scoring format?
Yeah, I think the simplest way to put it is you can put all that in an auction calculator and use your favorite projection system and kind of see what it spits out and adjust it maybe on a per plate appearance basis. But I wouldn't just overall not focus too much on, the exact differences between double, triple. I break it up into 3 things, plate appearances, because it's point scoring. So that drives volume. Homers are worth the most. You get the run, you get the RBI. There might be multiple RBIs. And then, I don't know exactly. I'm still playing around with how I want to phrase this, but for now, I'm just calling it dynamism, which is kind of this package of stolen bases, runs, doubles. It's those things kind of add up all in one. If the poster boy I use for this is like Jarren Duran, he's not getting. Yeah, he's not getting there just from the stolen bases. It's not Adalberto Mondesi, even in his prime, wouldn't be good in this format. You need the steals with the runs, with the doubles, and that kind of all adds up together. So those are kind of the 3 ways I break it down: plate appearances, homers, and then whatever combination of runs, stolen bases, RBI, and doubles.
And all right, so this next part is I think a very interesting talking point. The starting roster each week: 3 pitchers, 3 infielders, 3 outfielders, and 1 flex, 1 utility hitter, basically, and then 10 players on your bench. So it's a 20-round draft. Brendan, how many pitchers versus hitters should we draft? What should be, or what have you noticed is the most common or ideal breakdown of infielders, outfielders, pitchers to wind up with on a team?
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to Stacking Dingers. They're a Substack and a YouTube show that does a lot of Underdog MLB best ball content, and they've looked back on previous years, and Underdog releases all the data for the tournament. So if I don't have the skills, but if people have good Excel or coding skills and can figure that out, people are free to play with it. And the most common, the short answer is that the staying pretty balanced, 7-7-6, 7-6-7, however it shakes out. You just don't want to have, a 5 in there for any of the positions. And yeah, there's no need to go to 9 on any end either. It's staying balanced. It's the boring answer, but it just gives you a fighting chance at every position. What it does to the player pool is it makes outfield really scarce because there's so much few of them, and you'll feel that while drafting, they'll start getting picked off pretty early.
Also, notably, catchers just are barely going to matter.
Yeah, you don't need it. You just need 3 infielders, so you don't need a cat. William Contreras will probably still be drafted just because he's still so awesome, but I can't imagine there's many other catchers besides that being drafted.
I would guess Adley Rutschman's pretty good in this scoring format because of the walks, because of the doubles. But Yainer Diaz, he's never going to walk. He's never going to steal a base,
I mean, first baseman Wilson Contreras might matter, I guess.
Yeah, Einer's a good one. If you plug him into a projection system, my guess is it comes out, lower than you would think if you're just used to playing 5-on-5 Roto. The only other thing I'd add to, who's good in the format and everything is sometimes all it takes is 1 or 2 weeks. So there is an element of any player can get hot for a couple weeks. And in best ball, all the money's won at the end of the season. It typically the calendar, the way it lines up for us, because we still end it a little bit early before the actual regular season ends. But I think it's, late August, early September is where a lot of the money's won. And last year, the Diamondbacks were the team that were just absolutely insane. Guys like Eugenio Suarez, you wouldn't think would be good in this format, but if you have him and he gets that hot, especially if not everyone else has him, it can be a real game changer.
Yeah. So looking at the tournament schedule here, because within this best ball draft, you are looking to advance to the later rounds, try and compete for the championship. It's almost like a playoff scenario, you might say, in like a head-to-head league, but there's no head-to-head component. You're just competing against everyone within the league. So the qualifiers are weeks 1 through 17. The quarterfinals are 18 to 19. Semifinals weeks 20 through 21, and the championships are weeks 22 to 23. And how many teams, Brendan, from each league move on to the qualifiers? It's just like the top team in each league, and then the top point scorers from there just continue to advance.
And this is where there's multiple layers to it. For it's again meant to stay simple enough in terms of the scoring and the positions, everything. But if you do want to go deeper, you can plug those weeks into the calendar, figure out when they are, who has the most games during that week. Maybe the Rockies have 10 out of 14 games at home during the finals, and that's a reason to try to put some Rockies hitters together. In terms of advancing, you're testing me on the exact specifics. We have across all sports, there's different contests that advance at different rates. So I get them mixed up, but for the most part, it's, the top 3. And then when you get towards the end, it's like the top 2 from pods move on to each round.
All right, Chris. So you and I will be advancing to the quarterfinals round, right? We'll win the league, obviously.
Yeah, great.
And we'll see where we go from there. Now,
I'm trying to figure out the Rockies. That was the first thing I thought of when you said that, is like, August, they do play, it looks like, in the first, because I think the last week of the season is August 24th, if I'm reading it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
It's to be like a best ball fallacy, but I feel like I try to get at least one Rocky on every best ball team, just because they can have huge games when they're in Coors Field, right? So why not? I mean, there's not many teams on there, not many players on our team we're drafting, but Brenton Doyle for sure feels like he would be in the mix there.
Yeah,
for sure.
Is there any way for us to guarantee that we're in the same draft, Brendan? Because that was something I kind of worried about. Chris wants to draft his own team as well, so we were going to.
Oh yeah, I think just both try to enter. I mean, it's one of those things that the contest they start once there's like 12 people there, and so I guess if there was 11 right now and you both tried to join, but I think there's no guarantee. I am going to tweet the link out now for those watching us if you want to try and. I would try you guys get in, and then you can share the link maybe.
Go ahead. Yeah, let's do that. But I do want to. There's one schedule note I want to point out.
On 3, 1, 2, 3.
Woo. Woo.
Are we in? Are we in together?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It
looks like it. Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like there was only 3 or 4 people when I got in this draft. So
yeah,
I think mine just filled.
Is this Frank? This is your screen that's up right now?
This is my screen.
Oh, we're in it together.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. We both have a top 3 pick.
Nice.
All right.
Let's go. What were you going to ask, Chris?
Oh, I was going to say I don't know if we've talked about the Rays schedule, but they're playing something like 45 of their first 65 games at home.
Yeah.
And so they're not going to be at Steinbrenner very often late in the season during that playoff stretch for this. So that's one thing to keep in mind, is those Rays hitters that we're boosting up may not benefit as much from the schedule as we are expecting.
I'll try to pull up this draft board view as much as possible, but whenever I'm picking, I'll obviously have to come back over here, figure out who I want. Brendan, you mentioned 776 is the most likely breakdown. Oh no, 766. That's
7-7.
776. Why can't I do math today?
Yeah, man.
I mean,
The
I am
Rays only play
delirious
8.
right now.
The Rays play 8 home games in August total.
It feels like it probably makes more sense for one of those 7s to be start pitchers, right? Just because there's so much volatility. Yeah.
The most common strategy is to kind of wait on pitching, even more so than we're seeing in Roto leagues this season. And so what that does is, because if you didn't spend your early draft capital on, and Chris, you're up, right?
Oh yeah.
Let's get auto drafted, dude.
That's okay. It's not a bad auto pick. Oh,
I had Aaron Judge queued. It's fine.
Oh, really? Over Ohtani?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Is that wrong?
I did not. I didn't get the chance.
I did the auction calculator. That's what ATC told me to do. I'm just going to listen to Ariel Cohen.
So what does ATC say to take Soto or Bobby Witt in this format?
It says Soto.
And outfield is tougher. I don't know. It feels a little dirty though. Brendan, what do you think? Soto or Bobby Witt?
I think you'll feel a lot better later on if you take the outfielder now.
Yeah, I think that's probably the move. So as much as it pains me to say, as a Yankee fan who lost Juan Soto to those crosstown New York Mets, not something I would typically do in like a points league or categories league, but based on this specific format. And even Corbin Carroll went ahead of Bobby Witt Jr. as well. So that is interesting to see here. Corbin Carroll was off to an awesome start in spring before he dealt with the back. And I mean, he's fine now. He's playing in games. But yeah, how do I
play? Yeah, Witt, the thing for him is he doesn't walk very much.
Right.
And so that dings him a little bit in points, but he also has a very low strikeout rate for his skill set. So in a typical points league, he probably gets boosted a little bit more because of that. Here, because you don't lose points for strikeouts, it doesn't matter quite as much, I think.
All right, Bobby, let's go with the 5th pick and then Ellie De La Cruz. Go ahead, Brendan.
I was just going to add to that. The tough part too about the walks is sometimes the guys who walk a lot, though, they're just statues on the bases, and it's tough then to really get the amount of. But it's the same thing if you're just a speed guy, you're not doing enough with power to get doubles, to get homer, and all that. So it's really like I kind of try to view it through those 3 pillars of plate appearances, homers, and then everything else kind of jumbled together. And it's preferred when someone has 2 out of the 3 of those.
Mm-hmm.
Next couple picks, Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez. And that feels a little bit earlier than we're used to seeing Yordan Alvarez. But again, I think people wanting to grab outfielders, that does make sense there. Let us know in the YouTube chat if there's anyone else that's in this best ball draft.
We do have one.
I will pull up your comment on the screen and we'll talk about it. Frank, Chris, I'm in with you. Not so silent majority one. You are here with us.
Not sure what the
team name is.
Yeah, but
maybe it's Tommy Salami. That's a fun name. Who just took Jose Ramirez. Gunnar Henderson as well. I mean, this has been a theme all spring, and I've been asking people all day long, Brendan, but any concern about Gunnar Henderson dealing with the intercostal strain? He's working his way back. He's uncertain for opening day, or do you think around 9th pick makes sense for Gunnar Henderson?
I think if you're only playing, one draft sort of thing, I'm the type who in round 1, I just don't want any sort of injury risk, especially something that was suffered this month. But in best ball, I think it's, this is the type of format to just keep thinking about the outcome when everything goes right for a player. And I definitely, especially if I had multiple drafts, I would want to get, some exposure to Gunnar for sure.
All right. After Gunnar, Jose Ramirez, Vlad Jr., Julio Rodriguez, and Jackson Chourio at the turn. So getting the outfielders there. Brendan, what do you think is more beneficial to get? A 7th outfielder or a 7th infielder? Because I think 7 pitchers makes sense, but.
Yeah, I think it comes back to where you spent your draft capital early. Kind of if you do start your draft with 3 straight outfielders, maybe you then only end it with 6. And if you're playing catch up in infielders, it might make sense to grab that extra one. So that's kind of the way that I try to think about it. I think there's eventually going to be a clear cliff with outfielders, and at that point, you don't want to keep chasing them up the boards. And again, that's why it'll always just feel the most comfy if you take care of outfield early.
All right. After Chourio at the turn, Francisco Lindor, Jarren Duran, Fernando Tatis Jr., and Mookie Betts. That feels a little bit lower than we're used to seeing Mookie. He goes 17th overall here, but he's only an infielder, right? So there's no dual position eligibility.
That's correct.
Gotcha. And Mookie expected to play shortstop this season, so that does make sense to have him as an infielder. Kyle Schwarber has
There you go.
outfield
That's the big
eligibility.
change. Yeah.
Yeah, Matt Olson. Worth mentioning, didn't bring this up earlier. There is just a flex spot, but Ohtani counts as an outfielder in this league. He does not play outfield, obviously, but I guess if you were going to give him a position, like how do you decide that, Brendan? It's, I guess, a little.
Yeah, a lot of it is ends up out of our control, and it's never as simple as it seems like it should be. But in the case for Ohtani is that the position is supposed to be outfield / DH. So like Ozuna is still like the outfield / DH. Schwarber and Ohtani gets lumped in with that as well. But every now and then there's a position that will slip through or might have cases for multiple options.
All right, I am on the clock. The last two picks, Ozuna and Rooker, who do have outfield eligibility here. And thinking about a few different things, there's still some really awesome infielders that are coming up. I'm going to go ahead and I think take Jackson Merrill so I could get another outfielder on my team. Acuna has higher ADP, but the report today, he might not be back until mid-May. Again, once you draft, there's no waiver wire here. You got to wait 6 weeks, and that's assuming there's no setback for Ronald Acuna. He's one of those players, I guess, where if you're thinking the long game and you're trying to compete later in the season, if he comes back and he's Acuna, then I mean he's a league winner in a best ball draft. But
you talked me into it. You don't have to twist my arm.
So you wound up doing that, Chris, and you have Judge and Acuna, so two outfielders. The pick between us was Freddie Freeman, and you're back up.
The buzziest eye of spring training's on the board for you. Oh, there you go.
Ooh,
let's do Skeens. Yeah, why not?
Skeens. It will be interesting. I've done 2 other Underdog best ball drafts, and pitching falls really far that I've noticed. So, I know how tempting it is. Like Tarek Skubal is here in round 3, which you almost never see. But I think there's going to be really good pitchers that are going to be up later on in the draft. So they did not let me get Bryce Harper in the last draft, which means I'm going to go ahead and do it here. Bryce Harper, one of my favorite players in the league, who has just been awesome for so long. And he's sitting in the middle of one of the best lineups in baseball with the Phillies. And, that's something I wanted to ask you about, Brendan, stacking teams. So I think the Phillies lineup is going to be awesome once again. Is that a viable strategy? I took Bryce Harper. Maybe I just load up on a bunch of Phillies later on as well.
You definitely want to stack. And what I would encourage to do is just to try to always think of it, 1 or 2 levels deeper. What I mean by that is a lot of people think of their stacks early on getting, okay, I have Matt Olson and Austin Riley. I have Yordan Alvarez and Jose Altuve, but everyone's going to have that at some point, in the tournament. And so I think what you want to do is get a little bit unique in the middle to late round. So again, I keep referencing the Diamondbacks from last season, but in the in-season contest for MLB best ball, it was won by a team that had, I think it was like Cattell, Eugenio Suarez, and Jock Peterson, which was kind of a random collection of, you wouldn't think of that as like a stack that you set out to make, but the Diamondbacks were just so hot, and Jock and Suarez, nobody else had them, especially tied to Cattell. So that's kind of the way I would think about it. I would try to attack it in the middle and late rounds to round out a stack.
All right. I'm looking up and down the board right now to see. So team 5 has Ozuna and Austin Riley together so far. So, I mean, I think the Braves are obviously an awesome team to stack if you wanted to do that. Team 7 has Kyle Schwarber and Trey Turner together. So picking up the Phillies.
Yeah, a little bit of a conscious decision there.
I don't see anything else stackable so far. So, I mean, my first 3 picks, Soto, Merrill, and Harper. Padres, I don't think there's huge lineup upside. Maybe in the top half, it could be pretty good, but the Mets and Phillies are 2 teams that I could definitely see myself stacking at some point throughout this draft. So,
yeah, it's the type of thing, if you're between just making it up like a Vientos and another similar player, because you have Soto, that could be a reason to take him, sort of thing. And right. I think already trying to, the way you were just thinking through who are the middle to late round options that you might be able to get with the stacks you've already started is the right way to go about it.
Couple picks here after I took Harper: Teoscar Hernandez, Austin Riley, Tarek Skubal, Trey Turner, Michael Harris, James Wood, and Anthony Santander. If ADP and picks look crazy in this, again, it's just remember it's a different format. There are different scarcities,
completely different.
So it's going to be different ADP than you're used to seeing in a standard draft. So
I'm curious your guys' thoughts on this, because again, like this draft is playing out, even more, a little bit more towards the extreme ends in terms of how few pitches are being taken. And I've been thinking about this again, just with, traditional fantasy and head-to-head categories leagues right now, as well as I just wonder where that point is where the pitchers get pushed down too far. Kind of, if you guys, I know, play a little bit of football too, but kind of like what happened with the running backs this year, where it just felt like the industry pushed it down too far. And I think being conscious of trying to find that point where that happens and it's becomes a real value is going to be really important, not just this year, but the next couple of years.
And I think that, the research that I've done has suggested that the pitcher and running back comp works out really well. The way the positions play, how fungible the positions are, how much they get hurt, how much their success depends on things outside of their own control, means that the way both positions tend to work is the high-end guys, the guys who have done it multiple years in a row, are way more valuable. It's not like a linear drop-off in terms of value. It's the high-end guys are up here, there's a steep drop, and then kind of everyone else is very flat. And so, I don't know specifically how that impacts this format, just because I don't have a lot of experience with this scoring system, but that's what my research has shown on pitching as a whole. And I do think, like, this year for fantasy football, like you said, clearly everyone went too far in fading running backs. And if you were the person who took Saquon Barkley, took Derrick Henry, like, it worked out really, really well for you. So
so there's going to be a pivot point at some point. And like this draft that I'm seeing play out in real time here it feels very extreme.
Yeah. I mean, there's only been, I believe, 2 starting pitchers taken.
Yeah. Zach Wheeler is still there in the 4th round. And I'm probably not going to take him. That noise I made was Jazz going. I don't typically target him, but I was going to take him in this format. I'm going to take someone else I don't typically target, and that is O'Neal Cruz, who I do think still has a lot of upside from a season-long perspective. I worry about some of the floor things and not hitting lefties and strikeouts and too many ground balls, but I also recognize the upside is still massive. And so if it comes together here, I think he's like 26 years old, whatever it might be. There's still massive upside on like a weekly basis. So being able to garner some of that, not the best lineup. So I don't think I'm going to be stacking the Pirates lineup at any point. But yes, I'm willing to take an O'Neal Cruz in a format like this compared to the normal standalone format. So at the next pick was Adolis Garcia. Chris, you selected Brian Reynolds.
I haven't started stacking yet.
And then Ozzie Albies is your next pick. So you do have a stack. Chris, you have Braves. You have Acuna and Albies.
Oh, there you go. We got a stack. A stacking expert right here.
This is the point where I'm hoping to start a pitcher run, and I might just wind up not timing this out correctly. But the fact that Zach Wheeler is there in the 5th round, and there are so many picks between now and my next pick, I'm going to take Zach Wheeler and hope that it does start a bit of a pitching run, and then maybe some other hitters fall back to me here. But
Garrett Crochet did go right before you, though.
Yeah, and look, he has about as much upside as anyone, right? Like, we talked about this, Chris, from a skills perspective. Is there a huge difference between Crochet and Paul Skeens?
Not last year. Yeah. Crochet had the best K- walk ratio in baseball.
Well, let's ask the Red Sox fan. Brendan, how do you feel about Garrett Crochet, his ability to stay healthy, which he did last year, but we've never seen like a full 160, 170 inning season out of him. What do you think about that ability and how the Red Sox will use him? Will he just be used like an ace starter and they let him go, 6-7 innings out every time?
I think Scooble really changed my perception last year because I viewed him as going into last year. I don't know if he can stay healthy. Same thing with Reagans. It doesn't mean it always works out, but Crochet, the fact that he never got hurt to end last year makes me feel really good about him entering this year. And he hasn't been signed to an extension yet. That's been a bit of a storyline around the Red Sox. But the way I kind of read his intent and why he hasn't yet is he really does think of himself as someone capable of handling whatever an ace level workload is considered nowadays. And I think he kind of sees some of the money that's been thrown around in free agency and realizes he's only 2 years away. And he might be betting a little bit on himself with that.
I get it.
After I took Zach Wheeler, we are starting to see some pitchers go. Dylan Cease, Logan Gilbert. There was Brenton Doyle, Seiya Suzuki, Christian Yelich, and Corbin Burns. If I didn't take Wheeler, I would have taken another outfielder, probably Seiya Suzuki or Brenton Doyle, just getting exposure to those home games in Coors Field. Alex Bregman is next up. That team also has Jarren Duran, so that seems pretty conscious trying to get that Red Sox stack. I think the Red Sox lineup could just be awesome this season. Brendan, we keep asking you Red Sox questions, so I'll go back to it. Feels like there's been a lot of drama this offseason with the Red Sox between Devers doesn't want to play third base. They bring in Alex Bregman. I saw there were some comments from Tristan Casas about how he openly said in a press conference, like, I don't think the prospect should be on the opening day roster, which I thought was kind of an interesting comment coming from him. He's kind of a young player himself. It's not like he has like that much, ground or that much say in the Red Sox organization. So just lots of drama. What is your takeaway with the Red Sox this offseason?
I think you add to it too, just the general angst from the fan base the past few years. And so there's a lot of energy, and it's a lot of like mixed energy, I would describe it, coming into the year. I do think especially the way spring training's played out with Cole and Grayson Rodriguez and maybe Gunnar Henderson, the AL East feels really open, or especially you combine that with how late in the game Bregman signed and now what, the expectation is kind of going to be reinforcements from Anthony and Campbell and that sort of thing. And the Red Sox have had a few minor injuries as well, but the division does feel open in general. And it's one of those things, I think if they're winning, all that goes away pretty quickly, and especially in Boston.
All right. After Corbin Burns back in round 5, there was Bregman, Randy Arozarena, Cole Reagans, and then round 6, Luis Robert, Junior Caminero, Brandon Nimmo, CJ Abrams, Jose Altuve, Chris Sale. So still not as many pitchers as I thought would be gone. I mean, there was some that went, but only 5 went between, my previous pick and now. So I thought maybe there would be more pitchers going.
This is where, again, Chris, going back to the running back analogy and kind of where that pivot point was this season. But to me, the hitters that I'm seeing coming up on the draft board are starting to feel pretty flat. They're starting to feel pretty similar to each other. Production that might be able to be cobbled together, strategically later in the draft. And this is where there's still some pitchers that feel like they can be separators.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one of them just went off the board. Blake Snell. Blake
Snell, who on a per start basis still has massive upside here. So outfield is starting to thin out a little bit, and I'm going to shoot for a little upside here, and I'm going to take Dylan Cruz to pair with my Juan Soto and Jackson Merrill. So 2 second-year players, not the safest floor, I guess you could say, but shooting for some upside. I still don't have any stacks going on unless you want to count my Zach Wheeler and Bryce Harper. Does that count as a stack this season, Phillies? No, I don't think so. But maybe if Bryce Harper hits a home run, it helps Zach Wheeler get a win. That's probably galaxy brain thinking right there. But
if the Phillies just get super hot as a team, they go on a 12-game win streak during the best ball finals.
There you go. I guess that's one way to think about it. It does start to feel like the hitters are flattening out here, but just taking a look at outfield, it gets a little gross. Here. So
yeah, and that's where you start talking yourself into, again, just and this is kind of, in my opinion, part of the fun of baseball too, is talking yourself into, all I need is this player to have a few hot weeks during the season, so he makes my lineup those weeks, and hopefully maybe some of those hot weeks happen during the playoffs.
All right, I am on deck. Chris, at the turn, you took Jason Dominguez and Marcus Semien. So you still only have one pitcher, right? That's Paul Skeens.
Yes, still just Skeens.
Okay. Do you have any other stacks so far outside of your? Oh yeah, you got Dominguez and Judge together. That's cool.
Yeah, that's why I took Dominguez there. It was right around ADP.
I was about to take Castellanos to go with Bryce Harper. I opted to take Cruz because I figured if I didn't take him, would you have taken him, Chris, if Cruz was there?
Yeah, I was looking at him and Dominguez and Cruz. Brandon, I did want to ask you about, the pitching thing.
Oh, I'm about to time out.
Is
William Contreras.
Is the pitching being pushed back more a product of something inherent to best ball, or is it that, is it because a random 2-start pitcher who's low end could very well outscore Blake Snell if he has 1 start, and so it's not worth paying up? Or is it something specific to the scoring of this tournament? Or is it a little bit of both?
It's definitely multi-layered. I think at a table stakes level, the pitchers just don't score as much as the hitters on a season-long level. So the first quote-unquote round, like the regular season of best ball, is however many months, 4 months.
Yeah.
And so it's all points based and it's cumulative points. So the highest scoring hitters are going to outproduce the highest scoring pitchers. So that's the table stakes level. This contest started in 2021, I think was the very first one. It was a lot smaller back then. It's gotten bigger each year, but the data shows now that we do have 5 years of data. It's not, a ton, but people quickly figured out that in consistently taking pitchers in the second, third, fourth round was just not advantageous. And then so there's that narrative to it too. And then I just feel like during prime draft season, all we ever hear about, there are some hitter injuries, of course, but it's the pitcher injuries that are out for the year. If you were drafting these teams in February and you took a decent amount of Garrett Cole, it's just, that's the case for any format of fantasy. But again, without having the, waivers or the ability to replace them. So there's a true fear, I feel like, of taking any early investment in pitchers. And I do know that there are a lot of drafters who might probably start now, but especially the final week leading up to the year, try to come late to the game on pitching and push it up that final week when you can feel a little bit better that they made it through spring training healthy.
Because that's the time when injuries happen the most, is spring and early April. And so if you make it through there, you're not out of the woods by any means, but you've passed the most risky point of the year. But yeah, something like 40% of starting pitchers will go on the IL in any given season. And so just if you draft 7 starters, you should expect 3 of them to go on the IL at some point. And that's, if it happens at the wrong time, you don't have a lot of alternatives on your roster.
Brendan, I would like to put in a formal request to add a catcher position because I got William Contreras, unfortunately, with my auto pick. It's a 30-second clock, so I think that's a good kind of teaching point.
That's tough.
It goes fast. You have to be ready to go. And I kind of got caught off guard because I wanted Nick Castellanos to do that Philly stack, and he was gone.
For my money, I love William. Even in this format, he's probably the only catcher that can hang. Maybe Adley. The plate appearances for the others are just really low. That said, Salvador Perez can get hot for a couple weeks. He can get really hot for a month. Again, if that happens for the finals, like you still want Salvador Perez, even though he might not have been a great process pick just by thinking through the playing time. But anyways, William plays so much that he makes it work for this format. Last year, he got off to that great start in an in-season contest. He was going in like the 3rd round. So I think, there's a case to be made that you got him even at a little bit of a decent value.
All right. You're welcome on whenever you want to come on. You like my picks. You like my auto picks. That's great. And, I mistimed the pitcher run by 1 turn because I took Zach Wheeler in round 5. And then it was here in rounds, 7 and 8, where a bunch of pitchers are coming off the board here. So, and it kind of sucks because I wanted to take a pitcher when I got auto picked William Contreras. I was talking and I wasn't making picks. And so that's
too much yapping.
Too much yapping. We've done a lot of that today, Chris. A lot of yapping,
buddy. I am looking at it and like, when did you take? You took Jazz, right?
No, I wanted to take Jazz, but I missed him by 1 pick. He was round 4, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking like maybe Jazz instead of Skeens to have that Jazz, Dominguez Judge stack might feel a little better, but.
You know what? I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it on a per start basis. I'm taking Jacob deGrom in round 8. I mean, it's crazy. Like I might only get 2 or 3 starts out of him, but if I'm shooting for the upside at this point, it's all the other pitchers I'm looking at here. Like Roki Sasaki has the same ADP. It's like, how many innings am I going to get from Roki Sasaki? And there are other guys like solid pitchers that I can get later. So I think I could just build some safety around Jacob deGrom, where even if he's out for the entire season, if I can, build safe around him, then I'll feel all right about that one.
Yeah, and all that talk about limiting his innings early. Well, that's certainly less of a concern when you're talking about, if he's limited early, okay, that's not great. But if he's fine in August and they're letting him go 6 innings and he's dominating, that could work out well too.
Yeah, outfield's getting a little rough here, man. I just took a look at outfield, and we're up to outfielder 42 in ADP. So again, just put that in perspective. It's guys like Lane Thomas and Jorge Soler that we're looking at drafting in round 9, but you need to wind up with 7 of them or 6 of them by the end of the draft, and so I understand why this happens, why they're getting pushed up the board. Go ahead, Brendan. I felt like you wanted to say something. I cut you off.
No, I can talk while you pick. This is where I kind of think the little micro edges start coming into play. And I think there's a certain element of always wanting to, whatever draft room you're in or draft applet you're working off of, to respect ADP or the default rankings at some point. But I've been outspoken about it. I think a lot of underdog drafters, as you can tell from the draft board, they really understand the macro dynamics of outfielder versus pitcher in particular. But I don't always think that the ADP in terms of the player evaluations comes out in the right order. So like when you pulled up outfield just now and seeing, Lane Thomas and Jorge Soler kind of back to back, like I just think that's so wrong. And that Lane Thomas isn't even in the stream stratosphere. So like there is an element of nailing the positions, but I sometimes think, just a pure like player eval perspective to underdog would work really well as well.
Yeah, no, I think that totally makes sense. And I did take Jorge Soler, this is much earlier than we're used to seeing him go. I mean, I took him 99th overall, but for me, it's just the opportunity cost. Like if I wait until later, what are the outfielders going to look like? It's just, I know it turns into a lot of platoon bats and things. And I still do like Jorge Soler, and he's looked good this spring. And, if he gets hot, he's one of these guys that can blast like 30 plus home runs. So looking for that. I don't have any stacks yet, so that's kind of feels like a problem. Chris, I saw you took Jake Berger to go along with your Marcus Semien early on.
Yeah, I've got 3 stacks in progress. I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but that's where I'm at right now. I probably reached for Berger a little bit relative to ADP as well, but maybe it'll work out. Look, I'm learning. I'm along for the ride here as well.
Brendan, be honest. What do you think about my Jacob deGrom pick? Is this the right time to take a shot, or is it just crazy?
Yeah, I think that's actually what made me first think of the ADP comment and not even the outfielders, because Glasnow is another who just went even like a full round later. But we talked early on about prioritizing strikeouts and just those starts where it's a 12 strikeout game sort of thing, and to see guys like deGrom go after. I'm trying to look at the list here, but just like a Nola type or even a Pablo Lopez, I feel like the true deGrom ceiling, and in this format, you're playing to win $100,000, not just $10 sort of thing, and so I do like that range of deGrom, and I think Sale went late, like Sale, deGrom, Glasnow in the middle rounds is all of those guys are live for me.
Yeah. All right. After I took Jorge Soler, there was a ton of picks. Roki Sasaki, George Kirby, who's dealing with the shoulder, Jordan Westberg, Eugenio Suarez, Tyler Glasnow, Hunter Brown, lots of pitchers going now. Lane Thomas, Freddie Peralta, Elliot Ramos, Sandy Alcantara.
Sandy? Tell me about it, stud.
Shota Imanaga, Luis Castillo, and Ezekiel Tovar. So another Rocky going.
I was actually considering Tovar.
Yeah, for those home games, man. I get it. It feels for Imanaga. I wonder if people are just kind of scared off by his spring has not been so great, and his velocity was down the other day. So I wonder if people are getting a little scared off by Imanaga.
Probably a little bit of that, yeah.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Brendan?
Now I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. The Rockies and other ballparks. It's just kind of thinking through the underdog format and those positive run scoring environments. It's forced me to dig, a little bit deeper into the baseball savant and park factors and trying to figure out, like, I think we talk all the time about Rockies, and I've just been surprised, like looking at like Red Sox, for example, is pretty favorable home offensive environment, but it just, I don't know. I don't feel like it always gets I feel like the Rockies get all the talk for hitting and the Mariners maybe for pitching. And I think even just knowing the top 3 or 4 can help inform some decisions for some run scoring environments.
And Fenway's the second best hitting park in baseball, and it's not Coors, obviously. Coors is on a different level, but in terms of the overall inflationary effect on offense, Fenway's not that far off. It's a really great place to hit. It just is weirdly not a super great place for power, especially for left-handed hitters. But it has a hugely impactful effect on batting average specifically.
Chris, you're up, by the way. I don't want you to miss out on your picks there.
I'm continuing my Yankee stack.
Let's go. Paul Goldschmidt. He's looked great so far. And you've got him, Dominguez, and Judge. So,
and then I'm thinking
a pretty unique stack. I don't know how many people are going to have Judge, Dominguez, Goldie. I mean, that's a pretty random combination.
Yeah, where they fall in the draft, though, it ended up working out okay because it was like, Judge obviously at the top, but then Dominguez was like 70 something. I got him right at ADP. I think, Goldschmidt was a very slight discount relative to ADP, and the fact that worked out with a little stack, I think is a nice bonus.
I wonder if maybe I'm going to be overdoing it with pitchers here, but I'm going to go ahead and take my 4th pitcher. So I took Bryce Miller and Bailey Ober here, and I don't have to worry about those 8 earned run outings from Bailey Ober, which happen from time to time. And my thinking with Bryce Miller is the home road splits. So when he's at home, he has these awesome dominant starts in T-Mobile Park. So I'm thinking I could get some big starts with that, and I don't have to worry about starting him when he's on the road. If he has a bad start, they'll just throw someone else into my lineup. So I do take Bailey Ober and Bryce Miller there to kind of supplement my Jacob deGrom risk. And there's just not many hitters that are standing out to me at this point, but I'm sure they're only going to get worse as the draft goes on. And nobody from the teams that I need. Everyone's got all the Mets and the Phillies already. I think I missed out on all my stackable players. It kind of stinks.
This is where some would say you might have to do something gross and work in a back stack of an offense that you might not have any early round players of, but maybe there's a team out there where there's at least 2 to 3 that you like grabbing late, and you can kind of boost the value of all of them. On his own, I'm trying to think of a Rams example, but like on his own, Josh Lowe might not be your favorite pick, but if you get Josh Lowe, Brandon Lau, and Christopher Morel, that could be something that you can put together late, sort of thing.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty good point there. Lots of pitchers going off the board. Let me pull up the draft board so people could see and follow along. After I took Ober, there was Jung-Hoo Lee, Royce Lewis, big upside if he could stay healthy, Sonny Gray, Tanner Bybee, Shane O'Mac, Shane McClanahan, and Robbie Ray, who this spring phenomenal. Has just been awesome. 8 strikeouts again here on Thursday. He's learned the changeup grip from Tarek Skubal. I think it's 17 strikeouts to 0 walks is what that's
awesome.
I saw earlier today. Brendan, are you buying in on the Robbie Ray, I guess, re-breakout this season?
I'm a huge sucker for new pitchers, or all the reports of like the Clay Holmes example where he's working on everything new, and you're seeing the buzz from Lance Brzezowski and TJ Stats for every start they make, and it makes me feel like I need to get more of them whenever I see those posts from those guys. And so I the way I try to view it is I try to make my rankings before spring training starts, and then I will move guys up or down a little bit if there's buzz around them, and that kind of signals to me I might just need to draft him a little bit earlier than I was expecting, but just trying not to then overreact. And I feel like whenever I'm making rankings during spring training or during training camp, those times that's where I find I end up overreacting.
All right, the latest picks here we have. I'm not up, right? No, not even close. All right, so lots of pitchers have been going. There was, after Robbie Ray, Kevin Gausman, Lourdes Gurriel, Vinny Pasquantino, Michael Toglia, Dansby Swanson, Seth Lugo, Nick Pivetta, Grayson Rodriguez. Okay, interesting timing there. 130.
Just hoping he's healthy by August, right?
Yeah. Chris, how do you feel about passing on so many pitchers at this point. You only have Paul Skeens still, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just when you look at like the projections, everybody's really still within like the 800 to 900 point range. Whereas Skeens was in, and projections aren't everything, but Skeens was like 1200. And so that I think is that there's still a decent amount of viable starting pitchers. And I think I'm okay with it so far, but we'll see.
All right.
It was really common. Oh, sorry. I was just going to mention it was really common last year when Strider was going. I think he was going even earlier than Skeens, but like to take Strider and then basically say to yourself, he's making my pitching lineup every week. And then the math changes. Then you only need 2 more pitchers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to take Josh Lowe and he just went. So I was thinking about doing exactly what you brought up, Brendan, and trying to build that like backdoor Tampa Bay Rays stack. But there goes Josh Lowe, who, I think in Swamp Brenner Field, it could be a big bounce back season for him. I'm going to go ahead and get my stack here and pair Alec Boehm with.
I was going to mention Boehm for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm thinking about if there's any other players that I can kind of find to put together. I've got 4-4-4 at this point. 4 infielders, 4 outfielders, 4 pitchers. I have no idea if that's what it should be. I mean, obviously there's balance at this point in the draft, but if you look at the outfielders, like the top name is Matt Wallner. So it's
that's not great.
Not the best.
Those guys are the toughest for me. The lefties that it's not just that they sit against lefties, is that they might get pinch hit for mid game and just trying to project what that does to weekly volume. It makes it really hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. I was thinking about doing that too, Chris.
Well, I was actually trying to get a pitcher there, and I timed out. I didn't get to it in time, but
Let's back it up. No. I was going to take Nolan Jones and maybe kind of build out a little Rocky stack here for when they're at home, but that will not be the case. All right, let's see if there's anyone in the outfield.
Yeah, I was disappointed to see Michael Toglia go because my plan was a Toglia Nolan Jones stack there, and you could argue that's not the best stack, not the best plan, but I liked it.
You can I know you're up right now, Frank, but another time when you have more of a stack in that low search bar, you can type in Phillies.
Okay, I was wondering.
Rangers, whatever it is.
Yeah, that would have been. Now you tell us, Brendan knows. I went ahead and took Garrett Mitchell. I got William Contreras early on, so trying to build out maybe some of the Brewers, some of the Phillies here on this team. I don't know if there's any others left. I guess, you know what? Let's try that function. Let's see what we could do here. So Phillies.
You got Stott still out there?
Yeah.
You got
good pitchers. Oh, all right. Little I don't want to say his name, but this guy right here. So maybe he'll be a late round pick for me. What else? I've got Mets. A lot of their best guys are gone. Oof. All right, Mets stack. You're out the window. It's Juan Soto by himself. Who are some of my other top picks? I got O'Neal Cruz, the Pirates. Oof. Yeah, that's not happening either. I think Brewers might be it. Let's see. I just took Garrett Mitchell.
Yeah, there's not a lot.
Yeah, I mean, man, if you could get Rhys Hoskins hot at the right time.
Yeah.
Phillies might be your best bet based on those options.
And the fact that I missed out on a lot of their big names, it does make it, I guess, kind of unique. The Philly stack that I would have. Chris, what's going on, man? Who's getting locked up in the background?
Look, there's a hospital not far. We made it through most of the day with only like 1 or 2. So, yeah, I think we set the over-under on sirens during the stream at like 14.5. And I think the under.
We've got to figure this stuff out, man. I've got jackhammers going on during the day. We've got sirens going on at night. So,
another just pro tip. Sorry, if you want, you can queue those Phillies guys just so they're always right there for you if you want them. I guess you're streaming, so everyone would be able to see it. But another time.
That's why I didn't do it. I thought about like putting guys in the queue earlier, but I figured they're just gonna take all the guys they want. So this might not be the best idea. All right, what other teams do I have? Anything else good? Padres. I could look into the Padres. I think a lot of their good guys are gone though. Oh. Nationals, Angels. What did you just ooh? Chris?
I had literally added Jonathan India to my queue 2 seconds before he got picked.
Nationals, by the way. There's some guys.
Yeah.
Not the most exciting, but
Some of it too, like the Phillies, you mentioned not having their top guys, and it's impossible to do in the moment. But I think that a lot of the best baseball players are able to do this. They kind of suspend belief and say, okay, you might not have all the best Phillies guys, but what if you get to August and Schwarber's down, but the rest of them are all going nuts? And in this case, not having Schwarber is actually a plus for you. And so it's those type of things that you can't even project right now. But when you look back at a winning lineup, it all seems so obvious in that sense. So I think just trying to get as much, positive inertia on your team as you can. And I think stacking is one way to do that, and then just kind of let the chips fall where they may.
gosh, his ADP is so low. I don't think I should take him now.
Who's that?
I can't tell you.
You pick before I do.
You know what? It doesn't feel great. I don't think I want to do that. Like, should I take Luis Arias with Jackson Merrill? Like, I don't know. Luis Arias in a best ball draft? Like,
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like if you played one best ball draft, I probably wouldn't. But is there a scenario in August where it's Arias and Merrill at the top of the lineup going nuts? Could be.
yeah.
Even,
I mean,
even just for 2 weeks, sort of thing.
I could go like Arias and Bogarts here and just kind of stack up the Padres, but I don't know. It doesn't. All right, who are here for pitchers? Anyone exciting? I like myself some Luzardo, some strikeout upside there. Yeah, he's the guy. Let's go with Jesus Luzardo. Although that is a little, it's injury risk with Jacob deGrom, but I've got some other. I've got Wheeler and Bryce Miller and
deGrom. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Bailey.
So I think my last two pitchers probably should be maybe some pretty safe, kind of boring guys, but per game strikeout upside with Luzardo there. Evan Carter, the next pick. Chris,
I was going to take him.
There you go.
I was going to take him. I'm going to go with a different.
And you know what?
Ranger.
I think this is such a fun team to stack this year too. Like if their lineup gets back on track and you've got Semien and Berger and Peterson, that could be fun.
I agree. That's what I've got. I've got Semien, Berger, and Peterson. Do I have another one, or that's just those three? Okay, I got those three.
Yeah. He's really low down the list, but I do want to take him for the stack, and I'm going to go ahead and take Max Kepler. I think he's going to have a big year too. He's looked good so far in spring. He's healthy. Scott was talking about swing adjustments that he's made so far this offseason, and I think he's going to be an everyday player. I don't think he's going to sit against lefties, or at least that's the expectation. They have Brandon Marsh too, and I really don't think he'll play against lefties, so they can't platoon everybody. That's just, that's the fact of the matter here. So I pulled them up, but I'm trying to get some Phillies action here. I've got Bryce Harper, Alec Boehm, and Max Kepler here on the same team. Brendan, what do you think is like the max, or maybe there's probably not a right answer to this, but what's like the min max on how many players you would stack on the same team? Like, do you think you should get at least 3 if you're going to do it? Like, can you go as many 4 or 5? What do you think is kind of that sweet spot?
Yeah, there's still, I think, more just time needed to understand more specifics about stacking. There's some signal that points to it as being something you want to do, but then when you start looking more into it, I'm trying to think, it was 2 years ago, I think Lane Thomas did really well, and some data showed that like stacking Nationals was a success, but that might have just been if you had took Lane Thomas late, you benefited from that. So it's a long way of saying that the exact data on stacking there is kind of just something that you want to mix in and do right now, and it can be done in multiple ways. It can be getting 2 to 3 players from 3 teams. It could be 2-4 player stacks. There's different ways to do it, and I think the thing that I try to think about is it's a really big contest, so you do always want to get value, and I always want to be willing to get unique. Like your Kepler pick is a perfect example. Harper, Boehm, Kepler, that's a unique combo with Wheeler and Luzardo shoving and racking up those wins during that final stretch.
Let's go Phillies. Should I go put the jersey on? I can throw it on. Let's go Phillies. All right. What else do we have? I mean, it's like too late for me to just catch everyone up on picks, but let's see if there's anyone interesting that's been drafted. Parker Meadows, we'll see if he's healthy by opening day. Ryan McMahon, you're getting those Coors Field games in there. Brandon Pfaadt, Jackson Jobe, if he can ever get strikeouts, we keep talking about this, but the stuff looks nasty. It's just, we really haven't seen big strikeouts yet. Someone who could get a lot of strikeouts is Nick Lodolo, who went there on the turn. He had 6 strikeouts today, I believe, in 4 innings of work. And he's always had good stuff and strikeout ability. It's just, he needs to stay on the field and I guess develop a little bit more consistency. Ryan Pepio is an interesting one because I think the talent is there. It's just, there's a lot working against him moving out of Tropicana and into George Steinbrenner Field.
And he was so dependent on his fastball for whiffs last year.
Yeah.
And I just worry with the ball not moving the same outdoors if that's going to work for him. But I will say I watched his most recent spring start and the fastball still looked really good. He was still getting like 19 inches of vert on it, which is elite. If that changeup plays up the way it was supposed to, and it started to at the end of last season, he could have multiple elite whiff pitches. And I'm worried about it. He's not someone that I love, but he was in my queue in this like tournament mode. Yeah, I think that upside is worth chasing, especially with, they're not going to play a lot of games at Steinbrenner Field at the end of the season, like I mentioned earlier. So
yeah, that's fair.
I think the Rays, the A's, and the Orioles park changes has been my favorite thing to analyze or try to think through for fantasy this offseason. I think it's such a cool and unique thing about baseball, about how every ballpark is different. And I mentioned, trying to spend some time on Savant and not just know Rockies offensive, Mariners pitching friendly, but trying to understand in the middle, like you were saying, Chris, too, about how Fenway's not the best for power necessarily, but it is good for batting average, and just trying to kind of teach myself as many of those exact differences as I could. And that's been really helpful.
What do you think, Brendan, about the Rays pitchers in particular this season? A lot of them give up hard contact. They're fly ball pitchers. So it's moving outdoors to a lineup that a ballpark that has the same dimensions as Yankee Stadium. It seems worrisome to me, but what do you think?
I used to love starting pitchers on the road who were pitching in the Trop and getting that boost, because everyone thinks about it for the Rays, but not always necessarily the visiting pitcher. So I'll miss that as something that I went to a lot. And I think I am worried about the Rays pitchers now, because what I just can't stop thinking about is the Blue Jays in 2021 in Dunedin. And I know that it's, for me, it's not even so much about the dimensions. It's more that just the feel of the minor league park. It all feels smaller. I think a lot of the Blue Jays players talked about that after the fact. And there's less foul territory, for instance. It's all really condensed. And so I just think there's a little bit of extra factors that make me believe that if things go crazy in one direction, that it will be pretty offensive. I think the error bands are pointing more in that direction than playing more neutral.
The thing I worry about in Sacramento specifically is it is not a major league facility in terms of the locker room. I think I was reading the clubhouse is in the outfield. So when they come to the game, they're gonna have to like in college, they're gonna have to walk around the stadium and get there. They might maybe a bus, but the bigger thing is it's really hot in Sacramento in the summer. It averages, I want to say there was a stretch of 40 straight days of 100-degree heat in Sacramento. It was a really high number. The one thing I worry about offensively there is just those everyday players, the guys standing out in the outfield, that might take a real toll on them in a way that is impossible to factor in beforehand. But it's something that if we get to the end of the year and, Lawrence Butler only played 145 games, but he was healthy, but they just had to give him extra days off, or, Brent Rooker, whoever it is, that wouldn't necessarily surprise me, just because it's going to be, I think, just from a physical standpoint, the toughest place to play in the majors. And that matters over 162 game season. Like those guys could get pretty run down.
Yeah, it is an interesting thought and one I hadn't considered, but it's not crazy. I mean, it's just the unknown of baseball every year is the baseball and kind of finding out about that once the season starts. But now we have this added unknown of the ballparks and all the changes that are happening this offseason. So
I think the sorry, Frank, to cut you off. I was saying I thought those were great thoughts by Chris, and the Blue Jays example from 2021. The further we get removed from that, I know Vlad's career in particular has just been so up and down, especially from the expectations fantasy managers have had of him. And I just think that the more I look back on that, it was really just such a boon for the Blue Jays offense for the first half, especially because then eventually they did go back to Rogers Center. And I know they were in Buffalo at some point in between there too, but the Dunedin stretch was really favorable. Yeah. So I've just kept that filed away that I think the Rays and A's, if again, the best way to describe it is the error bands. If it leans anyway, I think it could be pretty offensive.
And I think another reason to be kind of worried about the pitching is just there's going to be a lot of rainouts. I grew up in South Florida, and every single day at between 2:30 and 5, it's going to rain. And you just, growing up as a Marlins fan, there were a lot of times that you think the game's going to start and they maybe get one inning in and then you lose your starting pitcher for, after 1-2 innings, and they're going to try to pick those games up and play them because they know they've got to get through the whole season. And there's going to be a handful of rain delays that just wash out a start. And it's going to be pretty frustrating.
All right, I just took Nestor Cortez, who I think is my seventh pitcher. So I think I'm done with pitching. I wound up with Zach Wheeler, Jacob deGrom, Bryce Miller, Bailey Ober, Jesus Luzardo, Nathan Eovaldi, and Nestor Cortez. So there's more injury risk than I wanted after Jacob deGrom. Like Luzardo has had injury risk. Eovaldi has as well. But if you look at all the pitchers here at this point, it's who doesn't have injury risk, right? It's Walker Buehler is at the top of the list, and Reese Olson, we like him as a sleeper, but he dealt with the shoulder last year. And then just like the boring guys are really boring. So I didn't like Merrill Kelly. I guess I could have talked myself into that. But how much per start base upside is there with a Merrill Kelly? So
yeah, I will be going with the 7 outfielders, 7 infielders, 6 pitchers approach, and just hoping that Skeens is in there every week. And 2 of right now, it's Justin Steele, Zach Eflin, Ryan Weathers, and Reese Olson. And I'll take one more with my last pitch. Just hoping 2 of those guys are good enough every week to hang. I don't know. I hope so.
Yeah, you took you mentioned Ryan Weathers there at the turn, along with
it was Reese Olson.
Reese Olson, right?
Right as you were bad-mouthing Reese Olson, I hit draft.
I like him, though. I mean, I like Reese Olson. If he could stay healthy, we both think he's a good pitcher. He's got 2 secondary pitches with a whiff rate over 40%. It's, he's just got to mature a little bit as a pitcher, figure out the pitch mix a little bit. His four-seam fastball is just so hittable. So, yeah,
I think there's been some improvements with his sinker this spring. We're talking about Reese Olson, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think his velocity and movement on the sinker are up, so that's a good sign because that is a path. His changeup and slider are such good swing and miss pitches that I think he could live with the sinker as his primary pitch, as his primary fastball. Not missing many bats with it, but when they make contact, it's weak contact, and the changeup and slider could be, should be really good put away pitches for him.
Mm-hmm. We are in the second to last round here. There was a pick that just came up that Bubba Chandler. I meant to call you Tuma Brendan. I kind of put them together like, oh, Tamu. He's Tamu Brendan. No, but there are prospects here that are being drafted. Bubba Chandler. What do you think about drafting prospects, especially prospect pitchers? Like Matt Shaw just went too. He's not a pitcher, but he is a prospect. So what do you think about taking prospects in a best ball draft like this?
This is that balance of getting the upside, but not wanting to get a zero. I think I am very against the potential for zero in best ball, because if you're getting, like, even if you take I'm trying to think of an example. Like, you don't want to get like, too gross necessarily, but there is a chance that Bubba Chandler is effectively a 0. And you can say that, I guess, about any pitcher or any player really, but just talking realistic range of outcomes, he carries a lot of risk. So, if I was drafting a lot of teams, which a lot of people do because the tournament structure is set up that you can enter it a lot of times. And a lot of people then end up looking at it more through a portfolio lens. I would not want to be like overweight on prospects like that.
All right. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, we might have said something similar about Paul Skeens last year, and then he came up and he was like one of the best pitchers in baseball. So it's not impossible. No one knows. Bubba Chandler could get called up in June, and he can be, a top 30 starting pitcher from that point forward. It wouldn't be crazy to see something like that happen. It's just, I guess if you build it out with enough pitchers you feel safe about early on in the season, that is a way that it could work. So let's see. Did this guy get drafted? I was going to take one more Padre, and yeah, he's still there. Jake Cronenworth, the most unfun player. Well, let me make sure Luis Arise isn't still there.
Nah, he went.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to take Jake Cronenworth. So I wind up with 3 stacks of 3 players each: the Brewers, the Padres, and the Phillies.
I think you bet you were, a little nervous early on about the stacks, but you built it out well in the middle to late rounds. And that's, I think, the best way to do it.
All right. Well, the last thing to do is take a look at our teams and find out who won the draft. And Brendan is going to be the judge who won between me and Chris in this
I'll
one.
share my screen when it's my turn as well.
For the pitchers, I got Zach Wheeler, Jacob deGrom, Bryce Miller, Bailey Ober, Jesus Luzardo, Nathan Eovaldi, and Nestor Cortez. Infielders, Bryce Harper, O'Neal Cruz, William Contreras, Alec Boehm, Reese Hoskins, Xander Bogaerts, and Jake Cronenworth. My outfielders, Juan Soto, Jackson Merrill, Dylan Cruz, Jorge Soler, Garrett Mitchell, Max Kepler. So outfield seems a little light there on the back end, but I wanted to grab that Padre stack, and I was not going to take Jason Hayward as an outfielder on this team. Brendan, how do you think it came together?
Yeah, I gave you the love for the getting the stacks together. I think that was a great job. And then I think my single favorite value pick that you got, it wasn't even part of your stacks, but it was Jorge Soler, especially with, how pushed up outfielders were in general to get a guy who could have, 5-6 homer week for you in a best ball, spike week environment is very favorable.
All right. I think maybe I could I could pull up your team here, Chris. So unless you want to.
No, go for it.
Chris, you got Paul Skeens, Justin Steele, Zach Eflin, Ryan Weathers, Reese Olson, and Justin Verlander. I like the Verlander pick late there. Infielders, Ozzy Albies, Marcus Semien, Tristan Casas, Jake Berger, Paul Goldschmidt, Salvador Perez, and Xavier Edwards. And in the outfield, Aaron Judge, Ronald Acuna, Brian Reynolds, Jason Dominguez, Kerry Carpenter, Nolan Jones. You got a Rocky, and Jock Peterson. So you got the Rangers stack.
I got a Rangers and a Yankees 3-person stack. I got 2 Braves. I couldn't once the good players were off the board. I was like, I'm not taking Orlando Arcia. Right. Like I thought about like Brian De La Cruz or Jared Kelenic, but they're not going to be full-time players even when Acuna's out. So couldn't really get to the third one on the Braves. So only the 2 connections there. But yeah, and then the pitching, a lot banking on Skeens, but I think Steele is, rock solid must-start guy when he's healthy. I think Eflin's going to be good for the most part. Yeah, I hope I have one pitcher in the lineup every week in Skeens. I think Steele will be in there most weeks, and then there's some upside the rest of the way. I don't know.
All right. Well, if you don't know, maybe Brendan does. What do you think?
I would describe this lineup as fragile, and that doesn't mean it's a good or bad thing. It just means that in terms of the pitching investment, it could go one of 2 different ways. But again, and the other way I would describe this is this team, the way it's built, and because the pitching might just not get there on a season-long basis, it might be considered less likely to advance to the playoffs. But once you get to the playoffs, that gap in the middle pitchers really tightens, because instead of competing over 4 months, it's just a 2-week playoff stretches. So if you get to the playoffs, with this offense and Skeens, you'll probably have a leg up, offensively compared to the other teams, and then you just need your pitching to hit.
All right. Well, we do have projected fantasy points here. So you have 21,697. And oh man, you
win.
it's not even close.
That's the night.
It's not even close. You have like 600 projected points more than I do. Oh, that's what happens.
We love to see it. We love to see it.
I pull up guys like Max Kepler and Garrett Mitchell, my stacks on this team. So maybe I forced it a little bit. I think that is a possibility. You know what? Don't believe in the projections. Believe Brendan, because he said my team is. No, I didn't say that. Brendan, we do want to thank you so much for walking us through here. I think this was really instructive because, again, we don't do a lot of best ball content, and I know a lot of people do still playing it. So definitely wanted to have you on for this. That's why we wanted to make it part of the mock draft mega stream. That wasn't a mock draft. It was a real draft, but SEO and all that stuff. So thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate it, man.
No, I really appreciate it too. And like I said, myself and a lot of my buddies have been listening to you guys for a while. So it was cool to come on. I know they'll be giving me a hard time for it. And hope to do it again sometime.
Yeah, make sure to follow him on X at TooMuchTuma. And you can't miss the Twitter avatar because it's Pablo Sanchez from back there.
There you go.
It's one of the GOATs out there.
A legend.
Brendan, anything else that you'd like to promote before we let you off the hook here?
No, that's everything. I write on Substack. It's just brandantuma.substack.com. And then every couple of weeks, I got a piece coming out on Baseball America on Fridays.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, some Baseball America, the Substack there. And again, over at Underdog Fantasy. So thanks again, Brendan. We do appreciate your time, man.
For sure.
All righty. Well, Chris, that brings us to the end of the stream here. The mock draft mega stream.
Woo.
We are here at 11 o'clock. So yeah, it's 8.5 hours, basically 5 drafts, 8.5 hours.
Yeah.
How do you think
tired, man.
How do you think it went?
It was fun. It wasn't like I was a little worried it was going to be a little messy, but I think it was a good time.
The only thing that kind of got a little shaky was like the Yahoo draft. We kind of had to rush through the second half.
Yeah, it was a little...
But everything else kind of worked out well. So
I was watching and I was just like, I don't think they're going to get in finishing time.
Yeah. Shout out to those listeners who helped us out. Shout out to all the listeners who helped us out with the drafts today. And a lot of them in the CBS, Yahoo, ESPN drafts. The other ones, the Underdog and the Rotowire Online Championship, those were people that I think just knew about the drafts earlier or hopped in the Underdog. Thank you to everyone
Absolutely,
who helped us out today. And behind the scenes, Claire, she helped with some of the lowers and just promoting things as well. So it was a lot of fun. We'll see what the feedback is and whether or not we'll bring it back for another
I think we're doing it next year.
Right?
Pencil it in.
Based on how many people we still have watching here, 2,500 people at 11 o'clock at night. We do thank you. Again, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We crossed 30K today. That was an awesome accomplishment as well. But I think that is going to do it. We are going to wrap there. For Scott and Chris and B-Don from Razzball and Sky Dombrowski, who is your reigning, defending Tout Wars head-to-head champion.
Until I take him down. Now I'm going to lose.
And Brendan Tuma as well. There from Underdog. I am Frank. Thanks as always for tuning in to Fantasy Baseball today. Please make sure to follow and leave a 5-star rating on Apple or Spotify if you're listening on the podcast side of things. And we will be back again next week. Bye-bye.